Well, well, well. I forgot to put my mic near my face, but it's a good way to start off day 19, making already my first streamer mistake, forgetting about the mic. Hello, hello, we are day 19. We are day 19 people, okay? We're one day away from a day 20 person, live streamer. Hello, Garv. Good to see you. Good to hear from you. Oh, and thank you for the extra support. Let me catch up real quick. Nice. It's kind of cool to start the day and start the stream, and there's already someone here just saying hello. Thank you, Garv. I appreciate it. Let me check out what you said. You said, I'm hyped. Oh, yes, yes, and you're using those emotes. Yes. I wanted to start today by talking about that. I do feel like I've evolved a little bit. We're upgrading our stream, okay? Nice new emotes, thank you. And then, yeah, I added one more thing to the exclamation mark commands. It is my Patreon. I was like, how foolish of me not to, put my Patreon out there. So for those of you who are catching up at any point, if you're watching this VOD later on my YouTube, hopefully that's a good sign, because that means somehow the YouTube algorithm has put me in front of you. If you are watching this at any point and you'd like to support me and what I do appreciate if you go ahead and become a member on my Patreon. You can also tip directly. You can follow me, of course. I would always appreciate that. But anyways, we'll get into all that later. Garv, wow, look at that. You've also subscribed to my Kick channel. Thank you, thank you. All right, we're slowly building it up. So Kick right now is... Actually, I have the most viewers on Kick right now, for what it's worth. Small numbers, okay? Small fry. But Kick is the one that has been a little bit behind in terms of this kind of research I'm doing. So I've been multi-streaming for 19 days across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. And I just wanted to see what it's like if I could be a streamer. Can I make content that's entertaining? Will it be productive? What will I learn? Yada, yada, yada. And yeah, Twitch, we have made it the furthest in terms of we are now Twitch affiliates. Yesterday was my very first day as an official Twitch affiliate. So thank you again. Yesterday was a blast. We had so much fun. And today, I did spend some time in the morning and I created some custom emotes. My God, I feel so young just being able to say that. So Garv, yes, I have 2. I'll add more. We might even spend some time. Maybe we'll create some more on stream. So I created 2 of them, I think on the standard emote section, or like just even if you're not a member. I think if you follow me on Twitch, you can use it. And then I started to create some in the other tiers. So if you do subscribe to me, if you become a tiered member, then you can access the emotes. And the emotes are pictures that I've taken, my wildlife photography photos that we have now turned into emotes. So we're having fun with it. But thank you. And Garv, thank you for following me on YouTube as well. Man, you're doing the Lord's work here. I appreciate that. He said, now I'm watching you on Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. Nice new emotes. Thank you. I don't know how to make emotes on YouTube yet. So YouTube, I am monetized. I believe I've set up my tiered membership there as well. But I don't know. And shout out to Will for being my very first tiered member on day 1 of my streaming of all days. Yeah, I don't know how to create emotes on YouTube. It might be something called stickers, but I haven't really discovered how to play with that yet. So we'll figure that out. Garv, you said I use my points. Maybe I have there a lot. Oh, okay. Oh man, that's so cool. So, oh, you know what? Okay, let me test out the emotes that I did create, because I think I created like we created a handful. Okay, a decent amount. Let's see here. I'm just gonna go to my projects. You'll see my screen in a second. Actually, we'll go ahead and show my screen over here. Okay. So we were having fun with it yesterday and today, and I was trying to see which of my kind of wildlife photos could become emotes. And I think we found a few. I already forgot what the what the commands are for it. But I guess it only works on Twitch. So let me see. If I go onto Twitch, bear with me here. I'm just going to pop up in my Twitch channel on the side monitor. What do? I go to the creator dashboard, stream manager. There it is. Okay. So how do I see my emotes? Do I go into the cheer? There it is. Okay. Where are mine? So Garv, I don't know if you can see these or not, but let me start by seeing this one first. So this is the first one I created. And it's just a friendly little yo coming from the Shoebill Stork. That's this guy here. Then we created, and I'll have to get to a point where I can actually do the shortcuts for them. Yobel P Squad W. There it is. So this is the Squad W. All right. I've heard that term Squad W before. I just didn't know what it was. But yeah, so this one was my little camel photo that I took a long time ago. And so I just added a little bit of hearts and put a nice little squad on top, you know. So this is our gang. This is my camel gang. You guys are my camel gang at this point. All right, what was the next one I created? Okay, Yobel P hype. Let me type it in the chat instead of just clicking on the sticker. So Yobel P, and then what do I do? Type in hype. Wait, that didn't do anything. Am I supposed to do something else? How new am I to this that I don't know how to make this work? So wait, if I just type that in, it doesn't do it? Do I have to like literally do it by the exclamation, like the capital letters? Yobel P capital H hype. Oh my god. So you have to do it by each of the capitalization. Fair enough. So I got a hype emote. Okay, it's got this lioness. I don't think I added anything to it. I just kind of kept it as is. Then we got this one. Yeah, that one's coming up. Then we got the Yobel Pride. We got the OMG. So surprise Pikachu face emote. And that was a monkey. Where's the monkey? Where's that little bastard? Where are you? Where are you? We had this little monkey guy. There he is. So this one is the OMG emote that I created. And then we got the sup bro. That was the one at the bottom, I think, that we just saw. This guy here gave him nice little sunglasses. Just a nice way to say hello. And then the last one here was just the thinking. This is just the pondering face. It's the one that's the chimpanzee looking up at the phrase thinking. So there we go. That was our first attempt at trying to be young and hip. So I do appreciate it. Garv, you said your intro is complete. Oh snap. Okay, let's go ahead and start by just let me see if I can click on that guy and see. Just like before though, I'm gonna have to make sure it's muted. Let's go ahead and check it out. This is a nice way to kind of warm up as we start the stream. So Garv, thank you for being such a cool guy, being on the stream so early. Nice, you got a cool little reveal. Did you say you're using DaVinci for this? Or yeah, you're using DaVinci, right? That's really cool. I wish I could hear the audio, but yep, you got the name. Have it pop up again. Wow, you've done a lot since we last reviewed it. How cool. And then here, what is so it goes from 1% to 2%. Oh no, did I miss it? Let me see. Can you explain why it goes to 2%? I'm curious. What's your thought behind that? But well done. Oh, this is like, oh, okay, sorry. This is like a Minecraft thing, right? I think you told me you do like Minecraft stuff. Sorry, I'm so old. I don't know the reference. The game starts or the part of the yeah, gotcha. Oh, cool. And you have your own like logo stuff going on here. Awesome, dude. Yeah, like I said, the only thing I would keep suggesting is maybe with your name when it pops up and you have that like silver flashing coming in, right? I would almost try to make the silver the neutral state because it's much easier to read your actual username. And then you can always have like the black or something else kind of going through it. But I wonder if you can inverse it or like reverse it kind of. So that way people can read your full name much easier, right? Just because, yeah, since you have like a few different words, or you might want to capitalize. So that's the other thing, right? You can either do like Garv and then capital G, so Garv Gamer, or you do Garv Gamer and then capitalize the Y and the T. So it's like, you know, that stands out. So Garv Gamer YouTube 256. But otherwise, yeah, it's well done. I wish I could hear the music. And I see you did change the loading bar to match the color, so well done there. How cool. And then, yeah, keeping it under 20 seconds, that's good. Yeah, because then it depends how often you show this, but if you show it too many times, obviously, then people will get annoyed by it. So the shorter, the better. So I'll play with you. I'll play you my quick opener that I created. I haven't actually shown this on YouTube yet. Like I haven't made a video where I'm using this, but I do use this in the start of my stream. But I'll go ahead and play it real quick. You might have seen it when I start the stream, but let's go ahead. It's like I think 10 seconds long. But yeah, so that's just like a quick thing. I hired a guy on, I believe Fiverr to help me with that one. And then I just gave him, I said this before, but it probably sucks to work with me at times because I'm like very, not micromanaging, but I am like, I give like detail, like, you know, can you change this, and this? But yeah, so it was really cool working with him. And from all the iterations, we finally got to a version that I really liked. And then I did go ahead and replace the audio, and I just did my own sound effects for the start of that little opener. But yeah, so that one I think was about 10 seconds. So I think the shorter, the sweeter, generally speaking. Edora, greetings and salutations. Salutations. Right back at you, man. Edora, I would like to say, since you are on Twitch, we have upgraded. We've leveled up. So I've created 2. I think it's only 2. We'll make more. I clearly have a lot here. So as we have time, as we take breaks in the stream, maybe we'll make some more emotes. That'll be fun. So there are now 2, I think, free emotes, or just open to the public. And then I created, I think, 5 different emotes for those of you who are tiered members. And then I will find a way to grandfather you guys in, regardless, because you guys have been, you guys are the OGs, you know. So I don't know how to do that yet. If someone tells me right away how I can do that, but I'll find a way to grandfather you guys in, so you guys have access to all the cool benefits of being a part of the stream. But yes, I started with the one that says yo, you know, why not? That is my name, or part of my name, so we got that one going. And then yeah, we have this guy over here, the sup bro. And then I think I wanted to make one like Bing chilling. So if I could make this chimp be like a, excuse me, like a chilling kind of version, I was thinking maybe I can make that one a Bing chilling emotes, or this one because he's also kind of chilling, but it's a little bit less obvious maybe. If I can find other wildlife photos that I have where you can see the like they're drinking or something, I figured that could be like a, you know, it's almost like in gossip mode, or he's sipping the tea, or like what is that? What do people say about tea when you're like listening in on gossip or something? So that could be an option. Garv, yeah, you're using the surprise face. Yeah, we got the OMG one. Edora, I'm gonna do a Prime Twitch sub in a couple days. Hells yeah, dude. That's oh wait, sorry, I wasn't even showing my screen here. My bad. But yes, Edora, that would be awesome. That will be my very first Twitch Prime sub. So I don't know if there's like something I'm supposed to say when someone gives a Twitch Prime sub. I can't even say that word. Or Prime Twitch sub. PTS. Yeah, thank you for giving me that PTS. But yeah, if you could, that'd be great. You know, I'm just saying, I'm not going to demand of it, but I would appreciate it. That'd be cool. I don't even know what that actually means, though. I think, is that just like, so Amazon gives you a, so since Twitch is run by Amazon, Amazon gives like a promo where if you have an Amazon account or an Amazon Prime account, then you're allotted one free subscription to provide to anyone that you'd like to support every month. Is that basically it? It's like a free monthly sub. So you said in 6 words what took me like 3 minutes to say. So thank you. I'll learn to be more succinct. You said I use it for new streamers because you never know when they disappear. Fair enough. Yes. Look at you, man, doing the Lord's work. What do you call that? I was gonna say Jehovah's Witness, but what's that one where a good Samaritan? Look at you being a good Samaritan. Here's another emote concept I was thinking of. This would be like the, well, I thought they were like, unfortunately the background remover didn't do the best job. Yeah, can I remove the background remover? That's kind of annoying. Just let me turn this off, buddy. So I was thinking like there was one like this where he's like super laughing. So this would be like the either the ha-ha or the ha-ha-ha emote. This would just be a one ha because it's like a kind of a half smile, but not really a ha-ha-ha. And then this would be like the not cool bro, you know, this is like the that's not funny. So we'd have the 3 phases of, you know, potential joking modes. And then this one, it was just a little cat from a cat cafe, but I figured if I like flip it around or something, I can make it look like it's playing a flute. So then we can turn this into some weird emote, whatever it comes to mind. Edora, you said, why not use Gen AI? Well, I mean, I think I will, in terms of like, let's say in the once I'm able to unlock a lot more of these tiered, whatever you call it, these emotes across the tiered subscriptions, I was thinking like as a, you know, this is such a small incentive, right? But if you become like a tier 2 member or a tier 3 member, then I was thinking of my wildlife photos. So number one, I wanted to use my own photos. So first and foremost, I wanted to feel more personal. So I figured I would take actual, especially because I am a wildlife photographer, it would behoove me to actually, you know, in my own ways, promote myself as much as possible in every little way possible, including with emotes. So I figured if I have some emotes, and this is actually a suggestion from Maple Glades. So again, every day I've been shouting him out. But Maple Glades was the one who saw he saw this guy. He saw one of my shoebill stork photos, and he's like, yo, you should turn that into an emote. So then that's when I kind of went down that rabbit hole. So yeah, first I would like to use my own wildlife photos. And then second, I do think I'll use Gen AI for, let's say, a tier 2 version where I can turn these wildlife photos into like a cartoon. And then if I can find a way to do like a GIF or GIF and like animate it as like a tier 3, that'd be epic. So, Garv, yes, 9. We got 6 viewers already. Hells yeah. Oh, Formula, thank you very much. You've given my very first. Wait, that deserves like a full cam. You've given my very first Twitch Prime. And I don't know again if there's a difference in terms of what that really means, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. We're on day 2. Formula, you said finally you have a sub button. Yes. So we got the affiliate status I think like 3-4 days ago, but then I had to pass through some kind of diligence checks, and so yesterday was my very first stream as an affiliate. So we had a lot of fun. A lot of people were supportive throughout, including you. So thank you very much, Formula. We're starting off the stream on a really high note. And yes, we got 6 viewers. Well, right now I'm showing 5 on Twitch. I got 4 on YouTube and 4 on Kick. So yeah, I love these numbers. I love that it's like, man, it's, you know, it's kind of fun. And I mentioned this before, I do want to make like a 30-day recap YouTube video where I kind of talk about my first 30 days trying to multi-stream, yada yada. But I will say it's been such a cool feeling to be able to see those numbers. We're not talking massive numbers here, right? But just to be able to see numbers that are not 0 or not like just 1, it's kind of cool. You guys are you know, enjoying the ride. You said, Edora, it's just hard to see because of the scale. Yeah, that's one thing. We'll fix it. We'll find a way as I improve my emote game. We'll find ways if we need to like update the emotes because you know, this resolution isn't good enough or it's not legible. No worries. Let's call that out to me and I will definitely make the changes. Finally, you have a sub button. And by the way, Formula, not only do I have a sub button, we have actually improved as a streamer, including the fact that now you can type in the chat the ! command, which I've just done, and that should, unless something breaks, that should then populate a few different commands that are available for you guys. Did it work? Why am I not seeing it pop up? Let me do a practice one. Discord. Okay, so the Discord wouldn't worked. Okay, oh, it's because I'm an idiot. Always, when in doubt, just remember, I am the idiot. It's commands with an S. I just put in command. Womp womp. But yes, thank you, Garv. You know you know how to run my stream better than I do. Yeah, I forgot the S. So here I was about to brag about how experienced I am as a streamer, and I stumbled my way there. But yes, so for Formula, we've also now created these commands. So not only will it be easier for you to jump into my different ways to support me, you can hop into the Discord, which are slowly building out. But then also, yeah, you have ways to donate or do the Patreon, which I'll always love you forever for that. But then also, within the chat, I'm using Streamlabs for some of the things like the alerts and stuff, but we do have a loyalty point system that I created, which it's kind of cool. And you know what? I was going to post it in the Discord. So give me a second here. Because when I opened up Streamlabs, it actually gave me a leaderboard. And so I could actually see who amongst you since, you know, yesterday when we were doing our first, you know, the first day that I've been having this turned on, you can actually see, so give me a second here. I want to post the leaderboard. So I got to go into my screenshots. Where did I save it? There it is. Okay. And then just in case, for posterity, let me go ahead and save it somewhere here. Let's create another category. Sorry, you guys can't see this. I'm creating some folders. Leaderboard. And then we'll drag this one in here. And then I'll show you guys here. Look at this. Look at this. So this is like so as you guys type in the chat, there's a point system now, okay? What do these points mean? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. You cannot quit your day job because you've earned 1 million points on my stream. So just have that as a caveat. But you know, there might be ways we can gamify this and turn it into like giveaways or just in general just have fun with it. But basically, I figured it'd be fun to show this, and I'll post it in the Discord. But yeah, anytime you guys are in the chat, anytime you guys donate or do any actions, I believe it will start racking up points. And so then we can kind of see whom amongst you are the OGs, the most loyal, the most engaged. And then we can reset it. And I believe if you look in the commands, there's like different ways that you can like play games, apparently. And use your points to play games, or you can do a duel, like ! duel, and you can compete against someone to get their points. I don't know. Listen, those are all a little bit beyond me. I haven't really figured that part out. But yeah, we're having fun with it. That's the main thing I was trying to say. So let me go ahead and post this in the Discord. Day 1 leaderboard. Smiley face. Okay. All right, so let's get back. Oh, you know what? And I just realized I wasn't sharing my screen, was I? Well, I posted in the chat, but this is what I was supposed to share, but I made my second mistake on the stream already. So yeah, you can see here, clearly you can ignore me and Streamlabs because obviously we just, you know, we are the stream in a sense. But Mr. Garv, you are currently #1. How cool is that? I don't know if it'll ever show more. Maybe I can find a way to customize this where it shows more details. Right now it just shows the points and the hours. We also need a better naming than, I think right now I just call them wild coins, like the point system. We'll come up with something better. Have faith in me. I'm not that, you know, I am a bit more creative than just wild coins. We'll prove it. So anyways, these are the ways that we are, evolving, upgrading, right? Raising the stakes of being a streamer. The other way is having my cats on stream, but right now they're not showing up to work. What the heck, man? They have free rent, they get free food, and they can't even pop on stream to entertain you guys when I ask for it. In Edora, we still have not been sponsored by Mason Perrier, but I am hoping, it's in the works. If you guys keep supporting me, maybe one day I will be supported and sponsored by Hot Cheetos. And that YP points, Garv. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Should I just call it YP points? But then I don't know. There's got to be something. There's got to be something we can think of. Yeah, ChatGPT. What do you think is best for price? Price for what? Are you talking about for like the tiers and stuff, or because the points are free? So yeah, don't worry about that. But yes. Oh, hey, what's up? Amelbani. I think I've seen your name before. I could be wrong. But yes, you already got 95 coins, man. Good job. Yeah, don't worry. We'll reset the leaderboard every so often. So, you won't feel like, oh my God, this guy's always on the top because, he's been here for a year. Yeah, we'll keep it fresh. All right. So anyways, let me give my quick intro. I haven't done that yet. My name's Yobel. This is day 19 of me streaming for the first time across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So we decided, I say we now, I decided that, if I'm going to try to do this live stream, I might as well try all 3 platforms. I'm not beholden to any of them necessarily for streaming. And I just want to see, is there a community out there for what I do? And so what do? I am a wildlife and travel photographer and videographer. I will create content from the place I've traveled to and hope to get paid for it. And then separately, I take people to those countries for wildlife safaris or other types of adventures. And so we are putting together a schedule for next year where you can join me on these trips, but they are quite expensive, FYI. Separately, when I'm not traveling, as has been the case for the past 2 to 3 months, and I won't be traveling for the rest of the year, I use this time to actually catch up on all the travels in terms of all the videos I took and the photos I took, and then we try to create content from it that we can post on our socials as well as on YouTube. And the biggest part of this journey, if you've been following me from day one, and let me go ahead and share my screen, we've been working on Project Mongolia. So Project Mongolia is the oh, and then Ammo Bonnie, bro, I am Bonnie. Okay. It seems so obvious now that you said that, but good to see you, Bonnie. Yeah, so this is the video that I've been working on since day one of our live stream journey, and it's a trip to Mongolia that I took back in February of 2024. We have, close to a dozen other trips since this trip that I need to catch up on and create content from. So you can imagine majority of the time when you're tuning into my stream, you probably will be watching me work on these videos, and hopefully we'll work quickly through them all. Right now we're aiming at, it looks like it's going to take us about 3 weeks to finish this video. Video is technically done, with air quotes. We have gotten to the final portion of the video, so all of that is technically in its final state. It is 16.5 minutes long, roughly, but we do need to add in my voiceovers. We have to do the final color grading. We have to do some sound effect checks and sound quality, and then we're ready to publish this to YouTube. So this one took us 3 weeks. The next video should hopefully take us within 2 weeks, and I hope to be faster and faster. But yeah, a lot of what you'll see me do on stream is edit photos and edit videos from my travels. And we will also build a community where we can essentially, hopefully meet other photographer, videographers, travelers, learn from each other, whatever that could mean. So, for instance, Garv in the chat, as well as there's a few other folks, Lucky IRL and Cyronius, they had shared their photos and videos on the Discord. I have a section on the Discord channel called Content Feedback. So you can actually provide your shots and then we can review it on stream, or others can actually review it within the Discord. So ideally we can build a community like that more often where we're just helping each other out. So without further ado, let's go ahead and start the video from the trailer, and let's just kind of get a sense for what we've created. I'll take a pause, think about what our game plan is, and then let's just get cracking. So what shall I do? I'm going to pause this music. I'm going to full screen this guy. We're going to full screen this guy, and then boom.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Welcome back to my channel, where we share the best of the world with the rest of the world. We've traveled to one of the most remote places on Earth to experience the extraordinary life of eagle hunters, thanks to Beck Travel. If you're curious how I made this video, I have live streamed the entire behind the scenes process, which you can check out on my channel and also linked below. Here we are at Mongolia's capital, Ulaanbaatar. After a quick bit of sightseeing and grabbing my first Mongolian meal, it was time to turn in and rest up because tomorrow's an early flight to Olgi, which is the home of the eagle hunters.
Okay, so that's as far as we got yesterday with the voiceover. So now that I'm kind of having fresh pair of eyes and ears to kind of check it out, so far I like it. There's maybe just a quick moment in the beginning where the way I said welcome in the beginning sounded maybe too loud.
Welcome back to my
Although it sounded okay this time, so maybe it's just in my head. The other thing I can think of from what I've done is I think I need to delay the second portion of my script here, the voiceover. No, this is the wrong one. I think we need to push back this part of the voiceover, because when I start talking about eating good food, or the Mongolian food, I should probably have it show up when I'm actually eating the food. So let's imagine if I draw this back a bit. Okay, let's try again.
After a quick bit of sightseeing and grabbing my first Mongolian meal, it was time to turn in and rest up.
So even more. Because then here, this is the sightseeing portion. So yeah, let's see when it ends.
Mongolian meal.
Okay, so the Mongolian meal kicks in there. Okay, so let's see. Let's try again.
Tar.
Garv, you said the food looks so delicious. Nice ads for the support. Yeah, you know what? I don't always do this intentionally, but thankfully I did film the name of the restaurant. Look, am I going to save their business or something, or am I going to actually boost their sales? I mean, come on, let's be real, probably not. But I do always want to support people who supported me, or just like, yeah, just in general. I don't like to hide people away. Yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Point is, shout out to Modern Nomads. I did have good food from them.
Tar. After a quick bit of sightseeing and grabbing my first Mongolian meal, it was time to...
Okay, now that I've done that, I do need to readjust the audio, because I had the audio ducking down in the script, but now I've shifted the script, so now it sounds kind of weird. So let me see, negative 11.41. Hey, Bonnie, thank you very much for the follow. I think you're giving me a new follow. Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right, we're off to a good day. Good start. Garv, you said the ad ends now for the support. Nice. Maybe the ad plays when it hears a word. Maybe it's like triggered by, like, if I say, I don't know, if I say the word support or food, and then it'll kick off an ad about food or something. Listen, if Twitch actually does that, more power to them, I guess. Okay, so what was I saying? I need to reduct the audio. Why is there... Oh, yeah.
Here we are at Mongolia's capital, Ulaanbaatar.
Okay, now it sounds weird to just say that phrase over there without this.
Here we are at Mongolia's capital. For a quick bit of sightseeing and...
Okay, so what can I do now? Because now it does sound weird to just say, here we are at Ulaanbaatar, and then no voiceover for that long.
Here we are at Mongolia's capital, Ulaanbaatar.
Or maybe it's going to sound okay, it's just that I need to adjust the audio again. So let's say from here... Let's add a... Let's redo... We're going to increase the volume again to 3 point... Yeah, something like that.
At Mongolia's capital, Ulaanbaatar.
I think that's a little bit too abrupt. Let's see.
Here we are at Mongolia's capital, Ulaanbaatar. Mongolia's capital, Ulaanbaatar.
Okay, that's much better. Okay, so if we do this correctly, the goal is I need to duck the audio. Just for when I'm talking, which is now over here somewhere. Okay, let's try.
After a quick bit of sightseeing and grabbing my first
That's not bad.
Mongolian meal, it was time to turn in and rest up because tomorrow's an early flight to...
Alright, I think I got it. Let's try it.
After a quick bit of sightseeing and grabbing my first Mongolian meal, it was time to turn in and rest up because tomorrow's an early flight to Olgi, which is the home of the eagle hunters.
Perfect. this is why it's like, it's sometimes good not to rush things, because, yeah, I didn't catch this at all yesterday when we were working on this. But now that I could take a step away, come back, then it seems so obvious to me. It's like, wait, why am I synchronizing the script to show up? Why am I talking about food when we're seeing like the town square with like all this ice skating and stuff like that? So it's like, oh yeah, okay. So we've made one correction, so we've slowly but surely are making this video better. Okay, so I didn't mean to actually do some edits right now, but since we were listening to it, I might as well fix stuff. So I think that's okay. So what is the game plan then? So the game plan... Actually, let me see. What did I write in my game plan? Let's see what's in my agenda here. No, this way. Number 1, talk with Mr. Echo. Oh yeah, I need to do a bit more microphone research. Number 2, record the script. Number 3, play with my cats. Number 4, final color grading for episode 1. And then number 5, photo, video, travel talk. Okay. So, I said talk to Mr. Echo. Why did I say that? Well, I have a feeling I am actually going to buy a new microphone. Yes, I think I'm going to buy a new microphone. So, we've been having some difficulties with the mic that I'm using right now. And, we had, 2 days of good troubleshooting, but it's just not exactly where we need it to be. So I think of all the suggestions that I'd seen, the one that we want to buy is the one that was called the Electro Voice RE20. RE20. Electro Voice RE20. So this mic is roughly like $500, so it's not cheap. But in my opinion, I do think sometimes it is worth spending money if it is a good investment. And for me, if I'm going to be streaming every day, utilizing a mic for not just the stream, but for YouTube and whatever else, then like just having a mic that I feel satisfied with and it does a job, but it's also really good with my voice, I can justify a bit more. Is it $500 worth justification? That one, I haven't pulled the trigger yet. I haven't bought it yet. Just because I want to wait and see if there's like other dissenting voices that tell me like, yo, you're an idiot. Your mic right now is perfectly fine. So I haven't pulled the trigger, but just FYI, this is like a mic that I might purchase. And then they have this mic in black, which is like $100 cheaper. So I was like, why not? It's so silly. That's so silly. Why would I spend... if you're telling me the tech is exactly the same, it's just that one mic is this color and the other's not, and the difference is $100. Yeah. So anyways, there's a chance we'll replace this mic. I don't think I can sell this mic, or maybe I'll keep it for future reasons. Like, maybe there's a world where I start doing podcasts, or we'll bring someone in and we need 2 microphones for the guest and myself. Yeah, that would be cool. So, or we'll give it away. Maybe if one of you guys ends up hitting 1 million wild coins in the chat, then we will give this microphone away. Who knows? Who knows? Not saying I'll do that, but we can go anywhere we want with this. So. All right, so where were we? We need to... Oh yeah, so I was going to talk to Mr. Echo to see if he can convince me not to purchase the microphone. We'll do that later though. Now that I have this video open, I just want to keep working on it. So we got the voiceover done. For chapter 1. So now we're moving on to chapter 2. Let me open up my ChatGPT and my script in Notion. Bear with me here. I think this is the one. We've traveled, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Let's put this into YouTube projects. Okay, let me drag this guy over here. So this is how we did the work yesterday. Testing, testing. All right, hopefully you guys didn't see any lag or something. For a second there, it said my streams went offline. So fingers crossed you guys are still there and there's no issues. Otherwise, I'm just going to talk to myself here. So we got our script. I think we can increase this one a bit. And where do we end off? We had final chapter 1 narration, yes. So that one's done. Welcome back to my channel where we share the best of the world with the rest of the world, blah, blah, blah. Chapter 2, oh, perfect. So chapter 2, we said we have no voiceover. So now we can jump to chapter 3. Let me introduce the crew. Okay, so let's do like a practice run first. Warm up the voice and all that fun stuff. We'll do the practice round, and then we're gonna go ahead and open up Adobe Audition. And then there's one more thing we need to open up. That's the app that we were using yesterday. Was it called Adobe.podcast? No, podcast.adobe.com. Yeah, this one. Okay. Cool. I'm just setting things up. Let's see. We'll put all of this in a small window here. Get in there. Get in there. All right. So again, shout out to, I think, Bonnie and shoot, who was it? Was it Philip Jedra? I think Philip and Bonnie were helping me out when it came to like trying to do audio stuff, enhancing my audio, and overcome maybe some of the the weak points of this microphone that I'm using. And so they had suggested this Adobe podcast, and I do have a Creative Cloud membership, and it worked out swimmingly. It actually was excellent. So we're going to do that after we've recorded each of the sections. And then this is Adobe Audition. This is what we're going to actually use to record my voice. So we'll put these in little tiny buckets here so we can go ahead and do 1 or 2 warm-up rounds on chapter 3. So let me go to my script. Chapter 3. Here we go. Oh wait, no, this is chapter 2. Let me introduce the crew, starting with, and then here goes Bota. Oh, and then this gets a little bit glitchy because somehow the text that I'm using. So let me see if we can reduce the playback to a 1/4 resolution. So this way, hopefully, it'll be lightweight so it can not be glitchy. Oh, and then shout out to Cyronius, who gave me his own sound effect. So that little camera shutter sound effect it's from his actual camera, his film camera, the Nikon the Nikon F3T, I think is what he said. But yeah, it was very kind of him to share that. Now the only thing I need to do is I think the sound is a little too loud. Yeah, it's super loud, so let me just drop that down a bit. Negative 4.89, let's see. Still too loud. Okay, let's try that one. Negative 8.15. Okay. Okay, so I reduced the duration of the title so that it didn't like disappear during the freeze frame. So I just randomly noticed that. Let's see if everything else works okay. Aibo and Dogi. Okay, so let's see how that sounds. So I say, let me introduce the crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Aibo, our expert guide, and Dogi, the man behind the wheel, keeping us on track. Okay, and then I'll say here maybe just to fill in the dead space. And last but not least, Dogi. So then from here, and last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel, keeping us on track. Speaking of the crew, here's my camera crew, my trusty Nikon Z9, and another Z9 I'm borrowing for this trip, courtesy of the team at Nikon Middle East Africa. I'm also using a Zhiyun. Okay, so then there's enough pause here that's probably a new sentence. I'm also borrowing a Nikon Zhiyun, a Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal. Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal. One second here. Okay. So from here, I feel like there's a little bit of dead space. Speaking of the crew, here's my camera crew. My trusty okay, so that's fine. Speaking of the crew, here's my camera crew, starting with the trusty. Speaking of, oh, I already said starting with. Okay, fine. Speaking of the crew, here's my camera crew, my trusty Nikon Z9, and another Z9 I'm borrowing for this trip, courtesy of the team at Nikon Middle East Africa. I'm also borrowing a Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal, thanks to Grand Stores. Plus, I have a nice, okay, and then here, I need to have a separate sentence because I don't want them thinking I'm borrowing all of this from them. So then here's, let's say plus my Insta360, okay? Plus my Insta360 X3, a GoPro, and DJI Mini 4 Pro, ensuring I capture every wild moment across Mongolia. Okay, so two things. One, I need to reduce the audio here for sure. And then I don't think the word ensuring sounds good. That sounds too like either too formal or like ChatGPT-ish, I think. Like, who says ensuring, you know what I mean? It's not like my common lexicon, so what would I say otherwise? Speaking of the crew, here's my camera crew, my trusty Nikon. And another Z9, okay. Plus my Insta360 X3, a GoPro. I don't even know what GoPro I was using. Let's check. Here it is. Oops. It was a GoPro 12 Black. Is that called a GoPro Hero 12 Black? GoPro Hero 12. Okay, yeah. So I might as well add that in. So my Insta360 X3, my GoPro, the GoPro, I'll say the GoPro Hero 12 in the DJI. All right, let's see how that fits all in here. Too soon. Plus my Insta360 X3, the GoPro Hero 12, and the DJI Mini 4 Pro, ensuring I capture every wild moment across Mongolia. Okay. And then I think I'll just change this up too. I think I just want to say basically so I never miss a shot. So basically, I'll never miss a shot. And that's good enough. And then here we pause for a bit. Then once we jump into the end. After filming my first double-humped camel encounter, we pushed on, eager to finally reach our host in the real start of our adventure. Yeah, no need to say Mongolian adventure, it's too long. I think I can cut maybe 1 or 2 words out if possible. After filming my first double-humped camel encounter, we continued. Yeah, because eager, that's another word that you don't really say in normal lexicon, I don't think. We pushed on to, we drove on to reach our host. Yeah, I think I'll just say that. We continued our drive. How about that? We continued our drive to reach our host and the real start of our adventure. Okay, let's time that. After filming my first double-humped camel encounter, we continued our drive to reach our host and the real start of our adventure. Cool. All right, so now we're ready to record that. So we're going to roll up our sleeves. Find the start here. No. Here. So what are the steps to do this properly? First, I'm going to turn off the fan behind me. Then we've got Adobe Audition opened up. Let's create a new project. New audio file. We'll call this Mongolia. Shoot, what did I call the other ones? My memory is not so good. Audio projects 2025 Mongolia vlog. Okay, we called it Mongolia episode 1 dash. And this is chapter 3. Mono, and then we're going to use the 32-bit float. Okay, so we got the script here. We got the recording. We've got this to follow along. I will leave you guys with the music playing as well, because I can't hear it anyway, so the mic won't pick it up. But that way, if my voice sounds really shitty in these recordings, you have some music to kind of wash it down, you know? Alright, I'm going to do it without the headphones. That seemed to work last time, because now I can hear myself more clearly. We'll have a better sense of my intonation and all that. And this is all very conversational, so I don't really need to hear the music in terms of timing it properly or hearing the key of the music and then thinking if my tone of voice has to change. So I don't think we have to take it that seriously for this section. It's more just for timing. Okay. Let me just play it through a bit because I think it needs to render these files a bit better. Alright, that's good. Alright, I hope you guys are ready. We are gonna crack on with chapter 3 voice recordings. We've got, what, 6 more chapters or so? And then that should be all of our voice recordings then. So then we can move on to the next step, just putting it all in its place. I know there's a lot of color grading still left to do and all that. But anyways, we're jumping ahead. Let's go ahead and do this. I'm gonna go here. Where's the record button? There it is. Okay. I don't know why I couldn't find it earlier. Maybe if I shrink this a bit. Oh, it's just barely there. Okay, I see you. I see you. And what we'll do is we're going to shrink this one a little bit. We'll give this a bit more space. Okay. Here we go. Testing 1 2 3. Recording button in. We'll start from back here. Studio live in 3 2. Let me introduce the crew. Let me introduce the crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef. Ibo, our expert guide. Listen, we're a little bit rusty today, okay? I swear we get these on our first tries every single time. Just... Alright, let's try that again. Allow me to introduce the crew. Or do I say, let me introduce the crew? Let me take a moment to introduce the crew. Okay, for whatever reason, I don't like this phrase, let me introduce the crew. So we'll say it that way. Let me take a moment to introduce the crew. My travel crew. Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota. Okay, nice, and then that fits in almost perfectly. Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Ibo, our expert guide, and last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel keeping us on track. Speaking of the crew, here's my camera crew, starting with my trusty Nikon Z9, and another Z9 I'm borrowing for this trip, courtesy of the team at Nikon Middle East and Africa. I'm also borrowing a Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal, thanks to Grand Stores, plus my Insta360 X3, the GoPro Hero 12, and the DJI Mini 4 Pro. So basically I'll never miss a shot. Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Ibo, our expert guide, and last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel keeping us on track. Speaking of the crew, here's my camera crew, my trusty Nikon Z9 and another Z9 I'm borrowing for this trip, courtesy of the team at Nikon Middle East and Africa. Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Ibo, our expert guide, and last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel keeping us on track. Speaking of the crew, here's my camera crew, my trusty Nikon Z9 and another Z9 I'm borrowing for this trip, courtesy of the team at Nikon Middle East and Africa. I'm also borrowing a Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal, thanks to Grand Stores, plus my Insta360 X3, the GoPro Hero 12, and the DJI Mini 4 Pro. So basically, I'll never miss a shot. After filming my first double-humped camel encounter, we continued our drive to reach our host and the real start of our adventure. Hello, Primal Nation! Oh, nice. Yes, good to see you on here. One of my... Actually, the very first Tier 1 subscriber to my channel. Today we also got... who was it? Formula Fortnite. Thank you very much for also subbing today. We're making strides, okay? We're doubling numbers. You know, those percentages are just going up. But yes, Primal... you'll see that I did spend some time off stream to put together some emotes, so hopefully you enjoy it. We're going to keep changing it up, by the way, so, you know, as we get some feedback, I don't know, right? This is my first time. Maybe some of the emotes, it's not that legible, or there might be better ones. You tell me. I accept all feedback and thoughts. But yes, we did spend some time to create some fun little emotes based on the wildlife photos that I have. So yes, hopefully you're enjoying it. We just started the stream not too long ago, like an hour. That's kind of funny to say that. It's been over an hour since I've been streaming, but it doesn't feel like that long ago, especially when we're doing 8-9 hour streams. So we kind of got a little bit of the silly chat out of the way, and we're just rolling up our streams. We're grinding right now. We're grinding. So I'm doing all the voice recordings. We're on chapter 3. If you've been listening, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your loss, because I've been failing at these voiceovers. I think the last one was not as bad. I'm going to do a couple more takes though, and then hopefully we can move on to the next chapter. But okay. But yes, thanks for being here, Primal. Yeah, just appreciated. Yo, 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 yes, and I kind of did this. There's probably a better strategy of like which of these emotes should be part of the free tier that everyone can access versus which ones are the ones that are like paywalled based on the tiers. I don't know. I figured just having a yo message, I'm pretty sure that's in the free tier, so then anyone can just say yo. But if you guys have better ideas or like what should be, like if you want me to do some free emotes so that everyone can contribute to it, by all means let me know. And then the other thing I have been saying is, look, for those of you who've been super consistent in like engaging with me and just being supportive, I do want to make sure I grandfather you all in somehow if Twitch and all these things allow for it. So because we're still on our early days, we're on day 19 of being a streamer. Okay, so every single one of you guys who supports me from day one until, let's call it like, I don't know, it could be anywhere up to like day 30 to day 60, right? I will definitely grandfather you guys into whatever is in store for us long term. So do not worry, I got you guys. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you all. Okay, I just warmed up my voice a little bit there, so I thank you for that, Primal. Let's get back to trying to record this properly. Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Aibo, our expert guide, and last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel keeping us on track. Speaking of the crew, here's now my camera crew, my trusty Nikon Z9 and another Z9 I'm borrowing for this trip, courtesy of the team at Nikon Middle East and Africa. I'm also borrowing a Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal thanks to Grand Stores, plus my Insta360 X3, the GoPro Hero 12, and the DJI Mini 4 Pro. So basically, I'll never miss a shot. After filming my first double-humped camel encounter, we continued our drive to reach our host and the real start of our adventure. After filming my very first double-humped camel encounter, we continued our drive to reach our host and the real start of our adventure. After filming my very first double-humped camel encounter, we continued our drive to reach our host and the real start of our adventure.
Maximum 10. Like 6-7 years, you know. So after that, they really.
Okay. Let's clean up that audio file and export it and do the normal stuff. But yeah, hopefully there's some good ones in there, you know? You can't ask for more than that. So what do we do? I usually will take a snippet of hopefully what is like the clean audio with no noise, and that becomes our noise print. But yes, also Primal, hope you are having a good day. I don't know what time zone you're in, but I appreciate you being here. Thank you. And same Garv, you know, I appreciate you were basically you were chatting in here. You're supporting me across all 3 streams. You're a real one for that. Okay, what am I doing here? I go to effects, go to noise reduction, capture noise print. Cool. Then we do Command A. Then we go back to effects, noise reduction, process, and apply. Cool. Next, we go to effects to filter and EQ, go to parametric equalizer and hit apply. By the way, I don't know what any of these words actually mean. I just kind of say it out loud and try to sound confident, but who really knows what a parametric equalizer is, you know? Psh. Not even. Okay, anyways. Amplitude and compression. And then we go to dynamics processing. Hit apply. I do know what the word apply means though, so we're not completely out of our depth here. And last but not least, we go to normalize, process, and hit apply. Cool. Then I'm gonna hit export. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Now we move on to step 3. We are going to enhance it even further with the Adobe Podcast. So again, shout out to, I'm just going to say Philip and Bonnie for that. I apologize if it was someone completely different who gave me this suggestion here, but yeah, anyways. Primarily said it's 9:15 a.m. Eastern Time. Okay. Sorry, I don't know, I'm so shocked by that. Or I guess I haven't been thinking about it. But that was part of the reason why I'm doing these streaming hours. Was that way I can hopefully hit people in the European region and the States, since, you know, the assumption is everyone speaks English there. So, you know, that should probably be my general audience. But yeah, welcome. Good morning. Guten morning, as whatever part of the EST you're in. Good morning to you. And it's a Thursday, so I'm assuming I don't know your age, but you might be off to work. Oh wait, you might have told me your age. Someone yesterday told me they were 36, and I forget if it was you, but either way, it's 7 p.m. Bonnie for you. Yeah, I think you said you're out in India, right? Or did you say Kerala? I could be wrong. But this is actually good for me, because I've always thought my memory is pretty bad. So this is like, by now being able to talk to you guys, because before you guys, like, I'm barely going out, guys. Like, my social life has completely gone down the drain ever since I decided to do what I'm doing and leave corporate and do all this kind of stuff. So besides hanging out with my OG friends that are still out here, that, you know, we'll catch up every once in a while, I'm not like going out to like meet new people and stuff. So it's kind of good to have people like you guys that I can talk to and just like test my memory and actually see if if I need some kind of health diagnosis. You are 36? Hells yes. Okay, my memory's not that bad. Upstate New York, nice. Yeah, whenever I come back to the States, I'll pop through New York. I still have some close friends out there, so I try to kind of say hi to them, hang out with them before I head off to see my family and that kind of stuff. Alright, where was I though? Okay, I'm on chapter 3, yes. I'm going to drag this guy in here. You live in the Rochester, New York area. I don't actually know what that means. The only thing I know about New York is, well, one, yes, you guys have New York City, New York, which has always been so bizarre. How do you guys get away with that? I don't know. Then within New York City, all I know is that there are, do you call them boroughs or districts? Boroughs. You've got the Manhattan district. Oh wait, why do I have the word bureau in my mind? Oh, is it borough? Am I thinking borough? Anyways, you guys have Manhattan, Brooklyn. That's all I know. There you go. Boroughs. Yeah. Okay. So okay, I was saying it wrong. I think I know how to spell it too. It's just borough, right? But I was thinking of like Federal Bureau. So you're way up there in New York, near Buffalo. Okay, I've heard of Buffalo County, Buffalo, New York City. Okay, Buffalo City, New York. If it's not clear, every day if you tune into the stream, you'll realize how quickly you'll realize that I'm very, very ignorant. I went to a good university. I had good grades, you know, throughout high school. University was a different matter, man. University was like one of those big, my God, did my confidence go down the drain during university? When it came to like my perception of my intelligence, it could not have been any worse than being in university. Because I had such smart friends, and I had friends who, like, we had this one friend who, he was the one everyone was trying to copy off of on every test. Because he was like a robot with his, you know, he's like a math major and economics and just, yeah. Anyways, man, I would be studying so hard, pulling all-nighters, which probably wasn't the best idea. So that is my fault. I definitely did procrastinate a lot. and I thought I could get away with it because I got away with it in high school. But damn, there's nothing that hits harder than if you felt like you studied really hard, you get your exam back, and not only did you get F'd in the exam, but like with whatever curve system that our university had, you get like F'd royally. But somehow I did, you know, I graduated, I did okay at the end of the day. But and then I found out afterwards everybody was cheating. Oh, it was like, holy Christ, like you just needed to basically you needed to be in a fraternity. Yeah, that was like the main thing. You're supposed to join a fraternity, because once you're in a fraternity, the older classmen would always pass down like their version of the exams when they were in that class. And like most likely the professors were lazy enough that like they would literally use the exact freaking exam, and so they would be able to pass it. And like I didn't know that. It was so unfair, so cruel, so unjust. Yeah, anyways. Projects 2025, Mongolia vlog. Here it is. Bureau. So I'm way up there in New York. Buffalo. It's like 2 hours from Rochester. Rochester. We are an upstate suburban farm area. Oh, cool. Big on food, music, art. The home to the Kodak Company and Eastman Theater. I mean, I know Kodak. Why does Eastman Theater sound so familiar? I'm not sure. But, okay, I didn't know. Big on food. What do you mean by big on food? Who isn't big on food? Let's be real. What kind of food are we talking about? What is Buffalo, New York known for food-wise? And don't tell me Buffalo Wild Wings or something. Chapter 3. Why can't I find this? Here it is. Okay, let me drop this guy in here. I think the last version I did was probably the best.
Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew.
So we're going to start from there. We'll drop this down. Okay. Primal, you said... Let me drink some iced coffee. Rochester, New York is known for what? Garbage plates? Okay, I thought you were trashing your own place, but then the fact that you capitalize that must mean it's like something real. So what are we talking about here? Garbage plates. We're gonna learn today about garbage plates. So it's a real thing. Okay. Thank you for capitalizing it. Otherwise I would have thought you were just hating on your own people. The garbage plate is an American dish consisting of, my God, this does look the most American. It looks so disgusting. I mean, I can understand now why they're calling it the garbage plate. You're proud of this. Am I getting that right? You're proud of this right here. This trash looking food. But it looks delicious, by the way. It's a dish with 2 hamburger rounds, mac salad. Ooh, I just had some macaroni yesterday. Mac and cheese, I mean. Refried beans. I'm not a fan of beans. Fries, I'm a huge fan of. I could be fries #1 fan, to be real. So I'm on that one. All on one plate. Then smother it with hot sauce, mustard, ketchup, and relish. It's like, do you guys serve this at like the baseball stadiums or something? Because you're just basically describing, yeah, baseball food. You can replace the beans with more fries. Okay, you got me sold. Let me look at this. So, okay, so the garbage plate. It's kind of a catchy name. I'm not gonna lie. but I don't think I've seen a more disgusting looking food, to be fair. You know what's the irony here, Primal? They sell it at bars, restaurants mostly. Okay. Okay, here's the big irony. This is supposed to be an all-American, kind of like representing an American dish, but I've never seen something look more British than this. And yes, I am shitting on British food right now, but like every time I go with my buddies to like a British pub, or even like the couple times I've been to London, I've not been a fan. I have not been a fan of the cuisine. It feels like it all looks like this. Yeah. Listen, I could be convinced otherwise, but British food so far to me I couldn't even name you what they are. It's like what, the fish and chips and like pies, but like not good pies. It was like, you know, it's just like these weird, ugly looking meat pies, soggy fries. For some reason, I kept getting like really soggy potato wedge style. And yeah, and like the coloring is always like this kind of coloring, man. So for such an American dish of hot dogs and hamburgers and stuff, it could not be less patriotic, let's just say. My God, this looks disgusting. Okay, I need to do some justice to British food. So before we completely trash on them, let's just see if they can redeem themselves. And lo and behold, they're just making themselves look worse. I swear to Christ. What the heck? This is exactly what I was talking about. Look at this. Look at this. Don't tell me this doesn't look so bland and disgusting. Just brown, and even the steak in the inside looks like it killed itself. The cow here just said, you know, kill me now kind of thing. Okay, this one looks a bit better though. Yeah, is this the best that British food has? Like this? Is this the #1 choice that pops up? Toad in the hole and other brilliant British food. These guys, this must be satire, right? Oh my God. It's so good. Oh, you're talking about yeah, sorry. Okay, let's see. Soggy fries. That's cow. That looks like bread. No, that is bread and cow. They wrapped a cow in bread, and yeah, it's not the most appealing. Yeah, this kind of stuff. I don't mind fish and chips. I love fish and chips, but for whatever reason, every time I get it, 9 out of 10 times, so not always, but the fries end up being very, very soggy. And I shouldn't be shitting on British people right now, right? I shouldn't be shitting on anyone, right? If I'm trying to grow as a channel, perhaps I should just be like, oh, I love every country's foods, you know? I mean, the food tastes good. Or I've never had issues with it, but I will say, as someone like me who's not picky with my food, I love everything. If I could have McDonald's every day, for sure I would. But the thing is, the way I kind of think to myself, where on my rankings is this cuisine? It just boils down to how often have I craved this food? Like how often, if I'm going to order some food or go to a restaurant, do I think like, oh yeah, you know what I'm craving right now? It's some toad in the hole. You know what? It's just been hitting me. You know, I get this once a month. I really am craving some toad in the hole. Yeah. So I don't really ever crave British food, and it could just be my own ignorance. It definitely is my own ignorance. Don't get me wrong, and I haven't tried enough. I'm not a fan of like mushy peas, right? So I don't eat a lot of these peas kind of stuff. I like sausages, sure. But yeah, look what I'm saying is it looks so bland. Like this is the photo you're putting as your thumbnail, and it's just like beans and eggs and just some plain toast. And this, really, you felt so proud of this that you stuck a flag on it to let people really know, like, you know, here's who you can thank for this beautiful cuisine, this beautiful dish. Okay, I'm shitting a bit too much. Garvey said, I forgot to say in 1 hour, I'm now packing my things. You're flying to Italy. Nice. I'll see you maybe 5 days, but not. I try to get the live and see you live. I'll try it. Oh, that's cool, man. Listen, safe travels to Italy. Are you visiting family or something? There's a vacation? You don't have to say, but well, thanks for telling me. I appreciate it. We will miss you if you are not available. But yes, safe travels to you. All right, I think I've made my point. Like, come on. I don't even have to make a point. I can just tell you to Google British food. I didn't try to bias it. I literally just put in British food. So you would assume the best should pop up. And so I could have just stayed silent and I could have just been scrolling here to let you guys see. Now, imagine. By the way, American food is not that much better. Or it's like American food, we don't really have ribs, which I do think is good, sure. Hamburgers, we're known for our fast food. That's like the main thing, right? But yeah, I don't think American cuisine, it's hard to even pinpoint what that is either. But I do love me some ribs, I guess. Now, let's try a different cuisine, like Japanese food. Now, this is too much, right? Obviously, they're going to crush it. Japanese food is like on another level. But like, look at this now. So without any bias, just typing in Japanese food. Garvey said, I tried to get for 1 hour, watch you live. Thank you, man. That's more than I could ask. So, but yes, I agree with Primal. Be safe and safe travels. Don't forget to pack, you know, whatever you need in your bag. All right, so look at the Japanese food. Oh, mochi. You know, who doesn't love some mochi? And like these little like what do you call these? Like the bento boxes, sushi. Everything just looks like you know, someone put some thought into this. They put a lot of love into what they made. Whereas like the British food, it feels like the dude was just pissed off at the world and just kind of slapped something together. Yeah, even this, which you could argue is similar to maybe one of the dishes we saw when we looked up British food, of like some kind of soggy looking soup thing, or bean, like the refried beans and whatever. But even this, at least the photo that they showed, it's nice. It's symmetrical. Everything feels like it's in its place. Why couldn't they have done that with the British food? Okay, anyways, we've taken too much of a distraction. Primal, you said, my friend went through Dubai once 10 years ago. It was some job he was enrolling called DuPont. I don't know if I've heard of that before, but I don't know much. 10 years ago, if he was in Dubai, there's so much has changed in 10 years. Every year in Dubai, it's like, it feels like 10 years in other cities, in other countries. They're rapidly developing everything. It's both good and bad, right? Crazy amount of construction. But yeah, Dubai is it's definitely grown on me as a place to live. In the beginning days, I was like, what's there to do in Dubai? I didn't move to Dubai to explore Dubai. I moved here to be on my own, but then also travel the world. And for that, it's like, I couldn't ask for a better place. You're like in the middle of 3 different continents. So, okay. I've been too distracted thinking about food. Let's look at this.
Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota.
Okay, so we'll start this a little bit later.
Bota. Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew. Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Ibo, our expert guide, and last but not least, Ibo, our expert guide, and last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel, keeping us on track.
Alright, I gotta turn down this even more. The shutter sound to like -11, let's say. Primal, you said he lived in South Africa originally. Oh, is he like Cape Town? Part of South Africa? Cape Town is a beautiful... Now, that was a really cool place. I really loved my time at Cape Town. I was just road tripping for, I think, like a week or 2. But not that... It didn't feel very safe there. I didn't get the impression that it's the safest place to wander around. I had one shady moment, and then another moment I was just solo driving around. I parked on the side of the highway to take some photos of some landscape. And then I had this like elderly couple, friendly couple, parked next to me and just to say hi and then tell me, you got to be careful. You should probably put all your bags inside the trunk, because someone might smash your window and pull stuff out while you're out here. I was like, damn. I mean, thank you for the advice, but if it's that dangerous that some friendly, couple feels obliged to see me parked on the side of like a mountain highway road, to tell me like to better protect my stuff, like put it in the trunk. So yikes.
Dogi. East. Dogi, the man behind the wheel keeping us on track. Let me take a moment to...
We're going to turn down a bit of the audio here.
Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew. Starting with Bota. Travel crew. Starting with Bota, our amazing chef. Ibo, our expert guide. Starting with Bota, our amazing chef. Ibo, our expert guide. And last but not least...
Okay, what am I doing here? So I need to reduce the volume, -3.26. We'll do that here. For consistency. And then I might still want to reduce the shutter sound. Let's see. Yeah, exactly, Primal. Just dang. He says, Weltevreden, Western Cape, South Africa. Okay, I don't think I've been there. I did the usual Cape Town kind of drive. I went down the coast to where those penguins are. Saw some ostriches. Saw some cheetah reservation, I guess. And then drove around, went to Lions Head, did some hikes. Yeah, even that. This is beautiful. You know what? Let me just quickly show you, because I should have it in my my photo somewhere. We're entering into travel talk. I need to create some overlays where, when I'm editing videos, I should have an overlay that says video editing mode. And then if we jump to photo, it should be photo mode. If we're doing travel talk, same thing, That will be in the future. We'll figure that out. Okay, I wanted to see if I can quickly find... South Africa. Was it around here? So this was Portugal, Turkey. Oh, yeah, here we go. Okay. So I forget the name of this spot here, but it was a really cool location. Let me just see if I can find. Yeah, so I don't have the photo on my PC right now, but basically it was this beautiful view. You do this hike up, I think it's called Lion's Head, yeah. And even this hike, people were warning me, and online there's warnings about hey, if you do this hike, because you normally want to start early in the morning, while it's still dark, so then when sunrise kicks in you'll have a nice view. So that's basically what I did. But there's all these warnings yo, especially if you're doing this alone, you maybe shouldn't do it, because someone might rob you. Of all things, yo, on this nature hike, you shouldn't do it on your own. I ended up doing it on my own, but yeah, even to go here, there's warnings to be careful. So that was again very ominous. It's such a shame, because at least in the Cape Town area, it's so stunning. You have these crazy mountains, all along the towards the coast everywhere. But when you're on the highway or when you're on the road driving around the city, you basically are driving around this cool little, it's called Tabletop Mountain, I think. Table Mountain. And so you're just kind of doing this drive with this always in the, you know, within the view. And then you'll see like this kind of fog everywhere. Like there's like rolling clouds going up, like, you know, rolling up the side of the mountain, curving up to the top and going over. So it's just such a cool view. Beautiful place. But yeah, apparently not the safest. So. All right, with all of that, let's just jump back to this. Okay, so this is version 1.
Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Ibo, our...
All right, let's try which version? Let's try version 2 towards the end there. Oh wait, no.
Brave and strong.
Yeah.
travel crew, starting with Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Ibo, our expert guide.
Oh. Uh-oh. Da Vinci Resolve quit unexpectedly. Why? Why would you do that? Alright, well that was unexpected. Well, let's go ahead and open it back up and hope for the best. And this is why I always, well, I haven't done it recently, but this is why I was like, okay, I need to duplicate the timelines just in case something crashes and I lose all the work that I did. Let's see if I lost anything here.
Crew, starting with Bota, our...
Okay, looks like we didn't lose anything. Just need to replace this and listen to it again.
Let me take a moment. Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Ibo, our expert guide, and last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel keeping us on track. And last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel keeping us on track. Dogi.
Actually, no, I think it's fine there, but I just need to turn down the shutter sound a bit. So let's try negative, close to negative 15. I'll listen to it again. Primal energy drink time. Jesus, I can't say that. I'm assuming because you got primal in your name, are you drinking that one, the one called Prime? Which I heard is garbage, but I personally have never tried it.
Starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Ibo, our expert guide, and last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel keep...
Nos. Oh, you're one of the Nos drinkers. Okay. What was I? Okay, this will also date me, but listen, I'm just a few years younger than you, okay? Did you ever have a drink called Balls? Bowls? Go get your drink, but if you come back and you see that, let me know if that rings a bell. Okay. Hells yeah, yep. Man, I was a Balls drinker, okay? I loved drinking some Balls. They were... And I think the bottle looked really cool too, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, let's go down a trip down memory lane. Balls drink. Yes, yes. Oh my God, they still sell these? No shot. Okay, I just found my new company I want to sponsor me. That I want to sponsor me. Okay, so basically move over Mason Perrier. I want my OG balls to sponsor me now. Are they under any controversy? Is it super unhealthy? It was created in 1996. My God, I can't believe. Are they still around? It was the natural flavor of the Amazonian guarana berry, packaged in a unique cobalt blue bottle. Yep, that's the one I remember. It was well received by gamers. Oh, damn. The soda's name has an unclear provenance, and as of July 2023, it's still sold alongside 6 other flavors. Okay, okay. Oh man. Oh dude, I miss this a lot actually. Primal, you said, how about cocaine? I mean, wasn't that basically this bottle right here? Wasn't this cocaine in liquid form? Although maybe that was more for oh yeah, NOS. Oh, you're talking about NOS maybe? Or I guess the typical monster drinks and stuff like that. Eschewing the health benefit claims of other energy drinks of the time, instead focus on just being a soft drink with lots of caffeine. I didn't know this was a thing. Wow. It was the official soft drink of the Cyber Athlete Professional League, and it's been the official energy drink for the National Professional Paintball League. Mercedes-Benz, okay. Well, let me know. Can I order this in Dubai? Looks like I can order it through desertcart.ae, but I don't know if it's kind of like desertcart.ae is like the, well, how would you say this? It's like a wannabe Amazon, right? So it's like a cheaper, a bit shadier, not a bit, the shadier version of Amazon. But I think it is reputable. Like I think I have purchased stuff from them. But if it's not on Amazon, I kind of take a step back from it. It is on Amazon.com, but I need it on Amazon.ae. Okay, how much? Let's say if I did buy it from here. What are we looking at? It's a pack of 4. For how much? What? Okay, wait. Oh, okay. Maybe that's because all this combined. Okay, fair. Currently out of stock. Nice. It's like 20 to 30 bucks for 4 of these. That's insane. That's out of this world. Christ. Okay, well, we looked. Primal, you said, yeah, cocaine energy drink. Oh, you were being serious. There's something called cocaine. Okay. I just opened it up. Nah, I'm not about that. For whatever reason, I think like the name balls is cool. The name cocaine, it just sounds too like in your face, which is kind of funny to say right after the phrase "I like balls," but cocaine is too in your face. But the balls, BAWLS, I felt like it hit a moment. It worked when it came out, and it's a play on words in different ways. Just to call something cocaine, I don't know. That's a little too much. Too much for me. Their rivals were Red Bull and Rockstar. Okay. Balls is greater than cocaine in your face. Yeah, exactly. I'm recognizing what I'm saying here, and that's why I'm laughing. But yeah, as someone who likes balls, I love the taste of balls. Cocaine is a little too in your face. Yeah, I know it's supposed to be in your face, but it's a bit too much. So, anywho, where were we? Let's get back to business, shall we? But if balls actually sold to Dubai, I'd be strongly considering buying a whole pack, just for nostalgia, even if it turns out to be super unhealthy.
Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Ibo, our expert guide, and last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel keeping us on track. Dogi, the man, and last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel keeping us on track.
Okay, I like that version for some reason more than the first one. So I think I'll replace. Let's go ahead and grab these guys. Okay, let me blow my nose again. Still congested. It's so annoying, but hopefully it's not coming across in the voice recordings at the very least. 1 second.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Welcome back to my channel.
Yes, welcome back. Welcome back. I felt like that was a little too loud, right? Maybe that's what I thought.
Welcome back to my channel, where we share the best of the world.
Okay, I'm going to turn it down a tad. Let's try again.
Welcome back to my channel, where we share the best of the world with the rest of the world. We've traveled to one of the most remote places on Earth to experience the extraordinary life. Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Ibo, our expert guide.
Primal, you said, well, I found my future National Geographic's documentaries. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's probably, anytime I get someone to say, like, in the comments of, like, anything I've done, like, photos or videos, when they say, like, oh my god, this is, like, a National Geographic's. That's, like, probably the highest praise someone like me can get in terms of, like, you know, if you're doing wildlife photography or wildlife videography stuff or travel stuff too, I guess, in general. So that is definitely what we aspire to be, is to be National Geographic level, right? To get noticed by National Geographic would be like definitely like, then it's like, man, I've made it kind of thing. Primal, he said, my sister was once selected to be in the National Geographic. Damn, okay. Is she like a... Yeah, what does she do? Was it for photography, or was it like for research stuff, or like traveling? I'm curious. But that's really cool, man. It's high praise. All right, let's listen to the second version here.
Speaking of the crew, here's my camera crew, my trusty Nikon Z9, and another Z9 I'm borrowing for this trip, courtesy of the team at Nikon Middle East and Africa. I'm also borrowing a Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal.
Okay, super loud. That's what I need to change. You said it was for photography. This was in 2008. Oh, that's cool, man. Damn. She must be a really good photographer then. Do you know what the photo was for? Was she selected, like her photo was selected to be part of like their magazine or something, or like whatever contest they got?
Chef.
I need to keep the music tone down, actually. Why is that so loud?
Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota, our Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew. Let me take
Primally said, I think her photography was praised for herself to travel with them. Was praised for herself. I'm not following you perfectly, but it sounds like she actually got to travel with like a Nat Geo crew. Man, that's awesome. That's like...
Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Ibo, our expert guide, and last but
What was that?
Ibo, our expert guide,
Oh, okay.
and last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel keeping us on track. Speaking of the crew, here's now. And last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel.
Okay, let's try -17. And then let's figure out where I stopped talking. So roughly... What did I say? -17? Okay. Primal, you said... I think her photography was praised for herself to travel with them. It was an opportunity for her, but she didn't take it. Damn, dude. If you're so good, you can turn down National Geographic. That's really saying something. So that's almost like as good to put on your resume. So let's say she did go with National Geographic. Obviously now she should be touting that everywhere on her profile. It's like, you know, National Geographic, blah, blah, blah. But if you turn them down as well, you should also be able, you should be allowed to be able to then say, Nat Geo worthy, or I turned down Nat Geo kind of. There's got to be a way to phrase something where you're qualified enough to have been a part of them. You just chose not to do it. That's really badass. She was angling to do weddings and maternity. That's kind of, that's quite a different, going from Nat Geo to weddings. So yeah.
Us on track. Speaking of the crew, here's now my camera crew, my trusty Nikon Z9 and another Z9 I'm borrowing for this trip, courtesy of the team at Nikon Middle East and Africa. I'm also borrowing a Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal thanks to Grand Stores, plus my Insta360 X3, the GoPro Hero 12, and the DJI Mini 4 Pro. So basically, I'll never miss a shot.
Okay, so then here the volume picks back up, but I think I want it to pick up a little bit later. So let's just
Mini 4 Pro. So basically, I'll never miss a shot. After filming my first
Okay, now let's listen to these sections here.
After filming my very
Ooh, that was a pop there.
After filming
That sucks. Well, let's see. Can I fix it? Is it literally just a matter of reducing the volume?
After filming my very
It is. Okay. But let's see if we have a better version real quick.
After filming
Okay, they're all like that. Okay, fine.
After filming my very first double-humped camel encounter, we continued our drive to reach our host and the real start of our adventure.
Okay, it's clean, but I do need to drop the volume because it pops. So how much do we drop it by?
After filming my very first double-humped camel encounter, we continued our drive to reach our host and the real start of our adventure.
이거
Max,
Cool, cool. I like it. All right, let's listen to it start to finish. Idora, why did she turn that down? Exactly, you know, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's how confident she is in like her skills. I can only imagine. Primal, your sister must be a boss then with her photography. Yeah, to be able to say I turned down Nat Geo. And Primal, what's the pop you hear? Oh yeah, I am curious if you guys can hear it from your end. I can hear it from mine. So let me redo this real quick so you guys can hear. Yo, Sora! Thank you very much for saying my name in such a cool way. Yes. Welcome. We are on day 19. Good to see you again. I have created some emotes, by the way, so feel free because you're on Twitch. I think 2 of them, we'll create some more, but I think 2 of them are in the everyone can use it category, and then there's a bunch that I created in the tier 1s or whatever. But yes, we're making strides on being a good streamer. So 12 more days and it'll be your first month. Yes. So I don't know if you were here, Sora, when I was mentioning this, but I do feel strongly, as I have the time, and hopefully if I can edit it properly, I would like to be able to make a video after the first month of streaming, where I would like to make a video about, you know, my first month of streaming. So and like kind of showing everything, like time lapses, showing all the things. It'll be somewhat of like a guide of like, as someone who doesn't know the first thing about streaming, here's how I was able to do this and this. Here's all the milestones we hit, how much fun we had, and then what's to come next and all that fun stuff. So I figure it'd be a good video to make anyways, as a good advertisement or promotion for my YouTube channel, and maybe it will be insightful to whomever. You know, if you're starting out for the first time and you're like, oh, okay, I do want to multi-stream, but what does that actually mean? And this dude is making a video about it, and he's like saying, hey, listen to me, because I didn't know the first thing about it. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, 12 more days, and then we'll be able to think about
After
if the video makes sense. Primal, let me show you what I was talking about. And I am curious if you guys can hear this. So when I say pop, it was just like in my headphones, I can hear in the very first word that I say here, it's like there's like a pop sound because it's too loud. So it goes above the 0 decibel mark here.
After filming my
Right there. Let me mute the soundtrack. Okay, let's try again. Do you hear that?
After filming my
It's just like a very, very high pitched pop, and it's easily fixed. So I just needed to reduce the soundtrack by like a few decibel points apparently, and it's gone. So let me unmute. DJ Yobi. I think what was my DJ name? There was a time, you know, everyone goes to this, right? You're like, oh, what would be my DJ name? I don't think it was that though. Okay, what did I do? I think I dropped it by. Okay.
After filming my
Still a little bit.
After filming my
And the other way to fix it, I guess, is I just hyper focus on that first phrase and then just drop the. I'll create like 2 keyframes surrounding it and then a keyframe in the middle, and I can just kind of drop it down manually just for that word or that.
After filming my very first double humped camel.
But I swear, I'm still hearing it now. Now that I turned off all the other soundtrack stuff, I'm still hearing a pop. So unfortunately, that might just mean when I recorded it. This is why we need a new mic, okay? So I do think I'm going to buy that Electro Voice RE20, but it's like $500, $600, so you know, we'll convince ourselves. Adora Park, what's your process for learning new shit? These days, it's like ChatGPT becomes a part of that process. And then YouTube videos. But I am very much a practical learner, so I need, like, I'm not the type who can just pick up a book and read about learning something and then it's like processed properly. I do need to just have practice with something. So even if I'm learning about like, hey, how do I make this transition effect? Then I need an example of a video that I want to apply that transition effect to. So I'll just try to learn based on whatever I have and that I want to create. And then during that creation process, I'll just think about what I'm trying to learn. So for instance, obviously I knew I want to make my next video on Mongolia. So then the question is like, how do I learn new shits during this? Well, I want to do a little bit of like transition stuff. So then this will be the time for me to test out different transitions. We did the whole thing in the beginning where I was like, okay, for the trailer, I wanted everything to have a certain look and feel. So then we were testing that for the first time. And now we did learn something, which is like, this was a good thing to do. So then I'll do this going forward. Sound effects, everything. Yeah, so it's like I just need a real example or a real problem in my like actual life. And then that's the only real way that I can learn new shit. So in this case, for instance, I won't like go out of my way to learn everything about, it's like I won't watch a YouTube video or take a class about everything you need to know about audio mixing in DaVinci, because that's going to go over my head. But while I'm making this video, and let's say if I heard this pop for the first time, then I might be like, shoot, I don't know how to fix this. Then I'll go to ChatGPT or watch a YouTube video, and then, because that is what I've done in the past. That's where I first learned about these little keyframes and how you can literally click on this and drag it down. Or there are sometimes different effects you can apply in Fairlight. But yeah, that's the only way I can learn. What's your process for learning? Yep, same here. I just have to hop in. Are you a tinkerer? Tinkerer. Am I a tinkerer? Like a physical tinkerer? No. Unless tinkerer sounds too much like someone who pisses. No. Tinkler. A tinkerer. I tinker away, sure. As in like I do a lot of trial and error. But yeah. If you're saying tinker as someone like who's like good with their hands and can like create random stuff like that, not like in the physical sense, no. Okay, but one thing I want to check, because I think I'm hearing the pop still.
After filming my very
Okay, no, it's fine there, I think.
After filming my very first double-humped camel encounter, we continued our drive to reach our host and the real start of our adventure.
Okay. Okay, it's all right. It's all right. Crisis averted. Let's unmute these guys. Yeah, Idori said you just find the pain points to figure out the quickest way to get from A to B. Yeah. And I mean, this is why I was like, yeah, same thing. I'm not like a book smart kind of guy. It is very much just, I'm a muscle memory kind of guy. So I just need a practice makes perfect type thing. Did I turn everything off? Soundtrack, that's it, okay. All right, let's listen to it again.
After filming my very first double-humped camel encounter, we continued our drive to reach our host and the real start of our adventure.
And then I'll turn down this one because it's just wind.
After filming my very first double-humped camel encounter, we continued our drive to reach our host and the real start of our adventure.
Maximum 10, like 6-7 years ago.
And that's so loud, so loud. Let's just drop it back to neutral.
Maximum 10, like 6-7 years ago. So after that, they released the eagle to the round for breeding.
Otherwise,
They're like humans, you know.
Okay, so then this is where we'll insert our next recording. Idora, you said, were you tech savvy growing up too? Or growing up? Definitely not. Was I tech savvy? Yeah, I don't even know what tech savvy during my childhood would mean. Because, like, I was, like, back in the day, like, yeah, I could handle a PC. I used to play PC games. I had a Game Boy Color, you know, PlayStation, whatever, at different points in my life. So, like, I'm aware of tech stuff, and I was a gamer, I was nerdy. But was I, like, tech savvy in terms of, like, do I know how to code this or that? The proudest moment of my childhood with, like, quote-unquote tech kind of coding stuff. Do you guys remember the days of MySpace? Is myspace.com even still like active or running? Yo, Philip, good to see you. Philip, were you the one who recommended I should try out Adobe Podcast? Because if it wasn't you, I've been falsely attributing that to you. So I've been shouting you out every day. It was you. Okay. Cool. Thank you very much. I need to give you extra wild coins or the loyalty points for that one. Though it's been really good. So we've been using this for everything. I grew up in a perfect time to be a computer nerd. All my friends from back then are tech company rich. Yeah. Actually, no, my buddies are all VC and hedge fund rich. Hedge funds? Yeah, I think so. My university, everyone either went down the consultant route or you went down the investment banking route. And I went down a third route. But I'm happy with where I ended up. But yeah, these other guys went down the get real paid real quick route. My sister probably turned it down for her mission on photography, as their business revolves around moments and memories. That's cool. Just capturing those kind of moments. If it was me, I would take the National Geographic if I went the photography route. Yeah. Listen, to each their own. And it clearly sounds like your sister has her head screwed on straight. Like she clearly has a vision, and that like a lot of people don't have that, right? So a lot of people would just jump on the opportunity for Nat Geo because of the name, like the branding and all that. And for her to have a clear vision or passion of like a direction already, that's super rare. So good on her. Philip, you said, but I tried cheating the phone company. We did freaking and all that. What the heck is freaking? But I got a bill from when I downloaded a whole night from USA, and my mom put a stop on all that. What is a whole night from USA? You're losing me here. Freaking and whole night from USA. 6 months without a computer? Damn, that sucks. No, what I was talking about was MySpace. MySpace. Is MySpace still around? Oh, speaking of photographers, Tom. Yeah. Where's Tom, Primal? Dude, Tom, that's a guy I wish I could emulate, right? Talk about a celebrity, or, you know, like literally at the time, he was the guy. He created MySpace. For him to like disappear off the map, and then like later, you know, I think he had an Instagram channel. And you're seeing him, he just travels the world. He picked up photography. His photography is like excellent, right? So that's the way to go, man. Just get out of the limelight, enjoy your earnings. I'm just surprised MySpace is still around. Damn. Huh, I want to check something real quick. I was trying to check if my MySpace page was still available, but it looks like whoever runs MySpace now, they like cleaned house. But yeah, so MySpace, that was when I was the most proud of any quote-unquote coding I ever did. Like I spent so much time customizing everything on my MySpace page. When it opened up, like fancy little things would pop in and out. I was so proud of it. It's so silly. But yeah, anyways, back in the 90s, no wait, freaking is when we hacked phone lines. Why would you hack phone lines? Oh, back then it was modem, so time online would be expensive. So a whole night's download meant a phone call from Sweden to USA the whole night. Damn. Back in the 90s, not cheap. We were poor. My phone bill meant no nice food for the rest of the month. Jesus, yeah. You grew up, Idora, you grew up around computers? Yeah, I mean, these days I am curious what it must be like to grow up around AI, right? Like, what are the new gen saying about that? But, Philip, that sounds like, you know what? Yeah, I didn't grow up rich by any means. We were kind of in the lower, very, very lower end of middle class, if that. Basically, we always grew up feeling like we were on the edge of like bankruptcy. That's just like the feeling I always felt as a kid. But we grew up in Arizona. We grew up in the States. It's like, you know, compared to the rest of the world, it's, you know, everything's relative, I guess. But I do think it's kind of good to grow up without much, you know, like if you're growing up without like, you know, everyone's different, right? But like if you have challenges in your life that are hopefully overcomable, what do you say? I was gonna say overcomable, but I don't think that's a word. But sometimes having adversity can be a good thing. Because yeah, like in your case, Philip, the fact that you had to find creative outlets or ways to kind of get around different challenges that you're facing, it's like a very, very what's the word that I'm thinking of? It teaches you to adapt, right? And this, I think one of the coolest things that not coolest things, but one of the discoveries when you travel a lot, especially to like developing countries or third world countries or whatever you want to say, is like when you meet the hustlers, when you meet those people who are selling things on the street and they're like, they won't leave you be or whatever. I like see all those people, and obviously some of them cross a line and it's like, then it gets a little bit bad, like if they're crossing boundaries physically or trying to scam you. But regardless, like when you see how confident they are when they schmooze up to you, they speak different languages, they're like salespeople, right? And they're like, they just learn it out of, you know, the need to survive, as opposed to, you know, being at a corporate job and like having to learn sales that way. They're like naturals at being very smooth talkers, having the confidence for it, speaking multiple languages, adapting to the environment. It's like, man, these are the kind of people you probably would want to hire for your company in terms of just like the ability to survive. So I grew up around computers, Adora, Primal, the days when AOL would scream at you through the phone. Yep. Yeah, those are the days. Philip, so we hacked phone lines to be able to be online for free. So I finally got what you were saying in terms of like the modem, or like that was how you get the internet back then. Adora, I learned some HTML. My sister's boyfriend is a programmer, so his nerdiness rubbed off on you. Nice. Played around in Photoshop and GIMP. What the heck is GIMP? Philip, we hacked my high school's network and stole everyone's passwords and got caught changing grades. God dang, dude. You made the fatal sin of getting caught. So stole everyone's passwords. Jeez, man. Remind me not to piss you off, Philip. Primal, I need to learn more languages. I'm still learning Spanish. That's good, man. I only know, you know, English and a bit of Korean, so GIMP was like JPEGs, I think, if I remember. Well, that's such a tragic name. GIMP. Okay, let's try to be productive simultaneously here. So let me get to the next part of the script. Ardok the Eagle Hunter. GIMP is an open source version of Photoshop. Philip, yeah, but we didn't get caught with the passwords, and it was for everyone's emails and stuff. That's wild times. So basically, Philip, if you ever send me a link in the chat, don't take offense if I scrub through it real quick before I ever click on it, okay? But thank you for letting me know. So if you do end up hacking me, basically it's my own fault because you gave me every warning that it could happen.
Yeah, they need to breathe.
All right, so here we're gonna do this part of the script. We finally arrived at our destination and met Ardok, the heart of the trip. Ardok is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan was to go on adventures with Ardok to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and prepared for tomorrow's adventure. Let me check that last part, because I think I tweaked something there.
Yeah.
And Christ, that's loud.
Five finger Kazakh meal, you know.
When you say five, as in you use our hands, or
Five finger means like, you know,
fingers.
it's five fingers. You know.
If you really hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
yeah. What kind of meat is this?
It's
What kind of meat is this?
It's
Yeah. What kind of meat is this?
it's
Okay, now we're good. He doesn't need. Dory said he doesn't need to hack you. He has an 8-hour live feed of you every day. Yeah, that's pretty true. I will do my best not to quote unquote dox myself, but I'm always not too. I'm like, I shouldn't be too concerned about doxing because, like, man, I live in Dubai. What are you gonna do? I will try my best not to piss people off for sure, unless it's warranted. But not much people can do. Not that I want to challenge people to try. But yeah, with 8-hour live stream, I did think about that. If you're putting yourself out there, but I mean, the thing is, I already have a YouTube channel. I'm already doing voiceovers, but it's like, if you're speaking every day, at some point people can create like the AI voice of yourself and everything else. Although I have heard about the donation thing, right? Is it TTL, where you can like do different voices. So I do want to play around with those kind of things. I need to keep encouraging people to donate money, you know, to do those super chats, or I don't know what the equivalent is on Twitch and stuff, but I need to make sure to set all that up. Philip, Yobel will give me anything I need by just asking. Yeah. Because I'm quote unquote helping. The 5-finger discount, Philip, is the only 5 fingers I know. Yeah, equals theft. Yeah. The 5-finger death punch. Yeah. But apparently the 5-finger thing is like not necessarily a Mongolian thing. I think it's just a Muslim thing. Because like I was saying this before, but when I met some Emirati people out here in Dubai and they treated me to a feast out in the desert, it's the same concept where you just dig it. You have to use your right hand, I guess, religiously. There's something about the left hand is not clean, maybe. So you use your right hand, you just dig in, and that's how you eat. And I think that I say you guys, but I think India does that too, right? I think India's maybe you use your hands to eat. So I think it's a religious thing, maybe. Philip, you said the 5-finger butt punch? Man, okay, keep that to yourself. The 5-finger butt wipe with one hand, eat with the other. You know, it's the American version for me was when you eat chicken wings. The day I discovered the secret to eating chicken wings with one hand, oh man, that was game changer. Because then you like take the butt of the chicken, you push the meat off the bone, like rip it off the bone, then you literally just in one fell swoop eat the entire portion of the chicken wing, and then that leaves your other hand free for your beer. That was the thing. So you have your chicken and beer. But yeah, you you keep your butt wiping hand separate from your food eating hand. But like, not even kidding. That is, I guess the thing. So
Yeah. What kind of meat is this?
it's
okay. So now that we have that section, and is that all of it for chapter 4? Yes, it is. Let's go ahead and record this now. Dun, 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 dun. So let's go to Adobe Audition. We'll go to New File. Mongolia, Episode 1, Chapter 4. Dun, 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 dun. Hard to wipe with my non-dominant hand. What if you have no hands? Listen, once we get into territory of like, you know, if you're missing body parts and stuff, I'm always amazed. I just saw a crazy video. Someone in, like, let's call it MIT, just as a safe bet, but one of those fancy universities, someone created this for people who can't move. Yeah, so imagine if you have no hands. It was like this kind of sensor pad that you stick in the roof of your mouth, and then so you would use your tongue as like a mouse pad or like a sensor, pad, a track pad. And he was showing, like, literally, he was showing no hands, and like he was able to like type messages and go browse on his computer and all that kind of stuff. It was crazy. It seemed very fast. It could have been a trick, but at least what I was watching, I was like, damn, that's actually really cool. So yeah, technology is amazing. That's old tech, what I just described. Damn, I'm behind on the times too. All right, so what am I doing here? I need to rewind. We're gonna hop over to this section. I'll take the headphones off. I probably will blow my nose one more time, so let's go enjoy this real quick.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Welcome back to my channel.
Okay. Also, I found my cats, or I found one of them. This is the first time on my, day 19 of streaming. This is the first time neither of my cats have graced us with their presence. I have no idea what's happening. I don't know if you can see. Yeah, you guys can't see, but one of them is just chilling on my bed. There's like a bit of sunlight cutting through right on that portion of the bed. So Nala is enjoying her sunbathing. And then Kimbap, what the heck, man? He's always like right here. He's always old faithful, reliable. And he's gone. So anyways, today's a new day. What can you say? No headphones, check. New audio file, check. Script here, check. Let's jump to the right section here. And we got a message from Avatar Girl on Kick. Hey, I see real potential in your stream. With Kick's new metrics and KCIP, now's the perfect time to grow. I work with a network helping streamers like you level up. Let's connect on Discord. I appreciate the offer, Avatar Girl. But we are just, what's the term for this? Raw dogging this one, but that's a little too crude. But we're just raw dogging our way through this, okay? So I appreciate the offer. I believe you're spam, as I've been told, but we're doing our best to just kind of roll with it, do it naturally, you know? Okay, so everything is set up. One of my hard drives is whirring at me, so hopefully that won't be caught in the audio. Testing. Are we ready for this? Yes, we are. Here we go. Let's hit record.
Maximum 10.
Like 6-7 years, so after that they release the eagle to the wild for breeding. Breeding underground from the
We finally arrived at our destination and met Arduk, the heart of the trip. Arduk is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan was to go on adventures with Arduk to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and prepared for tomorrow's adventure.
When you say five, as in you use our hands, or
5 finger means like
Okay, let's do it again.
breeding.
We finally arrived at our destination and met Arduk, the heart of the trip. Arduk is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. Okay, unfortunately my cat started making noise over there. Nala, what are you doing? You wanna come here? You wanna come here, Nala? I'm gonna grab my cat because she's making too much noise right now, so I'd rather control her. We have captured the one and only Nala. Good girl. Okay, so I'm going to try to kind of keep her here for now. That's one way to make sure she doesn't make noise. Let's do this again. Here we go. Squad, yes, yes. Philip, when I broke my hands and had to wash my butt. What? Okay, now Kimbap is making noise, so I'm trying to wait for them to kind of relax. Yes, Kimbap. Good boy. There he comes. There he is. What a good boy. What a good lad. Yes. Squad, we here. Yeah, Adora, I need to make an emote with my cats, but I figured maybe that could either be the free emotes or that might be the tier 3 ones, you know? It's like if you want to use my cat's likeness, that's got to be paid. Because that pays for my cat food. So, there you go. Good girl. Okay, chill here for a bit. What about you, buddy? Good boy. Philip, you said, I was asking people who can help me. Nobody wanted. Helping with your business, dude? That's between you and your god. And your hands. And your skibbity toilet. Okay, let's do some more recordings. I'm gonna let Nala go, though. But I just hope she doesn't go making noise. Come on. Here we go. No more monkeying around. Let's get this business done. So we're gonna hit this one, hit record. We finally arrived at our destination and met Arctic, the heart of the trip. Arctic is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan was to go on adventures with Arctic to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and prepared for tomorrow's adventure.
5-finger Kazakh meal, you know.
When you say 5, as in
We finally arrived at our destination and met Arctic, the heart of the trip. Arctic is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan was to go on adventures with Arctic to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and prepared for tomorrow's adventures.
5-finger Kazakh meal, you know.
when you say
Alright, my cat is eating food right now and chomping away, so I'm going to give it a few seconds. Hopefully she'll finish. It's like surprising what the mic can actually pick up. So we're just aiming for the cleanest audio possible. So we'll hopefully be able to do that once she's gone. Now, Adora, the one that you used, what was it? What do I type in the Twitch chat? I type in... I'll just do this one. Sup, bro. She's still chomping away. Come on, come on. Okay, well, let me explain. So I'm kind of speaking somewhat in the middle in terms of being presentation mode and conversational. I still haven't mastered speaking completely conversationally in these recordings. It's just, yeah, it hasn't really come easily for me to figure out how do I say this like I'm not talking to a script, but I'm talking to like, you know, a real person I'm chatting with. Nor do I know if that's like, I don't actually know if that's the right approach with how I should be doing it. But yeah, we can try. We'll try maybe 2 more recordings. I'll try one of them being as conversational as possible. Idori is saying change your intonation. Yeah. Can you elaborate a bit more? In what way? Are you saying I should change my intonation to be more presentation focused? So like, we finally arrived at our destination and met Ardek. Or do you mean change my intonation to be more like informal, like talking, like I'm talking to chat kind of thing? Okay, my cat's done, so we can try both. So here we go.
Who is the eagle to the round reading?
We finally arrived at our destination and met Ardek, the heart of the trip. Ardek is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan is to go on adventures with Ardek to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and prepared for tomorrow's adventures.
Kazakh meal, you know.
When you say 5, as in you
So we finally arrived at our destination and met Ardek. He's the heart of the trip. Ardek is a Mongolian eagle hunter, so he comes from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in that part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan is to go on adventures with Ardek to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and prepared for tomorrow's adventures.
5-finger Kazakh.
Yeah, doing the whole like conversational thing, it's almost like impossible unless because the thing is I'm like going off of a script, and so it's tough for me. 1 second, I'm still recording here. Okay, it's a little bit tough for me to act like I'm talking to a friend when I'm also like reading the script at the same time. So like if I memorize the script, maybe that would be more helpful, but then that's also a lot more work. Or if I can somehow, yeah, it's like hard for me to kind of combine the two. Because like the script is not 100% like how I would normally talk, right? So I would have a lot more filler words if I'm talking to my friends. I'd be rambling more. Yeah. Whereas this one, clearly I'm trying to remove all the filler words, and it's like very succinct and to the point. So yeah, I think we'll keep trying to be somewhat presentable, or like do presentation mode, but I'll try my best to sound friendly while I'm doing it. I think that's the best I can really achieve. So, all right, we'll do another, maybe 1 or 2. Here we go. Clearing throats.
Reading.
So we finally arrived at our destination and met Ardek, the heart of the trip. Ardek is a Mongolian eagle hunter, and he comes from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan is to go on adventures with Arctic to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and a lot of carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and we prepared for
Five-finger
tomorrow's
Kazakh meal,
adventures.
you know.
When you say five, as in you use our hands, or
Five-finger means like, you know, it's 5 fingers, you know.
If you really hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
yeah.
Okay. I think the last one was decent. I think. As long as I didn't pick up some random noise when I was talking, because I was like doing a bit more random gestures, and hopefully it's good. What do I do then? Let's zoom in. Let's find a clean section. We will create a noise print. Thank you, Adora, by the way. I do appreciate that. Instead of pretending you're speaking to an audience, pretend you're speaking to a friend. Yeah. It's just so, I don't know. I need to have like a speech coach or someone in the stream, you know? That'd be really cool if someone gave me like, you know, whatever they do for a living. But like I said, I don't actually know if going full conversational mode is actually the right answer. Alright, let's go ahead and apply all of the changes. So that's the noise reduction. Then let's go to filter and EQ, parametric equalizer. And then we're going to do amplitude and do the dynamics processing. And then we'll do finally the normalize. Boom. Okay. Export. Chapter 4. Boom, boom. Let's go to this program. Let's open up the folder. Chapter 4. Oh shoot. I have to let's maximize this guy. Alright, chapter 4. I think we're good. What is it? 6:45 p.m. my time. The goal will be that we'll do all the voice recordings by tonight. No more dilly-dallying, as they say. We're gonna crush through this. If only I had some balls that I can sip on. I can see why they were the gamer sponsored drink or whatever. I can see gamers having a lot of fun with that name. But it actually tasted good. That was the thing. Like, if it was just called balls, but it tasted like ass, yeah, no one would drink it. But it was called balls and tasted amazing. And that was where you're like, boom, boom. Lucky, what's up? Yes, welcome, welcome. Emote hype, yeah. Man, today, yeah, off stream I was having fun with it. We created a few emotes. We can definitely create a lot more. So, but you guys are the first test, right? You are the test subjects. So as you guys are trying them out, I wanted to see what you guys are saying in terms of like, you know, the font isn't readable, or like, you know, maybe there's some issues about the sizing, or it's just not as good as other ones. Let's have fun with it. I want to hear your feedback, and then we can create new ones, right? So we can see if there's a better option. Also, I don't know which ones to put in which tiers. And like I said, I'll if you guys have an answer right away, that's great. Otherwise, I do want to find a way to grandfather you guys in, all of you guys, at least for the first 30 days of my stream. Every one of you guys who've been supportive in the chat, I would love to figure out how I can make sure you guys all have access to these kind of things, like the emotes and stuff. And then also, yeah, again, I do appreciate those of you who have subscribed to me. I need to double check if those subscriptions carry over into my Discord, because I believe it should, but yeah, anyways, there's a few checks I need to look into, because I thought I synced it where based on if you're a tiered subscriber, then it gives you a different badge or puts you on a different level in Discord. And the goal was that this would allow, hopefully, just an automatic way if you guys subscribe. At some point, I want to be able to open up the voice channel and even doing like video kind of call-ins and stuff, and be able to actually chat with you guys while I'm streaming. I think that would just be really cool. So so I'm thinking maybe it'll be opened up to people who are subscribed or like grandfathered in or whatever the case might be. So yeah, there's all kinds of stuff like that that we do need to work on as well. But good to see you, Lucky. So Lucky, you're the husband, right? So I believe KG Photography, KG is your wife. So unless I have it mixed up, but at the very least, Lucky, you should be able to access as a tier 1 subscriber. You should be able to access those cool new emotes. Let me know what you think of it, and if there's some other ones you suggest I should be creating in terms of the batch. And then I want to put some in the free batch or the universal ones as well. All right, in the meantime, let's check this out. Probably just do the same for each of them, right? 50%. That seemed to be working before.
Long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife.
Sure. Let's go ahead and download that. Okay, Mongolia vlog, save. Let's pop back into this guy. Let's go grab this one. Lucky, which one is that? Man, I can't read it in my own freaking I need to zoom in on this chat here. Let me just full screen this for a second. Oh, what is that? The W Fox Banger. Yeah, I need to create some animated emotes as well. But we got potential, all right? We got some real potential with those emotes that we're looking at. What were we thinking about? Something with this one for sure. I don't know which emotion this kind of evokes, or you know what comes to mind. Then we got another kind of yawning style or whatever. We got the half smirking one. So there's a whole series I was thinking where we can do like, you know, based on how funny I can be, or if I'm not being funny, we also have an option for that. Where was it? We had this one lion. Let's say I tell one of my epic jokes, but for whatever reason you just don't find it as funny, then we can use this one here. So this is the not cool face, or the not funny. And then we got the, yeah, that's not bad. So this is where it's kind of being funny. And then here, if I can figure out how best to remove the background, then this is like, okay, that was pretty good. That was a good one. That was a good one. So we'll have levels to how you guys can rate my jokes. So then we got the squad. That's the one that's already in the emotes, I believe. I'll have to do something. I definitely want to do stuff with my cats at some point. We got a lot more surprise faces. This is kind of a creep face. I think I created one called lurking. Oh yeah, I forgot to create a command for lurk. I'll do that in a bit. But anyways, I'm getting distracted here. Let's go to my folder. Let's grab chapter 4, drag it in here, and drag it in to voiceover. And I believe the last one was our best one, so we'll start with that. Lucky, you said... Oh, let me catch up. Sorry, I missed some of your messages. Yes, finally getting around to getting her set up. Yes, I love emotes. Hells yeah. If you could make some animated ones that move would be awesome. Yes, yes. I didn't see your message there. We're on the same page. Yeah, a banger animation. I need one where you're talking about a photo or a scene. Yeah, okay. Well, what's the point of me creating that emote? So you need one where I'm talking about a photo or a scene, but you're still on the full screen mode. Lols. Yeah, what's the point of me creating that? Because I would never make that mistake. So, sure, I can make the emote, but then you'll never end up using it. Because as we all know, I don't make mistakes. I am a professional streamer who would never do such a thing like that. But actually, that's a good point. I should have one for when my mic is muted, and then, yeah, when I'm not showing my screen. Actually, yeah, let's take a look at least the ones I have here. Are there anything that comes to mind? I mean, I could maybe use something like this one. And but yeah, like we can have one of these, but there's like a different message here about like, I don't know, calling me an idiot somehow. Or yeah, I could have like music symbols, or it's like I wish there was audio. Yeah, like a judge, like when they're looking at you judgmentally, I guess that could be one. It could be this one maybe, because if I tilt this, it looks like it's playing the flute, so it could be like turn on your audio kind of a thing. It could be something like this, but it's yelling like we can't hear you. Judgment face. We got options here, okay? And Lucky, I do need your suggestions. So as you think of these things, do tell. But I like that. So I need one for when I make mistakes. It's basically like a face palm, right? Unfortunately, I don't think I have any wildlife photos where they're face palming, but that's essentially the emotion, I guess. You said love it. I'm not sure which one you're saying you love it. Make it the size of an actual emote and then decide. Oh wait, what do you? Oh, so Eduard, can you explain further what you mean? Like, is it showing up in super tiny mode, or what do you mean? Make it the size of an actual emote. Because like I think what I've been doing is I have this square. And when I export it, I'm exporting it as like a 250 by 250. That's like the lowest I can type in here. And I think for Twitch, it has to be like a 125 or something. But yeah, if I'm exporting this in the wrong size, that's a good thing that I can fix. That's in my control, so yeah. Squad. Like, are you saying the squad one you just did? Can you, does this show up all right? Do I need to make the squad larger or something? I don't know. You can't, oh, you can't read this. Damn. Well, can we fix it? Let's see. That probably means you can't read the sup bro either. Where's my camels? Where be my camels? There you are. Okay, so you're basically saying I need to... Okay, let's see if we blow it up a bit. We'll bring it to the front. And maybe bring it up slightly. I think I can increase this one a little bit as well. Okay, so now you're saying if I export this one, hopefully it should be a bit easier to read. So let's go ahead and download this one. Transparent, current page, download. What do we call this one? YP emotes squad W camels new. Okay. We're gonna quickly fix this and see if it works. So now in my Twitch, where do I go? Where do I go to change emotes? Man, I am so bad at this. Okay, give me a second here. Do I go to content? Nope. Monetization? Community? Nope. Where the frick do I go if I want to make new emotes? Emotes. Ah, who would have thought? Okay, so now, if I remove this squad W, can I delete it? Yes, delete from library. And then we're gonna re-upload. Mr. Squad W. Under emotes, final emotes, Squad W new. Call it Squad W. Okay. Just for you, Adora, I have made the change. Do tell me if it's, have I fixed it? Am I winning? Tell me this worked. And let me try it as well. So what do I type in? Yobel P Squad W. Oh, but it's that annoying thing, right? I have to like use the right capitalization or something. Why would they do that? I guess it's my fault. Yobel P capital S Squad W. Okay, how about now? Is it better? If not, listen, we'll come up with a better word to put there. How about that? But you tell me. Yes? Okay, cool. All right. Yeah. See, we are evolving as a creator. It was actually kind of fun because now I get to show off Canva, which I'm a big fan of. And without Canva, I would not be able to do any of the things that I'm doing. So you can see how simple it is, where I literally was able to throw in my image. They literally have a big ass button that says background remover. Then they have all these little elements over here. So, you know, you can just type in whatever you want. So let's see here. Let's say not funny. If I type in not funny, what comes up? You get all these graphics. Let's see, ... Yeah, we can even do these little ... So if I can find that one line that looks not too pleased with what I'm saying. Or even this one, I guess. You just throw in whatever, slap it in there, resize it, put it behind or in front. It's so easy. I love it. Idora, you said, I'm just kidding, I can't read it, but you'll get it. Damn it. Well, whatever. You know what? We'll keep trying. We keep trying. If we solved everything on this day, then what's the point of watching me the next day? You know, you guys hopefully will see me get better and better, but not perfection. So I'm really hiding my power level, as they say. Okay, so we got this next one. Let's figure out. Oh yeah, I said the last version was probably the best. Let's crop that. Let's drag it over somewhere here. Okay, now let's figure out the right portion.
So we finally arrived at our destination.
Now it feels like that's way too quiet, right? When they're starting to talk.
Maximum 10.
Like 6-7 years.
Yeah.
So after that, they release the ego to the world for breeding.
I think. Okay, I have to remember what ChatGPT told me. Let's ask ChatGPT again. Hey, Mr. Echo, can I ask for your help again? I forgot what you told me. If you can give me a quick chart of what the audio dB level should be for my voiceover when there's soundtrack behind it, what should be the dB of the soundtrack when there is voiceover, as well as what should be the dB of the soundtrack when there's no voiceover. Thank you. Okay. I think it was something like negative 30-ish for music when there's voiceover. Voiceover should be negative 10 or maximum negative 6. And then soundtrack without voiceover should be, I'm guessing, was it like negative 15? I don't know. Let's see what it is. Oh man, I shouldn't be drinking coffee. It's 7 p.m., but it's so refreshing. Okay, so voiceover with soundtrack is -6 to 12, peaking at -6. Okay, so that I was correct. Soundtrack should be -18 and -30, so I was kind of off. I thought -30. Peaking -20, okay. Soundtrack with no voiceover should be around -10 to 14. Okay, so with this in mind, that probably means this voiceover, it's not a soundtrack, so it kind of counts as a voiceover, so maybe I should target -6 to 12 for when they're speaking here.
7 years, you know, so after that they
Okay, that means I need to increase it.
use the ego to the round of reading.
어려운 딱
from
okay.
발라토그로 그럼
So we finally arrived at
Okay, so that's probably okay.
you
maximum
know,
10
like 6-7 years, you know, so after that they use the ego to the round of reading.
어려운 딱
Actually, no, I'm going to increase it more here. For
So after that they use the ego to the round of
but then I'm going to tone it down a little bit for when Arduk speaks, because he's closer to the mic.
reading.
어려운 딱
Use the ego to the round of reading.
어려운 딱
from
Okay.
발라토그로 그럼
so we finally
And then here, we're going to shift this a little bit more. Let's see if that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so then now the soundtrack behind the voiceover, it needs to drop to -18 to 30. So let's aim for like what, -20 to 25, somewhere in that range. Okay, let me mute the voiceover real quick. Let's see if we got it.
Okay.
발라토그로 그럼 보사가 싫은 거래
Because
그다음
they're like humans, you know. Yeah, they need to breathe.
Okay, right now it's roughly in the -30 to 40, so it's a bit too much is what it's saying. So what if we pop it up here?
보사가 싫은 거래
Because
그다음
they're like humans, you know. Yeah, they need to breathe, make babies, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's okay, slightly more, and I think we're good. So maybe like here. So slightly
싫은
louder.
거래
Because
그다음
they're like humans, you know. Yeah, they need to breathe, make babies, you know.
Okay, so then assuming that's okay, and then where do we pick it up again? Let's see. -7. Okay, let's just play it out and see what we need to fix.
maximum
You know,
10
like 6-7 years, you know. So after that they use the ego to the round of reading.
어려운 딱
from
Okay.
발라토그로 그럼 보사가 싫은 거래 그다음
they're like
Oh, I forgot to unmute.
어려운 딱
from
Okay.
발라토그로 그럼 보사가 싫은 거래
So we finally arrived at our destination and met Arduk, the heart of the trip. Arduk is a Mongolian eagle hunter, and he comes from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region.
Okay, I need to increase this volume slightly. And I probably should drop the soundtrack even more. Let's bring it down to like -10, 11. Because the problem is like, because it's not really music soundtrack, it's their voices. So I think I need to drop it even more because it sounds like, or it'll be more distracting, I guess, to listen, because now you're hearing double speak. Whereas with like a music soundtrack, it's easier to separate the two and drown out the other one or like isolate it.
that they use the ego to the round of reading.
Adora, I do need to pause because you just said there's rumors GPT-5 comes out today or tomorrow. Damn. Okay, listen. I'm still dishing out the big bucks for ChatGPT right now. I'm literally paying, is it like $200 a month for this ChatGPT? It's absurdly priced. I've only been doing that just briefly for like the past month or so, or like past 2 months as I was building out the website and stuff. So I've been wanting to get off of that because that's way too much money to justify. But now you're telling me a ChatGPT 5 is coming out, and like, ooh, well, I do kind of want to see how good that is. What do you know what the rumors are saying? Like, what is GPT 5 supposed to be? You know, what's the improvements? What can it do? Can it become a streamer for me? It could be lies. Fair enough. You know, they are rumors.
Reading.
어려운 딱
So we finally arrived at our destination and met Arctic, the heart of the trip. Arctic is a Mongolian eagle hunter, and he comes from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others.
I think I need to drop it a little bit more, actually. Let's try again.
So we finally arrived at our destination and met Arctic, the heart of the trip. Arctic is a Mongolian eagle hunter, and he comes from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan is to go on adventures with Arctic to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be
Let me drop that audio down.
lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and a lot of carbs.
Okay, we're going to drop this even more.
Including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and a lot of carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and we prepared for tomorrow's adventures.
Okay, so I need to say that sooner slightly somehow.
A lot of meat and a lot of carbs. A lot of meat and a lot of carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and we prepared for tomorrow's adventures.
Okay, so my dialogue here is slightly too long. Now, one of the fixes I'm thinking of is I might just need to extend slightly this audio, or one of these clips here.
And a lot of carbs. So
let's see what I can do.
a lot of meat and a lot of carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and we prepared for tomorrow's adventures.
I think you just need ever so slightly longer. Do I have enough space for that? Okay, that way we do. Okay, cool.
So after a carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and we prepared for tomorrow's adventures. A lot of meat and a lot of carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and we prepared for tomorrow's adventures.
When you say 5, as in
Okay, and then let me fix my audio here.
After
So it's popping here.
after a
So the same thing, I'm just gonna drop down just that portion.
so after a delicious first
Okay, I think that's better.
So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and we prepared for tomorrow's adventures.
Okay, so then what does this mean? It means I need to drag all of these clips. And I have to make sure I grab everything, so it's going to be tough. Delete that. I'm going to drag everything that we see. Okay, let's see if I missed anything. Cool. All right, now I need to push all of these clips ever so slightly to the right.
For tomorrow's adventures.
Perfect. And hopefully I did grab everything so that we don't have to beat our head over, I don't know what. Okay, let me see. Okay, I think we got it. I'll be so annoyed if somehow I missed one of these things and it ruins everything.
After a
So basically I just need to give a bit more space from one of these clips so that my voiceover doesn't overlap with when you hear Aibo's voice talking about the 5-finger thing. So I believe what we've done here has solved it.
A lot of meat and a lot of carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and we prepared for tomorrow's adventure.
5-finger Kazakh meal, you know.
Yes, we're good.
For tomorrow's adventure.
5-finger Kazakh meal, you know.
When you say 5, as in you use our hands, or
5-finger means like, you know,
fingers.
it's 5 fingers, you know.
If you really hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
yeah. What kind of meat is this?
It's
Cool. Oh, we're making good progress, but we still have what? Okay, so chapter 5. No, this is still part of chapter 4, dang it. So then chapter 5. We just have, oh wait, no, we have a slight dialogue here, right? Not too much. Chapter 5, we just have a one sentence. 6 has one sentence. No, we have a few more. Okay. Okay, we still got a few more, but yeah, we're making strides. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick break so I can feed my cats. I need to blow my nose. I need to do... One thing I've learned from 19 days of streaming now is that it's not healthy to the body. And I said it on one of the earlier days, and I haven't committed to this, where I need to take more breaks where I can just like exercise or even just get up, you know? So I want to take like a couple minute breaks where I can do some pull-ups, do some air squats, feed my cats, blow my nose, maybe get one more of these delicious sparkling sodas. And as I say, and I always like to remind, you guys are in good hands. I'm going to pop open my Be Right Back videos. So in those Be Right Back videos, if it's your first time seeing me, be right back. Because I do not take many breaks. It is something I'm proud of for the most part. In these Be Right Backs, you will see this cool animation that I somehow figured out where you'll have my two cats, you'll see my home studio, we zoom in on the screen in my animated home studio with my two cats, and then out of nowhere you'll see some of my YouTube clips playing. So it should be somewhat randomized, but you'll see any of my random YouTube videos playing on the thing, and then it's just a nice way for you guys to get a sense of who I am as a content creator, and hopefully it'll get you to drag your ass over there or grab your mouse or your thumb and tap on over to my YouTube channel and hit that subscribe button. Yo, Stream World. No, sorry, Stream Hub World. Thank you for the, oh man, what is that one? What is that emote you're using there? Let's see. Listen, Stream Hub World, I would love to have emotes on Kick, but in order to do that, I need more of you guys to follow me there so that I can, I'm assuming it's the same as Twitch where you gotta like have a certain number of followers before you can use those emotes. But yes, the little fish emote you're using, we can do that with one of our photos that we've got. So that should be in the works. It could be even this, it could be this monkey right here, right? We're gonna have this monkey with just the face, we crop out the rest, and it's doing what you're doing with the fish. So that's one option. And I still haven't used a gorilla yet, so we gotta figure out a good one for the gorilla. So alright, anyways though, what was okay, I wanted you to watch some of my videos while I be right back. Give me like, I don't know, anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes. Let me just do a few exercises and all the fun stuff and be healthy. And I recommend the same to you guys, but keep the stream on. That's the main important thing. 1 second.
Heavy rain, but we were hot on the trail of a lion couple spotted hunting in the area the previous evening. And our persistence paid off as they emerged from hiding to relax on the plains before, spoiler alert, they chose to come over and say hello. Here are those moments.
All right, we are back. We are back. Oh, I did 10 pull-ups, 10 air squats, and then I got these dumbbells behind there. So I just did a little bit of some bicep curls. That's good enough. That's good enough for me. It's so back. Oh, you're so bad. I'm back too. Yes, yes. It's so bad is what I meant to say. It's so bad that I haven't really been able to go to the gym and just like take care of my physicality in a very, very long time. Welcome back, Bonnie. New drink, yes, yes. Don't tell Mason Perrier, but I'm just going with the non-flavored one for now. The San Pellegrino, I believe. I don't know if it'll focus in on it. Is it focusing? I gotta cover my. There we go. The San Pellegrino. I figured, you know, maybe a little bit less sweet stuff for now. But we still want to be sponsored by either, what was it, Mason Perrier or Balls. So I'm a little bit out of breath still. It's so sad to think like 10 pull-ups, 10 air squats, and then just some bicep curls. It's like actually winding me. You know, it's like, whew, I have to take a deep breath and just let it kind of come back. Bonnie, free promotion? Yeah, yeah. But listen, if you guys keep supporting me, if we keep growing as a channel, it'll take some time, you know. We got ourselves a 30-day mark that we want to hit, and then we want another 30 days, and we'll see. We'll see how far. I've set aside, like I said, I've got the rest of the year. I'm not traveling, so I will be here literally every single day, unless there's like some reason, like have an event that I have to do or like some work-related stuff. And then yeah, up until the very end, towards end of December, I think I might have my mom might be visiting, so then I'll have to not stream, let's say. But I'm gonna be here, right? We're here every day. We're gonna stream 8 hours, whatever it is, and we'll take care of business. So if we keep growing, hopefully we can get the attention of Mason Perrier. Mason himself. Okay, I think I've been able to catch my breath again. Oh, lucky. Dang it, I forgot. Shoot, I should have done that while I was away. I'm going to do that now, actually. Okay, so lucky. Enjoy your lurk. So not to distract your lurk, but I did want to create a message for when people hit lurk. So I'm going to do that off to the side here real quick. How do I do that? I go to CloudBot in the commands. Let's add a command called !lurk. And what is my response? You do you, boo. All right, I've added that as a command, so now feel free to lurk and you'll get my acknowledgement. And let me update the commands as well to have that in there. So it'd be this, then I do !lurk, confirm. Okay, we have upgraded. All right. Enjoy your lurk. Put something like, this is on a spiritual bathroom break, still watching though. Yeah. Listen, we'll keep changing up the message. Don't get me wrong. We'll have fun with it. Now that I know that that exists and that's something people do, I'm all about that culture. We'll try our best to put some motivational words in there. Maybe we'll change up a quote each time. You know, we'll figure it out. Okay, so where were we? We were looking at pictures of Cape Town, South Africa. Beautiful place. Would love to go back there. But that's not what we were doing. What were we doing? I was on DaVinci. Yes. Okay, we were looking at Chapter 5. Chapter 5 script. And we are going to finish all of the recordings by today. I promise. I guarantee. All right? For real, we'll get this done. Lucky. Oh, I forgot we need cat emotes for when the family shows up on stream. Yeah, you know what? I was literally thinking of that as I was on my break feeding the cats. I was like, oh, I should probably make that the free emotes, you know, because they're part of the stream. So I do think by tomorrow, or if we find some break time while we're doing all this today, let's see if we can create some of those emotes. So I think I need to create an emote of the two of them. And I think I have some good photos of the two of them. I haven't taken photos in a long time. Maybe I should do a photo shoot of them. But yeah, I was thinking either there's a group photo of the two of them, then there could be one for each of them alone or separate, you know? Yeah, those should be the free emotes for sure. Yeah, Kimbap. Yeah, there'll be a Nala one, a Kimbap one, and then I guess it'd be a squad one, but we'll come up with a good name for when there's the two of them together. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. I literally had the thought and then it went, the thought came out here, or it came in here, it bounced around for a bit, and then it just completely left. And thankfully, because you said that, we've retrieved it. So that will be our next goal for the emotes. And we'll make sure it's done. If not by tonight, by the end of the stream, we'll get it done for tomorrow. The Nala and Kimbap emotes. Okay, I'm back. My heart rate has gone back to normal. We've got a good exercise in. We are on chapter 5, so we're beyond the halfway mark at this point. Let's read it out and let's see if there's anything to change. After meeting Ardek's crew, we prepared for our first outdoor adventure to get a taste of life as an eagle hunter, observing how they train their magnificent birds. That's so easy that we might as well just record 5 and 6 together, you know? It's right there. It's just like one line. Is it really going to take me many attempts to get one line done, right? Come on, have a bit more faith in me here. We got this. So, where are we going to insert it? Probably here. After meeting Arctic's crew, we prepared for our first outdoor adventure to get a taste of life. Okay, yeah, so we'll do it in the beginning. Oh, actually, let me do this. After meeting Arctic's crew, we prepared for our first outdoor adventure to get a taste of life as an eagle hunter, observing how they train their magnificent birds. Okay, cool. So basically, right when this third clip ends is when the audio should pick up. So just let me prematurely kind of tone down the audio of everything. And then for the soundtrack, we need roughly here. And what was it? Oh, I've already forgotten my cheat code. Mr. Echo, what do we do? Soundtrack behind voiceover should be -18 to 30. Okay, let's test that now. Whoops. Oh, that was also harsh. That didn't sound good. Okay, so right now it's bouncing around 30, so we can probably lift it up slightly at this beginning point. Okay, now it's around negative, it's still negative 30-ish. Okay, so at this point is when there won't be any voiceover, so what do we want? Soundtrack with no voiceover should be around -10 to 14. Cyronius, welcome, welcome. Good afternoon to you. How's it going, man? How's it going? You said afternoon, so I forget. You're like in Texas, was that right? So it must be like maybe 10 a.m. your time. I have no idea. Change scene, by the way. Oh, my bad. Thank you, Cyronius, because who was calling me out for that? I think it was Lucky. So yeah, we got some new emotes, by the way, Cyronius. So if you're on Twitch, I believe you should now have access to... Oh, it was 10:30? Oh my god. How did I guess that? I completely... There's no calculations made in my mind besides being like, okay, right now it's 7:30 p.m. my time. What would that mean if Cyronius is somewhere in the middle of the country of the US and I just randomly say, you know what, F it, let's just call it 10 a.m. So I was close. But yeah, Cyronius, now you do have access to 7 emotes, I believe. 5 that are part of the tier 1, and then 2 that are free. And we are going to create a few more tonight. If not on stream, we'll do it for tomorrow, including some emotes of my cats, which will be part of the free tier. But then Cyronius, I was laughing because I think Lucky was the one saying, like, you need to create some emotes for when you're not changing your scene or when you're muted and you're speaking, because apparently I do that almost every stream now. So yeah, so we will need an emote for when I inadvertently or inevitably forget to show you guys what I'm doing. So, but yeah, hope you're having a good day. Give me some feedback as well if you feel like it, if the emotes aren't working. Edora did give me the feedback about that squad W emote, that the word squad is not too legible, so we might have to change it up, or I don't know, we'll see. I like the coloring of it, so in some ways I want to keep it, but yeah. Poggers, I need one for Poggers. Did I have one for Poggers? I don't know. But yeah, so Cyrus, and also just to catch you up what we're doing now, so we're proceeding with what we've been doing. We are now on chapter 5. We're on chapter 5, and I'm just kind of setting up the audio, the soundtracks a little bit before I record my voice for this section. So we got our little handy dandy cheat sheet that Mr. Echo gave us here. So soundtrack without voiceover should be -10 to 14 decibels. Okay, so I'm okay dropping the volume in the very beginning slightly, just to feel more of a build up to get to that point. So let's delete this one there, and let's drop this guy just ever so slightly. Okay, I like that. I like it, I like it. And we have two little keyframes here, which probably means I can get rid of one. Okay, so basically what I'm doing, I'm observing the little mixer panel there, just to see what the volume level of the soundtrack is, and it seems like I should have it roughly in the -10 to 14 range. It's slightly quieter than that, but it's like I have my headphones blasting right now, so it's a bit loud in my headphones, but I assume it's okay for the average person. And then here it's starting to get a little bit louder, so I'm just keeping an eye. Cool, cool. Okay. It's been a while since I kind of like watched that portion and focusing on the music, I guess, but man, I feel so hyped. I was getting hyped up because I think this, I really like this soundtrack, especially because you, like the whole time you're hearing the little horse, what do you call it? Like that little triplet sound effect or the soundtrack where it sounds like the horse galloping. It goes from start to finish in the soundtrack, which is kind of cool. So it's got its own little DNA to it. But then it keeps building up in terms of audio. And so this is the first time I was actually watching the mixer panel. So I can see how it's like slightly getting louder and louder. But thankfully, it never got overly loud where it's hitting into the danger zone. So I think this audio level is probably okay. But yeah, I felt hyped. I felt it. So now that means we can safely record our voiceover and just slot it in there. So let me go ahead and go back to the script. We are on chapter 6. No, chapter 5. That part. And it's just a one-liner, so we can then hop into the next section right after. Okay, let's go to our audition. Let's pop open a new folder, audio file, new file. Mongolia, episode 1, chapter 5. All right. We got this. So what do I need to do? I'm going to turn down my headphone on my side. I'm going to take the headphones off. And we're going to get this next line out. Where is the video? There it is. Here we go. After meeting Arctic's crew, we prepared for our first outdoor adventure to get a taste of life as an eagle hunter, observing how they train their magnificent birds. After meeting Arctic's crew, we prepared for our first outdoor adventure to get a taste of life as an eagle hunter, observing how they train their magnificent birds. After meeting Arctic's crew, we prepared for our first outdoor adventure to get a taste of life as an eagle hunter, observing how they train their magnificent birds. After meeting Arctic's crew, we prepared for our first outdoor adventure to get a taste of life as an eagle hunter, observing how they train their magnificent birds. Okay, that's good enough. That's all we're looking for right now with that. So let's hop to the next chapter. We might as well, we'll just do it in the same recording here. Actually, you know what? No, let's keep it separated, because the next chapter is going to be a little bit longer. So I should probably be a bit more accurate with this one. Same steps. I'm just gonna grab a piece. We will do the capture noise print. We'll command all, do the noise reduction, hit apply. Then we go to filter and EQ, parametric equalizer, hit apply, amplitude and compression, dynamics processing, hit apply. And then we do normalize, process, hit apply, and boom. Okay. Then we're going to export this guy as is and hit OK. Boom, boom, boom. Bonnie, wait. I was just watching a Carl Pei video while playing your audio in the background, and you guys sounded so similar. You look similar too. IG. We look similar on Instagram. What is IG? I got you. In game, I guess. I was gonna get there. I'm gonna guess because this person's name is Carl Pei. Are you saying us Asians all look alike? Is that what you're saying? Carl Pei. Should I look up this guy? Carl Pei. Carl Pei. He's a decent looking bloke. We will say bloke. But he doesn't have as long hair like I do. So that's the key difference. But he's clearly more successful. Wait, never mind. I was going to say he's a CEO, but then it's a CEO of nothing. That's kind of funny. It's a cool name. Yeah, the fact that he has his own Wikipedia page. This guy's doing well in life. He's a Swedish entrepreneur. He co-founded OnePlus. Have I heard of OnePlus? Is it like a Microsoft thing or what? What is this? He's the director of OnePlus Global. He left the firm A new hardware venture called Nothing. That's cool. I'm rooting for him just because of the name Nothing. The CEO of Nothing. That's great. You said we sound alike? Okay. I will watch. Again, I'm too traumatized to click on anything with audio in it, but we'll check it out later. Bro, don't you know Nothing? I told you I know Nothing. So I do know Nothing. But I didn't know the CEO of Nothing. I thought I was, for all I knew, but good to know I sound like someone. But you know what? No, because was it Lucky? Someone yesterday was saying I sounded like God, what was that channel? Someone said I sounded like this one channel that has like 20 million followers, but the dude's voice was like super nasally and like dry, and I was like, that wasn't really the vibe I was hoping to convey. All right, so I do know something. Yes, you're right. I'm somewhere in the middle of nothing and something at all times. What do I need to do right now, though? I need to grab Chapter 5 Wave, drag it in here. And, oh, this one's loading much quicker. Cool, cool. But yeah, once I export it, I won't actually put it into the DaVinci. Let's just move right on to the next chapter. I'm in this kind of I'm in the mode to finish this as soon as possible. We're in the grind set moment. So let me grab this. We're gonna go to 50%. Less background, hit download. This is now going to be in audio projects. Okay, now we will return to the script. We're going to create a new file. Bonnie, you've got 272 wild coins. Nice. Very, very good. Let me ask Mr. Echo here real quick. Okay, so Mr. Echo, I created something on Streamlabs where you can have loyalty points if you are a chatter across my streams, whether it's YouTube, Twitch, or Kick. And so I would like to figure out what I can call these points. I think before I had wild coins, but I don't actually like how that sounds. It's a little bit boring, not really creative, not really engaging. So can you help me think of a name for the loyalty points as part of the Streamlabs coin, or not coin, the Streamlabs point system that they've got? Ideally, it still ties back to my brand of Yobel Prize, or potentially with what I do around photography and videography, or also maybe more specifically around wildlife and travels, but around somewhere in that ballpark. What can we call our point system that's catchy and engaging? Thank you so much, Mr. Echo. All right, let's see. Bonnie, you call ChatGPT NI***A. I couldn't tell you what that is. Naomi? Absolutely, Yobel. Here's a creative and catchy short list of names for your Streamlabs loyalty points, each thoughtfully tied to your brand, wildlife photography, travel adventures, and videography. Okay, what you got for us? Photography and videography themed. Let me zoom in on this so you guys can see it. We'll just full screen it. Prize pixels. Catchy, subtly ties your name to imagery. Oh, I see. So instead of points, we got pixels. That's kind of catchy. I do like that. Frame points. Frame points. References video frames. Also suggests capturing moments. Frame. The only problem is I don't like saying the word frame points. It's just, it doesn't roll off the tongue as well. Whereas prize pixels You're collecting PPs? Oh my god. I think that it has to be the winner. Who's got the most PPs? Right? Okay, I think that's it. Snap points. We'll read the rest, but we already know what the right answer is. We're about to upgrade our point system in a second here. Snap points, playful nod to photography, short and memorable. Cool, cool, cool. But I'm a bit biased already. Okay, we got some travel and adventure themed. Bonnie, PP's what the F? Yeah, I think that's the winner, man. Passport stamps. Fun, clear connection to global travel. Prize miles. Okay, I see. I get the whole rewards points, reward miles. Rome coins. Same thing. I just hate... I think I'm not a fan of the R. Like rural, Marlboro. Yeah, Rome, frame. Rome coins. Okay, what else? Wildlife and nature themed. We got the wild points, WPs, and no, the PPs are still in the winner. Safari coins, prize tracks. Tracks doesn't seem to, that doesn't really sound like a point system or something you collect. Okay, so directly brand linked Yobo prize theme. So we got prize points, another PP, so you can collect prize points or prize pixels. Yobel gems. I don't know. Gems is a little too video gamey, I guess. And then prize tokens, the PTs. Classic and versatile, clearly brand connected. Top picks. This is what Mr. Echo is saying are the top picks. If you want an immediate recommendation that balances catchiness, uniqueness, and brand identity, I would recommend number 1, prize pixels. Wow. So Mr. Echo and I, we're on the same page here. Number 2, prize miles, frame points, prize tracks. Okay, we're off the same wavelength on these guys, but I think prize pixels. Alright, we're gonna go with prize pixels, alright? Until someone suggests something better. We are now upgrading our wild coins to become PPs. We go to CloudBot. We go to loyalty. No, not loyalty. Where do I change the name? Oh man. I see where I have loyalty. Oh, settings. Cool, cool. Loyalty name is now Prize Pixels. Save settings. Okay, let's test it out. Oh, I like bucks. Yo bucks. That's good too, I guess. But it's too late. We've changed it. We're gonna try out PPs for now, and then we can try the bucks afterwards. But do not worry, Bonnie. You don't have to collect PPs. To you, they are prize pixels. To me, when I talk about it, I'll be saying collecting them PPs. Nice. Bonnie, you got them 280 PPs. Good on you. Good on you. Lucky IRL, damn, you got them 308 PPs. You've been collecting them PPs for consistent timing. I like it. 300 too. Does your wife know? Okay, anyways. We're having fun with it, alright. Gamble all? What is that? Is that a... Wait, is that an actual command that I have? For gamble? I did create something. There was some stuff where you can like compete against each other for your points and stuff. I didn't see a gamble one. Yeah, what were they? Let me just type it in. Not here. Commands. There was an 8-ball question, duel. Yeah, there was a duel one and a heist one. I think heist was something to do with the points as well. Why did Streamlabs just type in lurks on a separate one? Okay. Lucky wants to duel me. You can accept or deny within 2 minutes. Let me do this. I didn't know I could do it myself. What happens if I say accept? It's in Twitch. Does that mean I have to go into Twitch to see what happens? Let me see. What? How did I lose already? Wait, what is that? Wait, I blinked and I lost? What the heck? You gotta be shitting me. And what did I lose? Did I lose all my points? What's going on here? This is rigged. How is the system rigged against me? I'm the system owner. Accept, and then all I get is that I lost. That's some rigged ass. Yeah, I need to create one that's exclamation mark rigged. That's hilarious. What the heck, man? Okay, well, I don't know how that's affected me. Did I lose all my points? Let me check my points. Well, it does say I still have my points. So I gotta do a bit more research on how this whole gaming system is. Clearly, the game is rigged. So if you lose, don't worry, it's not your fault. Okay. Anyways, let's do this. Mongolia, episode 1, chapter 6. All right, let's reduce the size again. Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river, promised to be a much calmer vibe, or so we thought. Oh, lucky. Okay, so you think you have to duel and say the points. Huh. I should probably put that in. Oh, yeah, you're right. You have to put duel, username, and then points. For 200 points. You can accept or deny. Okay, here we go. I accept. But I want to know, what is the game? What is the duel that just happened? How did they... Yeah. Well, thank you very much for those points, for my PPs. Thank you for giving me some PPs. How many points do I got now? Oh, thank you for allowing me to have over 1,000 PPs. All up in my chat. It's kind of fun, but I do want to know if there's an actual game that can be played within that. There must be. I'll find a way to... I'll return you the PPs, okay? That's hilarious. There must be a way I can also gift PPs. This is so funny. I swear I'm not like rigging Streamlabs. I don't know. If anything, bring it up to Streamlabs, okay? I'm just here for the ride. So, but yes, thank you very much for granting me more and more PPs. The prize pixels. We spent most of the afternoon fishing, but had no luck. Okay, let me test that out real quick. No, over here. We spent most of the afternoon fishing, but had no luck. I'm sure we would have eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard. Ominous. Okay, so I have to switch over to an ominous voice at some point there. And then at the end. So I wasn't exactly expecting a mid-afternoon shower, but that's what we got. Let me change up the text there. So I'll say, so I wasn't exactly expecting a mid-afternoon shower, but that's what we got. So did our van, actually. So I wasn't exactly expecting a mid-afternoon shower, but that's what we got. So did our van, actually. More like a frozen bath. After some shoveling, pushing, and a few prayers, we eventually dug ourselves out. But little did we know that the storm was just the pregame for what was coming next. Alright, it's not bad. We're happy with it. Oh, nice. Good job, Lucky. You won your duel. So you're 2 for 3 on your duels. So, Bonnie, it's not a duel or something. It's a random winner chosen by a Streamlabs. Yeah, clearly they didn't, you know, add in an actual game into it. Although it is kind of fun. You leave it to chance, you know. So, but I'll double check. There must be more games involved. There's got to be. You know what? Oh my god, I would love. Okay, side note here, real quick. I know I was supposed to do some serious recordings, but I don't play a lot of games. I did mention though that I play a lot of chess, and so I'm not good at it necessarily. I don't like. In the beginning, I was learning chess. Like I was playing chess to actually improve and like try to do things properly. And then at some point, I treated it like a video game. So now it's just like anytime I'm distracted, I play a game of chess. Now, if there was a way in Streamlabs or in the chat, you could actually duel each other over chess. Now we're talking. Sign me up for that. Okay. So if I can build up a community of photographers, videographers, travelers, everything in between of that, screenwriters, but then also there'd be a side group in the community of just chess players, that would be like, man, if I could spend all my time on stream editing and doing all this kind of stuff and then taking breaks where I can play people in chess, then that would be fun. So that is maybe one of the future goals we would do, is some chess breaks here and there. But that's so different from photography and all the other stuff. So yeah, just as an FYI. All right, let's get back into the grind. So we got this chapter, we got the voiceover. Let me go ahead and take the headphones out. I'm gonna mute it over here on my side. And then where do we start? We start from here. Our first outing was epic. There it is. Okay. Let me hit record. Let me clear my throat. Let me also blow my nose. Apologies. All right. I'm feeling it. Let's get some sparkling soda to clear the throat as well. Testing, testing. I wonder if I do this, like, how this filters my voice. Maybe it actually makes it sound better. All right, here we go. Hit record. Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river, it promised to be a much calmer vibe. Or, so we thought. Alright, I just want to make sure I am actually recording. Because for some reason here, this time I'm looking at this. There we go. Like, I can't tell if I'm doing something wrong, but the wavelength looks so tiny on this one. But it's here now. Okay. All right, let's do version 2. Wish me luck. Here we go. Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river, it promised to be a much calmer vibe. Or, so we thought. Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river, it promised to be a much calmer vibe. Or, so we thought. So our first outing... Our first outing was epic, but our next one, which which is ice fishing on a frozen river, it promised to be a much calmer vibe. Or so we thought. Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river, it promised to be a much calmer vibe. Or so we thought. Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river, it promised to be a much calmer vibe. Or so we thought. Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river, it promised to be a much calmer vibe. Or so we thought. We spent most of the afternoon fishing, but had no luck. I'm sure we would have eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard. We spent most of the afternoon fishing, but had no luck. I'm sure we would have eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly picked up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard. We spent most of the afternoon fishing, but had no luck. I'm sure we would have eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard. We spent most of the afternoon fishing, but had no luck. I'm sure we would have eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard. We spent most of the afternoon fishing, but had no luck. I'm sure we would have eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard. We ended up spending most of the afternoon fishing, but had no luck. I'm sure we would have eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard. So I wasn't exactly expecting a mid-afternoon shower, but that's what we got. So did our van actually, more like a frozen bath. After some shoveling, pushing, and a few prayers, we did eventually dig ourselves out. Little did we know though, that storm was just the pregame for what was coming next. So I wasn't exactly expecting a mid-afternoon shower, but that's what we got. And so did our van actually, which was more like a frozen bath. After some shoveling, pushing, and also a few prayers, we did eventually dig ourselves out. But little did we know, the storm that just hit us was actually the pregame for what was coming next. So I wasn't exactly expecting a mid-afternoon shower, but that's what we got. And so did our van, actually. More of like a frozen bath. And after some shoveling, pushing, and a few prayers, we did eventually dig ourselves out. But little did we know, that storm was just the pregame for what was coming next. So I wasn't exactly expecting a mid-afternoon shower, but that's what we got. And so did our van, actually, which was more like a frozen bath. After some shoveling, pushing, and a few prayers, we did eventually dig ourselves out. But little did we know, that storm was just the pregame for what was coming next. Okay. That should be it. We should hopefully have what we need in there. Okay. Bonnie, I see you've been trying to duel people. Man. How's it been? It looks like Lucky has learned his lesson, alright? Listen, Lucky lost 200 PPs to me. Okay? I don't blame him for running away from you, okay? Listen, Bonnie, if you want to duel me, by all means. I got 1,000 PPs to give up. Alright, let me grab that. Capture noise print. Grab everything. Noise reduction. Apply. Filter and EQ. Apply. Amplitude compression dynamics processing. Apply. And amplitudes and compression normalize process. Apply. Then we take it all. We go to export. And we hit OK. Boom. Then we go over here. We jump over to our Adobe podcast. We grab the file. Chapter 6 wave. And we drag it in. Alright, AFK. Bonnie, you want to duel me for 188? Alright, here we go. Heart of the cards. What do I do? Accept. Oh, feels good, man. Oh no. What do we do here, Bonnie? How many points do I got now? How many PPs? Oh, snap, dude. Bonnie, you're all the way at 0. Those hard-earned PPs, man. Meanwhile, I'm doing nothing. I'm just racking them up. 1,100? My YouTube, I need to bump it up. Listen, Bonnie, I think I can override the... I do believe I owe you some points because you did follow and you did engage. So I just need to find a way to manually give you some points. And then we'll look into it later. I want to see what are different ways that we can add different games, like actual games, not just a duel. I want something where like a rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, that should be what it is. It should be like there should be some kind of game in the chat where you're able to do something that's not just random, but it allows you to actually make a choice, you know? There must be. I gotta look into this. In the loyalty. So for instance, where are you? Do I have to like manually add you into this thing maybe? No, I see. Okay, AFK. NVM. Right now you have 8 points. But can I give you back some points? I'm going to give you back 300 points. If it's possible. I don't know if it'll actually work, but... let me know if it worked. And then what's the other thing I was going to do? I wanted to see... what kind of games can I actually throw on here? betting. There's some betting. Giveaways. Polls. Oh, I should start doing polls. That sounds cool. Loyalty, queue, quotes, timers, commands. Okay, listen. Leave it to me. All right, I'll do this in my off stream unless someone can tell me how to do it. And yeah, we'll find ways to keep doing this. Ahoy, Captain AFK and VM is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. What the heck? Okay, well, you know what? I'm gonna tag along because I've never seen this. I should know what this does. Type heist and the amount to join. Okay, so let's say 200. Does that make me join? Okay, Yobel Prize is join the treasure hunt. They celebrate with a chest full of gold and belly full of rum. Oh, dude, Bonnie, you forgot to put a number in there. So it doubled. Damn. So it doubled my number. But I think you're supposed to put in heist and then put in an actual number. Or you did do that though. Huh. Okay. Well, it looks like I won 400. Okay. Listen. Hold off on that, Bonnie. I'm gonna look into this a bit more. We'll make it more engaging. We're gonna make it so it's like actual, you know. We'll put real stakes into it. We'll put some gamified moments into it. Let me change this guy up. Enhance. I'm going to hit download. This is chapter 6. But yes, be right back, Bonnie. Yep. But thank you, by the way. Thank you for actually typing in the heist. I didn't actually know what it did. So you're helping me become a better streamer. So that's great. All right. So this is chapter 6. Let's pop back into, that's the wrong program. Let's pop back here. Let's grab chapter 6 and drag it in here. Where'd it go? All right, and we're just gonna do the usual. Most likely, every single time it seems like I tend to like the very last version that I did. So we'll try that.
Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river, it promised to be a much calmer vibe.
Jeez, that wind sound is just so nasty. So here's what one of the final steps we'll do is I'm going to look up different sound effects, including sounds like this one where you're like out in nature, but something cleaner than what I have now. And we'll try to insert it into key portions so it's not just radio silence and my voice and the soundtrack. It should feel like there's a bit of ambient sound in the shot. So kind of like this one where you can hear the horse galloping and yeah.
Our first outing was...
Oh, another thing I guess I could do is, let's see, I can just extend this audio. Yeah, okay, so here's what we're gonna do. All I did is I took the audio track from the first video. I unlinked the video from the audio, so that way when I extended the audio track, it didn't also extend the video track. So that way I was actually able to override the soundtrack or the audio track of this file, which was nasty, right? Like it was just a bad wind sound. And so hopefully it can be cleaned throughout. Let's see. And we can even turn
Our
it up.
first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river, it promised to be a much calmer vibe. Or so we thought.
Yeah, okay, that's much better. And then I can even increase this one a bit. Let's open up our ChatGPT dialog just to remind myself of our little chart there, the handy dandy chart. Where'd it go? You know what I need to do? I need to copy this table and put it into my Notion, so I always have access to this. I'll probably do that later. Okay, so I want the soundtrack behind the voiceover to be around -18 to 30. Let's see what this is.
Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river.
It's ambient too. Let's see.
Our first outing was epic, but our next one...
So we can bump this up a bit.
Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river, it promised to be a much calmer vibe. Or so we thought.
Let's bump it up more.
Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river, it promised to be a much calmer vibe. Or so we thought.
Okay, same thing. I think we can bump this one up maybe, if the audio is okay. So we might have to replace that. Alright, so I'm just bumping up the ambient sounds a bit more for the ones where you don't have the nasty noise. Okay. So let's listen to that one more time. I think it's good though.
Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river, it promised to be a much calmer vibe. Or so we thought.
I think I can bump it up slightly.
Our first outing...
And then it's popping there. So let's see if I can create the keyframes around the audio track, create one in the middle, and we'll dip it down.
Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen...
And then there's another pop there. Same exercise, we just want to surgically reduce that so there's no pop.
Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river, it promised to be a much calmer vibe. Or so we thought.
Okay. Next section, same thing. We're gonna take the very last one. Drag that up somewhere here. Perfect. All right, here we go.
We ended up spending most of the afternoon fishing, but...
Same thing, I can bump up the audio a bit.
We ended up spending most of the afternoon fishing, but had no luck. I'm sure we would have eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard.
Okay, so then for this one, what I need is I need the audio to start dropping sooner. So let's say something like backing up.
We ended...
So from here to there, I'm going to drop down the audio a bit.
We ended up spending most of the afternoon fishing, but had no luck. I'm sure we would have eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew...
So even more.
We ended up spending most of the afternoon fishing, but had no luck. I'm sure we would have eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick...
Okay, let's try to fade out the music.
Sure, we
a bit
would have
more.
eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard. But then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we would have eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically.
Okay, I'm thinking I might cut out... What can I cut out here? Because I want the soundtrack to start sooner. Shoot. How can I do this without destroying everything I've created? If I drag everything here...
The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard.
Okay, the simplest answer is I just delete one of these clips here.
So we just
end
something in
this.
the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly...
Okay, let's try that. So if I were to delete this one, and let's grab all these videos. Okay. And then I need to grab this soundtrack. Okay, let's try this. Hopefully it works.
No luck. I'm sure we would have eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard.
I think this could work, but I need to pause this music so I can hear it a bit better. The only issue is that when I say my final line, the blizzard line, it's overlapping with the cello or whatever the stringed instrument is. So I might need to start it a little bit sooner somehow. We can do this. So for instance, if I crop this guy, we're going to find little ways to minorly bump this up, and hopefully we can make it work. Okay.
We ended up spending most of the afternoon fishing, but had no luck. I'm sure we would have eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard.
Nah. Okay, I'm going to undo all the changes I made. I think that's it. But then
We were in the thick of a surprise blizzard.
here's what we're going to try to do. We're going to slice this front tail, or the front section, and we're going to try to copy it over. See if we can have it start sooner.
Dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard.
Okay, and if we tone it down a bit.
The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard. Before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard. Dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a
Okay. I hope what I'm doing is making sense, but basically I just want to extend the beginning part of that soundtrack, the kind of ominous tone. I just needed to start a little bit sooner to match with when I'm saying like something's changed in the air. So obviously I'm saying like the mood is shifted. So I want that ominous tone to start in line with when I'm saying that. Whereas right now it starts a little bit later, so the dramatic flair of what I'm saying just doesn't hit as hard. Whoops. So I'm trying my best to blend in the audio so it's not as obvious that you're hearing it going from loud to soft and whatever. Okay, hopefully.
dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard.
That's not bad. Almost there, I think. Or if I make it worse here, then I'll undo it. But I think if we just slightly change it, it might be okay.
The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard.
Okay, I think and the soundtrack level was good. It was between -10 to 14. So, hells yeah.
But then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard.
Cool. All right. So then what's next? I can delete all that. Then it's just the final words we had towards the tail end somewhere here. Let me test the audio because I think that's the loudest. Okay, and so then the second soundtrack picks up and it's pretty loud. So how much do we want to drop it by? What did we drop it here by? -6.52. All right, we'll do the same here. Because then my voiceover will pop in. Is it at soundtrack 1? It's hovering around -17, peaking to like 22, and we want it to be around -18 to 30. So yeah, okay. We could probably turn it down slightly, just one more maybe. Okay. Cool, and then let's grab the last of the attempts let's squeeze that in there.
So I wasn't exactly expecting a mid-afternoon shower, but that's what we got. And so did our van actually, which was more like a frozen bath.
Okay, let's try from here.
So I wasn't exactly expecting a mid-afternoon shower, but that's what we got. And so did our van actually, which was more like a frozen bath. After some shoveling, pushing, and a few prayers, we did eventually dig ourselves out. But little did we know, that storm was just the pregame for what was coming next.
Okay. That's good, I think. I mean, maybe, just maybe,
Little did we know,
I could technically try to make that last line start a little bit later. Possibly.
dig ourselves out. But little did we know, that storm was just the pregame for what was coming next.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's like a baby.
Yeah. All right, we're on chapter 7. We're almost there. We are almost there. Okay, chapter 7. I do remember I was struggling with this part where it was a little bit too long. So let's see here.
Yeah, well. Hi, how are you?
And I need to turn down the audio on this one.
Russian band, Eagle Hunters down there. And our photographer, yeah, well. Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah. Russian band, Eagle Hunters down there. And our photographer, yeah, well. Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah.
Okay, so then here's where we do the scripting.
Cold, yeah.
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. As we all were. We all were. As we all were. Let me try adding that. As we all were.
Cold, yeah.
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. As we all were. At this point, temperatures averaged... Okay, and then I need to adjust the soundtrack here. Let me time this real quick. So, if you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off, as we all were. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it did force us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy. Okay, so it essentially takes up the entirety. So, roughly here, let's add a keyframe. And we probably should put one somewhere here. And we need to drop the audio something much quieter, and then we'll test it real quick. So this is soundtrack 1. So soundtrack 1, it needs to be around -18 to -30. Right now it's at -20 to 30. But then it's picking up here. It's picking up here. Okay, so we can probably drop it ever so slightly. We'll go to -11 dB, and then I think we can drop this one just a little bit. Okay, let's see. Right now it's hovering around -30, going up to -20, hovering in in the mid 25. And then at that point, we're not going to have any voiceover, so the soundtrack should pick up to be, what, negative 10 to 14. So let's see if we're at that. Okay, and then we have a separate track here, so let me just make sure. Negative 1.63. We'll have it match for now. And then this part, we can lift it up probably. Here, let me just hear what it is. So this part is too loud. So let's see if we can add a keyframe here. And then we'll put a keyframe near the beginning. We'll have it lifted a bit. Put one more here. Actually, I'll put a few. Just want to lift it a bit more on this side. Okay, and then this part can be louder. So we'll just slightly touch it up. I think that part can be slightly louder. I like that it's soft, but maybe a little bit louder. Oh, and then a cool thing. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if it carries across or not. So, if there are audiophiles who are listening to this, or who actually knows, I could always ask Mr. Echo, but What I really like is with my headphones on, this soundtrack, I usually leave the soundtracks on stereo, and then my voiceover should be on mono. And so the main thing there is that, you know, sometimes, especially for soundtracks, music, the musician will do cool things in stereo mode, so then maybe the audio will start off on the right side of my headphone and then it pops over to the left. So it's more of like a, what do you call it, immersive surround sound. And like with this soundtrack, that's exactly what happens here. So with my headphones on, I can hear how the stringed instruments are kind of revolving around me. It's really cool. And I just don't remember when I export this video for YouTube. I'll have to double check at the end, because I would like it so if someone is listening through their speakers, then it doesn't matter. It's just like, it'll just be a mono effect. But if someone is watching this video with headphones on, I would like to retain the stereo mode for these tracks. So we'll look into it later, but I do like how this sounds here. Okay, so then this one I might need to drop the audio a little bit, because I will have a voiceover. Okay, should I just do that now? Let's just do it. Okay, we'll take it step by step. So we got this whole chapter ready to go. We got the next 2 chapters ready. So yeah, okay, we're fine. All right, so that means we are ready to record chapter 7 and chapter 8. All right, and my voice is cleared up a bit, so I think I have no excuses. Let me open up Adobe Audition. We are going to create a new file. This is Mongolia, episode 1, chapter 7. All right, headphones off. Here we go. Hopefully I'll do, I'll probably do like 5 attempts, I hope. But if you couldn't tell by now, I kind of just go until I feel satisfied with the very last one. And then I'm just too lazy to actually go through all of the takes that I've done. So the hope is the last one is good enough, and then we'll go. So let me think about the mood of this one. So this one, it starts off a little bit lighthearted because I am talking about how I'm freezing my ass off. But then I am starting to make it feel more dramatic, because you're going to hear this is the most dramatic soundtrack we have in this entire episode, possibly. But it's the one that we started with, right? So it's that very, very throat singing heavy one. So I probably should try to be a bit more serious here. And then, yeah, and then going forward, I think all of this is going to start to be more serious tone. So, all right, we'll keep that in mind. Let's do this.
Fashion band, Eagle Hunters down there, and our photographer, Yabel. Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah.
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off, as we all were. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in a blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow.
Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah.
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off, as we all were. At this point, temperatures averaged around...
Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah.
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off, as we all were. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy.
Yabel. Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah.
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off, as we all were. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy.
Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off, as we all were. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy.
Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off, as we all were. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in a blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of not feeling as much. I'll try a few more. Bonnie, you said, I wish I could effing stream my editing for 8 hours and have fun with those rigs you have. Lucky man. Decrease the background music when you speak, when your voiceover is being played. Yeah. Don't worry about that, the background music. Once I put in the voiceover, we'll be able to drop everything appropriately. But yeah, listen, man, I'm glad you think so. I'm having fun with it, so I do feel very, very happy that those of you who are tuning in across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick are finding it entertaining. I should probably take this moment to also just make sure I promote myself. So again, if you are... Oh, speaking of which, perfect timing. MP4 Churro, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. So it's like you read my mind. I was going to say I should take the moment to plug myself. Make sure if you guys are watching, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure to like the video. That would help me out tremendously in terms of making sure the video gets boosted in the algorithms in some form or fashion. And those of you on Twitch and Kick as well, thank you very much. Hopefully it's been entertaining so far. We haven't been doing as much video editing. We're gonna get the what time is it here? 8:50 p.m. We're gonna try to get to that at the end of the day. In terms of doing some of the color grading, I'm just trying to wrap up all of the voice recording stuff, plug it in, and then that way I can just finally say we're done hearing my voice, at least in terms of doing these attempts. And then, yeah, hopefully we'll have the video completed and uploaded onto YouTube in 2 to 3 days is our current trajectory. But if you are new, I am a wildlife and travel photographer and videographer, and you're just basically watching the behind the scenes of me trying my best to become a filmmaker and hopefully get picked up by National Geographic and all of those guys. So this is my video episode 1 of my Mongolia travel vlog series from back in February of last year. So we're just finishing up the first episode, and then the next one will be episode 2. And then we'll move on to the next country and the next country and so on. We'll never run out of content, I can promise you that. But yeah, Bonnie, once I plug this in, we'll drop down the audio levels. But thank you, MP4 Churro. MP4 Churro, does that mean you are, I don't know if you're still here or not, but if you are a videographer or a musician, given you've got MP4 in the name, I believe that should mean you do some video stuff. Feel free to hang out in the chat. Also feel free to join my Discord, anyone really, but let me go ahead and plug my Discord as well. And within the Discord, we're slowly building it out. We've been getting, every day we plug it and we get more people on there. And the goal is we're going to build out a community of basically content creators. So it could be photographers, videographers, travelers, and then we'll use this Discord as a way to kind of promote each other, but then also you can share your photos and videos. We can give content feedback. We can even do it live on stream. So I did that with Garv earlier this morning. We did it with 3 people the day before in terms of just reviewing some of their photos and videos. So we'll have fun with it. But feel free to join that Discord. Feel free to enjoy this stream. Okay, so I do want to record a few more attempts. There's something about it I'm not feeling it as much, but let's try again. All right, here we go.
Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off, as we all were. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy.
Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy.
Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy.
Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy.
Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. At this point,
Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
if you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy.
Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy. Okay, I want to do a version with the headphones on so I can kind of hear the tone of the throat singing and see if like my tone is matching or not. Man, we're almost there. Finish line. So
Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
if you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy.
Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy.
Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy. Okay. I think there should be something there. Bonnie, are you taken? What do you mean by that in terms of like relationship stuff? If that's what you're talking about, usually I don't like to talk about that kind of stuff on stream. It just doesn't feel, you know, appropriate. But yeah. But I wish you well. I wish everyone, hopefully everyone, can be taken someday. The only people that have taken me right now are my cats. Wait, where are my cats? What the heck? These guys have been MIA all stream. What the heck? Nala, what's going on? You wanna come here? Where's Kimbap? My cats have been neglecting me. What the freak, man? Alright, anyways, I think we should have something in this one, so let me take this. Boom. Capture noise print. Noise reduction. Boom, boom. Apply. Filter and EQ parametric equalizer. Apply. Amplitude and compression. Dynamics processing. You guessed it. Apply. And then normalize process. Sure. Export file to chapter 7, yes. And then let me double check. Did I do this correctly? Or what did I... Did we do chapter 6 already? Yeah, okay, so we did chapter 6. So then from chapter 7, we go to the enhance. We grab the file. Bonnie, you said you're taking Nala? Yeah. Dude, I don't think that's how it works. With cats, it's not you taking them. The cats have to accept you, right? You have to remember, this is a cat's world and we're just living in it. This is my cat's apartment. I just happen to be there as their caretaker and their chef. Okay, it's chapter 7. There it is. Let me drag it in here. Okay, so hopefully this chapter should be done. And then, oh, finish line. It's just right there, man. It's just right there. For real, Bonnie. Yes, for real, for real. Man, these streams have been, it's been more manageable than I thought. I think like maybe on day 3 or day 4, I don't know, somewhere in the early days, I was like, okay, it seems okay. But I started off, I think day 1, maybe it was like 3 or 4 hours stream. Then it was like 4 or 5 the next day, then like 5 to 6. And then eventually I hit the 8-hour mark. And I was like, okay, it seems doable. In my mind, I was like, could I do like a 24-hour stream? I think I could, actually. Just give me enough caffeine. Or some of those balls drinks. And then I think I could do it. So maybe one of these days we'll do like a 24-hour stream. But take a break, gang. Have a Kit Kat. Now I took my break. Maybe I should do, if I can figure out how to do the overlays a bit better. Or actually, I think in Streamlabs there is something where I can create countdowns or timers. I think what I want to do is I probably should have a timer that goes off regularly so that it reminds me to take a break. At the very least, to just stand up, do a few squats, like air squats, maybe just like a couple pull-ups, and then come back. I feel like I should do that, just for my own health and sanity. But how much of you? Wait, one second. What is it? I gotta let out my sparkling water. Where'd it go? Here. Bonnie, you said how many viewers did you have during your first day? Man, I don't... Actually, I'm sure I could look it up on Restream. I'd be shocked if I had like 3 people in total across all of them. I'd be shocked. Shocked, I tell you. We've been doing better each day. Like if you look at it, it goes up and down and stuff. Definitely yesterday and the day before were my best days. Super awesome. Everyone was like super engaging in the chat. We had crossed the 10 viewer mark across on Twitch, so I think maximum maybe at its peak, I think it was like 12 or 13 people viewing on Twitch. So that was pretty cool. Today's a bit slower stream, but today's also been a little bit better on overall. Like I feel like I've been hovering around 5 viewers across, like on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So that's kind of cool. So I do want more consistency as opposed to like extreme peaks, and you know. So ideally we can just keep at this pace. But yeah, I'll check out the restream in a second. Let me hit this download button so I don't. So we're gonna download this guy. Okay, let's go back to the script on chapter 8. Let's drag in chapter 7. Chapter 7, yep, here it is. Bonnie, did you watch my shitty vid gang? The Mbappe one, right? I think that was you, right? I did check it out, yeah. I think I might even be following your YouTube now, if I'm not mistaken. So, but good on you, man. Don't call it shitty. You should always, you should always hype up yourself for sure. You know, not that I always do for myself, but I do it out for fun. You know, to say I'm shitty at this or that. I do. At the end of the day, I do believe in myself enough to know that I can achieve these things if I put in enough time. But either way, you should be more positive about your own video. It wasn't shitty. It was good, man. Where was I though? Okay, I have chapter 7. Let's move on to chapter 8. So we're gonna kind of break up the rules a bit. Let's just get all 3 of these sections recorded, and then we'll slap it in. So we are now on. Here we are. So chapter 8. Let me figure out when I should start speaking. So maybe somewhere in the middle of this. From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. No, I think I should probably put it in the same. From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering their livestock, and reinforcing shelters, bracing themselves for the real storm. Okay, otherwise I think that's good. So it's just about the timing. And then let me just look at the final piece here. From the sudden snowstorm. Oh wait, no, same spot. Whatever. Okay, you know what? Let's take it chapter by chapter. Let's not jump ahead. So let me go here. We'll go to new audio file. Mongolia, episode 1, chapter 8. Yo, William. Have you thought about doing the recording solo? Solo, we can't hear you. Nice. Wow. Man, this guy's got jokes. If you weren't a tier 2 subber on YouTube, I would ban you in a heartbeat, man. Yeah, how's it going? Hope all is well, dude. We've been doing really well on our side, okay? What's happened? Let me catch you up to speed a little bit. 2 days ago, was it 2 days ago? We officially became a Twitch affiliate. So essentially that means people can start paying me money to do this, which is crazy. Was it 2 days ago? I think so. Or was it yesterday? Holy crap. Oh no, that was yesterday. So yesterday that was our first stream as a Twitch affiliate. And then we got 2 people donating, or we got some people donating some bits. I didn't even know what that was, but that's like real money, okay? And then 3 people subscribed to my channel. So now we do have a couple tier 1 subscribers, and then today we did get another person subscribing, and we're talking real money. People are spending money to watch me do this for 8 hours every day. Okay, so we're making it. All right, we've proven out the model. I'm gonna do this every day now. But yeah, we had some good times. And yesterday, I think, was the best in terms of the stream. We actually cracked, I think it was like 20 people watching for a decent chunk of time across all 3 platforms. And then Twitch yesterday and the day before was the first time I cracked over 10 people watching on that platform. So listen, man, I can finally say I've got double-digit viewers, even though realistically I was like at the very, very bottom end of that. But whatever, I'll put it on my resume. But hope all's well, man. We are still recording my voice across all this, as you can tell. But I'm at the very end, so we only have 2 more chapters, roughly. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. We got like 2 more chapters to go to speak all this into the mic, and then we're done. Well, then we have a few more rounds of editing, but otherwise, the goal right now is we're gonna publish this. Let me pop it over here. The goal is we should be able to pop this onto YouTube. What, today's Thursday, so the countdown right now is showing. Oh dude, and then Will, not only that, we've actually leveled up as streamers. I have this whole thing now. Bonnie, am I the background noise? Nah, you good, man. What do I have? I have this thing now in chat where I can say ! commands. And it should work on YouTube as well. But now, whenever people ask, and I have had people asking, right? Say, hey, what's your Discord or what's your YouTube, whatever it is, I just pop this in and people can see all the commands. So you can literally do ! blah, blah, blah. And then this will get you to my website, to my other areas. You can see all the other things. Yeah, so we're way more professional now. Bonnie, always there but never important. Yo, you gotta speak more positively about yourself. Yeah. Listen, you would be more important, but you gave up all your points. You lost all your points, man. Your PPs. What the heck? Oh no, I gave you 300 though, so you're all good. Now you are a crucial member here. AFK NVM. Always there and important. Unless, are you saying that because I missed one of your chats? No, I got your chats. You're good. No, Will, you're doing it wrong. Oh wait, no, the heist. Oh yeah, so then let's say in this case, I'll type in heist as well. But you have to type in heist and put in a number. So let's say if I do heist and I punch in 300. I don't know how many points you got. Dude, it's like we got a, what is that point system I created before? We have a whole leaderboard now. So every time someone chats, donates, just engages in general, you can collect points. And then there's a whole leaderboard system built in. So heist 100. So then Will, I think you were supposed to hit ! heist and then actually punch in a number based on how many points you have. But listen, whatever. Have fun with the heist. We still don't really know how to use it, okay? But there are ways to collect points now from how you are engaging with the chat. Oh, and then the other thing, although it's not built into YouTube yet, but I actually created some custom emotes for the Twitch. So how do I do that? Oh yeah, you won't be able to see it. You're on YouTube, so. But just know, I am much more of a professional streamer now on day 19 than I was on day 1. So we're making it. Cheers, dude. Yeah, enjoy. We'll talk soon. All right, let's finish this. We're on chapter 9. Okay, so then we did chapter 7. Let's bump back to chapter 8. And let's do a new file. So, new audio file. Mongolia, episode 2. No, episode 1, chapter... What? Oh, I'm an idiot. I already created this. I was like, wait, why does this one say chapter 8? Okay, so we already have the file. I've got the script, so let me just jump to the right section, which is here. Oh shoot, what happened to our heist? A crew of pirates and raiders checked their flintlocks and sharpened their cutlasses. Oh, damn. Well, we didn't get that heist, man. It's all good. Let me focus on this real quick. Oops. I didn't want to zoom in on that. I want to zoom in on this one. And let me take the headphones off. Here we go. From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves for the real storm. From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves for the real storm. From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, and reinforcing shelters, bracing themselves for the real storm. From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves for the real storm. From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves for the real storm. From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves for the real storm. From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves for the real storm. From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves for the real storm. From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves for the real storm to hit. From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves for the real storm to hit. Okay, I think the last few has some potential, so let me catch up on the chat. Hey, what's up, Lucky? Welcome back. Let's see what's been happening. I couldn't help it but to accept your duel, and I laugh at the face of danger, as they say. It looks like I'm just on a hot streak. Okay, what's happening? What am I missing here? I'm going close to the casino. Nice, yeah, me too. Lucky, that's so good. Except I won. Lucky, you have 121 PPs. Can you give me 200 more, please? Man, listen, Bonnie, I don't want to enable your gambling addiction here. You know, that wouldn't be setting a good. Yeah, it's not a good behavior that I want to be setting. To just keep lending you more and more PPs, so that you can gamble it away. You gotta earn it and learn when to spend it. You know how it is. Lucky, Yobel, we had a truck shoot yesterday, and there's nothing more than a truck shoot. Oh, that's kind of cool. There's nothing more I hate than doing a shoot with a vehicle. I will show you a picture and tell me this was not the perfect content. Oh yeah, please do share it. If you put in the content feedback, let's go ahead and pop it up on the stream. It'll be a good break. I just wish the theme was different. Okay. Streamer privilege on those duels. You can't prove that, so. Also, I realized I wasn't sharing my screen over here. So you guys are just watching a full screen of me doing my little voice recordings. Yeah, if you want to pop it into the Discord. Discord. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so what do? I hit open link. There it is. Let's check it out on stream. Hopefully you guys can see that. Oh, that's cool, man. Was this the model or the guy who owns the truck, I'm assuming? I like this angle that you did here. But you're saying there's nothing you hate more than doing a shoot with a vehicle. I don't have enough practice to really say. In Dubai, that is definitely a thing. There's so many people with fancy cars. And so if you are one of those like photographers or video editors or videographers who knows how to do those clean with the gimbal and get all the angles of their cars, you can definitely get business there. Yeah, that sunset though. Oh man, this is one thing I miss about San Francisco, where I lived prior. In Dubai, you don't get this kind of sunset. It's very, very rare to have clouds, like in general, to have clouds that kind of cut up the sky. You will get like the murky pollution looking clouds, you know, like towards the horizon, so you don't oftentimes get to actually see the sunset, and you don't oftentimes get the nice the sun rays and the nice way to kind of see the reflections everywhere. So I do miss that a lot. You said, yeah, he loves his truck. There's so much detail in the vehicles. Yeah. It just stormed like crazy. Perfect time. Good thing he didn't get struck by lightning. So, a win-win. Because he was in the perfect spot to get hit. Oh, I guess there's this little windmill, whatever you call this over there. So that's a cool shoot, though. What camera did you use for this, or what was the lens of choice? The focal length. I'm assuming you needed a wide angle for some shots, but then sometimes it's good to do like use like a tele lens and do some nice cropped in shots. Yeah, I don't know really what people look for in a car shoot. I'm assuming one where they're in the driver's seat and you get a nice shot with the window down, maybe. You'd have to ask your wife. She's out now. No worries, no worries. Thank you for sharing that, though. That was a cool one. It looks like... well, I'm excited to see the photos, you know. Once you guys have edited it all up. I'm curious. I am curious for my own selfishness of, like, understanding the different techniques for vehicle shoots. So... Okay, in the meantime, we're almost done. We're at the finish line, so I want to try to grab this. Capture noise print. The huge. Let's go ahead, noise reduction process. Apply. Filter and EQ. Parametric. Boom, boom, boom. Dynamics. I'm a man of routine, if you couldn't tell by now. I like to kind of just do the same routine over and over and over again, because then I hope it becomes muscle memory, and so then if I accidentally break from it, I'll catch it. So it'll be like, oh shoot, did I remember to do the noise reduction? It's like, well, I am on this filter and EQ, so that should mean I've done it. So yeah. Just doing the same old routine. Alright, so then let's go and export this to chapter 8. We got one more chapter and we're done. Oh man, 9:20. We're making good time. So the next, let's go to here. Bonnie, how many points you got? I wish I knew how to check. Let me do leaderboards. Wasn't there like a, do I do exclamation mark leaderboard? But it doesn't actually show anything. That's kind of annoying. Alright, it is what it is. Okay, I was looking for this folder. Chapter 8, Wave. Okay. Lucky, do you mind if I ask a really rookie question when it comes to videography? Not at all. I will never mind. As long as you don't mind if my answer is a rookie response. So, yeah, but please, shoot it my way. Tell me. Tell me, tell me. Man, I need to add more. I need to add more soundtracks to this playlist that I got. It's like at this point I feel like I can hum along to all the songs. It's kind of, I don't know if it's the same for you guys, but now I feel like the opening soundtrack, I know like the lyrics. Hum ba da da da. Like I can like, it's like I'm speaking another language.
This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
And I'm also curious. I did have a thought earlier. I wonder if like, obviously it won't be most likely, but imagine if like, what they're saying right there, if you could understand the language, they're like just like saying all the vulgar words and nobody will know. Okay, what was I doing though? Okay, I needed to chapter 8. We'll drop it to 50% and remove the background. Now let's hit download. That's all about consistency. Consistency. Why can't I say that word? All right, Lucky. So you're saying, so I wanted to, I wanted to. Sorry, I'm getting a mental blocker on your first. So I wanted to still get some clips or shorts during that vehicle session. I wanted to. Okay, you wanted to get some clips or shorts for that session. Gotcha. When you position your camera, do you let the editing software do your zoom in and out, or do you physically want to add those effects during the session? Okay, I got you. I started turning the video camera, and I felt like if I didn't properly know how to do that, that was messing up more than anything, almost like a washing machine effect. It's a really, and that's definitely not a rookie question by any means, or it's not a bad question, because I've definitely had the same thoughts. And I'll do my best to hopefully give a decent answer. At the very least, there is a difference between doing like a digital zoom and digital motion versus if you physically moved. Not just, yeah, it's a few things, right? Like if I do a digital zoom, so if we just hop back over here, if I zoom in digitally within this file, the thing that I run into is the fact that I'm losing resolution. I'm essentially cropping out pixels, right? The more I zoom in. So then in a sense, you are degrading your shot, and it just depends how much you have in terms of resolution to save it for like whatever. Let's say if I filmed a 4K video, but I know that I'm going to export the video at 1080p or like an HD video, which is a smaller resolution file, like it's a 1920 pixel by 1080. Whereas a 4K video is like, I think I have the number, it's like 3,800 something by 2,000 something. So it's like, much more. So if you had like a 4K video, you could technically crop in and zoom in digitally into the file without ever running into a problem of running out of pixels, where if you're going to export it at 1080, you run into the problem. Let's say if you zoom in 4x in your 4K file, you actually end up zooming in more than the pixels you actually need. So that's how you end up with the degraded video where it gets blurry because you don't have enough resolution. So you have to be mindful how much you can digitally zoom depending on what you shot at and what you want to export it at. And let's imagine like if you shot a video at 1080, like from your iPhone, let's say, if it's a 1080p video, then if you do any zoom, technically you are going to start losing resolution unless you export at like a 720 video or 480 or any of the lower ones. But obviously by that point, the resolution, the pixels are small, so if you put on a big screen, it will look really bad. So there's like one answer to that in the sense of like, yes, there is a difference and you can digitally zoom, but the problem is comparing to physically zooming. Like if you moved your camera closer, obviously then if you're moving it closer, you're doing any motion, whatever, you're not losing any pixels. It's entirely the same thing as like a 4K video the whole time. So by doing the physical zooming, essentially you don't lose any resolution because you're just keeping the same shot. So in the so in the sense of like losing resolution, doing the physical zoom is better, right? Because you'll never lose zoom. So if you knew in advance that you want to do a bit of a zoom, then you could do that. But just keep in mind, obviously if you start physically zooming in, then you're losing things on the edges. So let's say if in this case I wanted to zoom in on her face, but then later on I changed my mind and I was like, oh wait, actually I want to show the full screen. Like I want to show her with the wide angle. Unfortunately, if I physically zoomed in on the shot, then you lose out on the chance of having that. So for when I'm filming, it's kind of nice that I can film in 4K, knowing that, at worst case, I can always, crop in 2x or so I can still have a 1080 footage. But then I like to shoot wide angle, and then it gives me the freedom later on how much I want to add zoom. So just keep that in mind. And also when you do a physical zoom, you also introduce a lot more motion, like jitteriness or shaking, which then can make the shot shaky as you try to move. So then that's where you apply like a gimbal or just any kind of stabilization physically as possible. You do have digital stabilization, so you should have seen as I've been editing this, I do that all the time, right? Where I take a clip. So even if I take this clip, in the inspector, there's a section called stabilization, and I can hit stabilize. But the problem is if I digitally stabilize instead of if I was physically stable in the shot with like a gimbal, it's the same kind of issue where you start ending up losing pixels, because the way that the digital stabilization occurs, it kind of keeps the subject centered. But in order to keep that subject centered, if you moved around a lot, it loses a lot of the outer framing. It'll lose a lot of the outer pixels in order to keep the center subject stable. So then same thing, you start losing pixels by doing that. So that's why people will oftentimes use gimbals, or there are different techniques you can do. One of the first ones I learned was like you use your camera strap with your camera, and so then you extend your arm all the way, so the camera is, there's a tight, what do you call it? There's tension, right? You'll have a tension between the camera with the camera strapped to your neck, and you let it be at its fullest extent. So then that way, as you're moving left to right, whatever, it'll be at the same, you know, same, what do you call it, distance, and it won't be like as shaky as you're trying to move. And there's like all kinds of techniques you can look up for that. Sorry, this is a very long answer, so I do apologize for those of you who are listening and you're like, dude, that's the worst answer possible. Feel free to chime in. There is a second portion to this, Lucky, by the way. So I just kind of addressed the first part, which is between the physical zooming and then digitally zooming. The digital zoom gives you a lot more freedom later on, right? So then you can keep your shot at wide angle, and then it's up to you how much you want to zoom, depending on how much resolution you have to lose. So that's one of the benefits. But one of the losses, I guess, is again, you will lose resolution the more you digitally zoom in. Whereas for the physical zoom, like if you manually actually moved it, you keep your resolution the same the whole way through. And then the bad thing is that if you end up wanting a wider angle shot, you don't have it. But then the other thing is the shot could look shaky, right? So then you just have to be careful to be stable. There is also a visual difference between me digitally zooming in on the shot versus if I physically moved. And this one, I honestly, it's not really easy for me to explain, but there is like this kind of difference where if you have your camera and you move closer to the subject, the way that your camera lens will depict your subject and the background and how it compresses the shot as you go closer or as you go farther, as more parts of the video become sharper or less less focused. There are all those other benefits of when you physically move your camera closer to the subject or away from the subject that the digital zoom cannot replicate, right? The digital zoom, it's like whatever you see in this frame right here is what you get. So you don't get as much of a parallax effect if you wanted to digitally zoom. Whereas if you were physically moving your camera closer, and as you do any motion, the way that whatever is focused, whatever is blurry, whatever is considered the subject versus the background, it just compresses in a better way or a more dynamic way. So if I had to choose and I had intention in mind of like, I know the kind of shots that I need to take, doing a physical zooming and motion, I would say is always better than trying to do it later on in digital, because the visual effect itself won't actually look as compelling. So hopefully I answered it properly. Probably not, but that was my 2 cents. Lucky said, that's insane. I didn't know that. I think you might have said that when I don't know when you were saying that, but okay, that's good to know. You didn't know. I was so shaky, I had to get the wife to do some, and no, that was perfect. Gotcha. Yeah, and that's where I have some gimbal in my storage space, but like, yeah, gimbals are helpful for that. That's why even for my shot here, when you look at my gear, right, you can see this is like an iPhone gimbal or like a smartphone gimbal. So same thing, those things are all there to kind of make sure the shot is steady. But the technology is getting so crazy that even if you're shaky in the moment, you can remove so much of that shake in the digital stabilization. And then a lot of cameras have built-in stabilization. Some of the lenses have built-in stabilization. The iPhones are really excellent, and all the action cameras are really good at that. But yeah, the more you can try to keep it stable, the less resolution you lose. So thank you for attending my TED Talk. And thank you for the question. That was great. I do want to share as much of my knowledge, even if it's let's call it crude knowledge or not accurate knowledge, because then as we build up our channel, we'll have people who can do the whole push up their glass and be like, actually, and I always love that. So if anyone can then give me the right answer, then we learned. And I do want to be better at explaining these concepts anyways. So the more people ask it, the better I'll be each time. So all right, where were we? We had downloaded chapter 8. I needed to drag in chapter 8, which is this one in here. But before we continue that, we're just going to roll on to chapter 9, which is the aftermath and photo highlights. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to shrink this guy. We're going to do a voiceover warm up here. And I just want to kind of time it and also see what to change with the audio. So I do think I need to drop the audio a bit here, because it's hovering around like -20-ish, whereas based on our little cheat code, when there is voiceover, we need it to be, for, you know, maybe closer to 20 to 30-ish. So let's say from here, let's add a keyframe. Okay, so towards the end here, I'm just going to drop it just a little bit, I think. By -3. Let's see. Okay, that's good enough for now. Alright, let's do the voiceover and see timing. In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. In total, between 5 and 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Okay, but I kind of want this section here to be without my voiceover, so we want to hear the sound of the fence coming down. Bonnie, you've got 83 prize pixels. I'll leave it up to you if you want to gamble away those, or you just need to keep engaging in the chat to build it back up. I can't keep bailing you out, okay? It's not a good life lesson. Streamlabs, what is this? I would say no. What is that about? Oh, okay. You asked a question. Who is Carl Pei? Oh, so 8-Ball, you can ask questions of it, and then it'll try to respond. How cool! How cool! Okay, so I was saying this section here, I think I want it to not have audio, or I don't want voiceover. So here, let's see if it pauses. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity reminded me why I travel, to see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people. It's too crammed in there. So let's start over from here. Or okay, what if I start speaking earlier? In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. In total, between 5 and 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity reminded me why I travel, to see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people. Okay, I think that could work. 8-Ball, are you Streamlabs? 8-Ball, will this video hit 2 mil because of my presence? I won't recommend it. Yeah, we'll get there, man. Alright, let me try it again from here. Let me see if I can cut a few lines here. But amidst this harsh reality, alright, let's try again. In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. In total, between 5 and 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity reminded me why I travel. To see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people. Thank you so much for joining me. Okay, and then here I need to turn down the audio as well. Okay, let's try that again. I might need to cut a few words out of this. In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions. In total, between I'll just say roughly 8 million livestock perished. Triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. Okay, let's try again. In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. Roughly 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity remind me why I travel, to see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people. Thank you so much for joining me on this intense first chapter of my Mongolian journey. If you enjoyed it, please like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next episode, because trust me, there's much more to come. More adventures, more incredible moments, and even getting drunk with eagle hunters. So I'll see you then. Until then, take care. Until then, take care. Okay, let's go ahead and record this bad boy. And I think, it'll be so good to slot this in and say that we've finished all the voiceover. Then we can start doing some fine-tuned surgical work. Yeah, this video is coming along, okay? It's been a labor of love. We're on day 19. So yeah, we can basically say it's taken us 3 weeks to finish this video. Okay, so what do I need to do? I need to create a new file on Adobe. We'll call this one Mongolia Episode 1, Chapter 9. Okay, sorry, I got lost in my thoughts there for a second. We got chapter 9. Here, let me take the headphones off. All right. What else? Okay, then we need to what? Oh yeah, let's get to the right section. We did this section. So then we go to chapter 9. Here we go. In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. Roughly 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity reminded me why I travel, to see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people. In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions. In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. Roughly 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity reminded me why I travel, to see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people. In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. Roughly 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity reminded me why I travel, to see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people. In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. Roughly 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity reminded me why I travel, to see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people. In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. Roughly 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity, it reminded me why I travel, to see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people. In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. Roughly 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people, it stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity, it reminded me why I travel, to see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people. In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. Roughly 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity, it reminded me why I travel, to see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people. Thank you so much for joining me on this intense first chapter of my Mongolian journey. If you enjoyed it, please like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next episode. Because trust me, and there's much more, blah, blah, blah. Thank you so much for joining me on this intense first chapter of my Mongolian journey. If you enjoyed it, please like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next episode, because trust me, there's much more to come. More adventures, more incredible moments, and even getting drunk with eagle hunters. Until then, take care. Thank you so much for joining me on this intense first chapter of my Mongolian journey. If you enjoyed it, please like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next episode. Because trust me, there's much more to come. More adventures, more incredible moments, and even getting drunk with eagle hunters. Until then, take care. Thank you so much for joining me on this intense first chapter of my Mongolian journey. If you enjoyed it, please like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next episode. Because trust me, there's much more to come. More adventures, more incredible moments, and even getting drunk with some eagle hunters. So until then, take care. Okay. That was the final stretch. That means if we did this correctly, we should be done with this tedious, exhausting task of voice recording. So let's see. What are we gonna do? Oh shoot, I'm still recording. Whatever. I think that means I can delete all this, right? Yeah, we'll delete that. Well, I hope I did. If you enjoyed it, please like, okay, we're good. Okay, so I grabbed a little sliver there that I think is clean. I hit capture noise print. We're gonna command all, and we're gonna go and do the noise reduction. Apply that baby. And then we're gonna go to filter and EQ, parametric as usual. You guys know the drill. Then we go to the next one, amplitude and compression, dynamics, processing. You know that drill. And then we're gonna go to amplitude again and go to normalize. And you know that drill. Boom. Okay, cool. Let's export this and be done with this. Export file. Okay. All right, let's pop in over here to this bad boy. Chapter 9. Drag it in. Oh boy. I think I'm gonna celebrate tonight with some fried rice. Whenever I'm in, when I'm in a celebratory mood, I always just go to some fried rice. You know what? And then some hot Cheetos. I think I'm gonna order some hot Cheetos tonight. Ooh, okay. We earned it, We earned it. Now, as I'm waiting for this to upload, I am thinking I want to make some updates to these the overlay that I have, or add some other things. So, because I do recognize I'm missing quite a bit compared to what other YouTube, Twitch, Kick streamers have. So, even when I look at the full screen mode, or let's see, let me blast this guy. I feel like I need to have those little symbols that show like Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and all that at the very least. So I need to do better about branding somewhere on the screen. And then in the editing mode, I feel like there's a lot of empty space here that I need to do stuff with. Like maybe in the bottom right section, I should probably have all my links there, or just like, again, show YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. I don't know, because I'm using Stream Elements for some of the overlays. Like when I say overlays, I mean like the tickers and all the motion stuff. But maybe I should also include like a viewer count or something, like so people can see like across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick how many viewers there are. I think that'd be nice, just to hopefully show progress over time. That'd be cool. And then I need to create some goals, I think. Or yeah, I guess at this point, well, I'm still waiting for Kick. All right, so Kick is our slow horse in the race, okay? But I'm hoping for Kick to get to that point where we can say we are, I don't know what it's called, is it Kick affiliates? But yeah, I would like to then start figuring out how do I do like setting some goals here, whether it's like donation goals or subscription goals or whatever it is. So we will keep kind of changing things up to make this feel a bit more like I don't want to say typical, but I want to make it feel like you're stepping in here and it's so polished and professional looking. It's got all the pieces that you're normally expecting in whatever stream, but it will do it better, obviously. So, you know, we'll do our best. I do also want to figure out how to have like better alerts, but I just have like I have like some version on Streamlabs that was free. And so the question is, now that I'm doing this, I'm more willing to pay for different, whatever, alerts or widgets or things. Because I didn't want to pay more than I had to until I know this is something I want to do long term. So now I do feel much more comfortable about it. So yeah. Anyways, those are just some ramblings here. I'm just giving some thoughts as I wait for this thing to load. Sorry, I missed the message. Lucky, you can show sub goals. Yeah. So I think, yeah, I should learn how to do that, right? That can't be so difficult. I'm assuming all streamers have that somewhere. The only wrinkle to that is the fact that I'm streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So I don't know if like, does that look messy, or do you have like a unified one, or do I have to create one? Yeah, like that's the one thing, is trying to figure out if I have like goals across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, does that get confusing? Is there like a unified version that I can show that can sync up? So like, let's say if one person subscribes to me on YouTube, 5 people subscribe to me on Twitch, and then 4 people subscribe to me on Kick, and if my goal was to have 10 total subs across all 3, I just need to know if I need to figure out if like Stream Elements and all that synchronizes across these different platforms to give me the total numbers, or if it's considered completely different, so the numbers are only tallied by each individual platform. I have no idea. These are I'm sharing a little bit more than I probably should, because I should probably take care of this off stream. But those are the thoughts that I have in my head, and the point is I want to keep improving this. So I don't want you guys to think I'm lazy. You will never meet a harder worker, especially when it comes to things I care about, for sure. But like, even then, we want to keep being better. So, all right, this is the final one. So let me hit download. Let's hit save. And now, what was it? 7, 8, and 9. Lucky, can you remind me? And I do apologize, because I'm pretty sure I asked this of you before, but did you say you stream, or you stream occasionally, or there was something you were saying where now that, was it KG, or what's your wife's, yeah, KG, she's setting up her setup and you guys are going to start streaming, or there's something to that effect, but I don't fully recall. But if you are there, I'd be curious to know if you are a streamer. And in the meantime, let me pop over here, chapter 9, this one. Cool. 7, 8, 9. Let's now jump to chapter 7. And let's get to work. Okay, I can only imagine. Let's see.
Couldn't tell I was freezing my ass off.
Alright, we'll grab the last one, as usual. Lucky you say we are working on it. We got her account and OBS good to go. Just got to find out how to do overlays. Yo, I'm happy to share my thoughts, you know. Well, actually, I'm really bad with the overlays because I use Canva. So the overlay you see right now, this kind of a background thing, it was after like I sent a bunch of I think I went through ChatGPT and also Canva AI to like kind of generate some background in this dark mode with like this kind of etching. So without like, if you were to remove all the things and you just see the background as is, it's a cool like little mural looking thing that looks like a camera almost. So it was like a camera themed background. And then I just, in Canva, I just created a rectangle, like a like a yellow rectangle for where I would position the different elements, like the, you know, the screen mirroring and the webcam, which is not the ideal way to do it, I don't think. There are like legit overlays you can do that's much better. But that's what I did. I just saved a bunch of images as transparent PNGs, and then I threw it into OBS as an image. And so the transparency still applies, and then you just got to increase the size of it to match the, you know, the dimensions of your video or your stream. But then yeah, I'm using, it seems like Stream Elements is the one that more people like, possibly in my small sample size. I'm using Stream Labs for the alert box, but that's because I'm connected across 3 different streams, like the different platforms. If you're just streaming to Twitch, I'm assuming maybe Stream Elements might be the better one. Yeah. Those are my thoughts. Okay, let's get to this.
Freezing my ass off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall.
And our photographer, Yabel. Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass. If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and if you couldn't tell, I was freezing.
Cold, yeah?
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing. If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall.
Let me cut out where I'm smacking my lips there.
Blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy.
And then I think Cyronius was the one who suggested, yeah, I need to tone back a little bit on the zoom, probably. So let's see how much I can zoom back out.
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain.
Alright, I think the soundtrack is a little too loud.
Around minus. Off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it,
Okay, I think that's
we were
better.
caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain.
What is this? Hi, how do I say it? Hi, Hithatia Milan. Upload like Paga. What is upload like Paga? Is this a reference? I don't get. Hello, though. Thank you for messaging. Unless it's spam.
At this point,
Upload
temperatures
like
averaged
Paga.
around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy.
Oh, and then I need to add the fade out.
in the snow. Enjoy.
Okay, so that's good. We can delete the rest. I'm happy with that one. So now we're on to chapter 9. No. Chapter 8. And we're going to grab the last part as usual.
From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, everyone began hunkering.
Okay, so this section. Boom, boom, boom. All right, we're almost there. Let's try this out of the way. Here we go.
From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down.
Okay, too loud, right? I think the soundtrack is a little too loud.
From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia.
So let's drop this.
Began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing.
Okay, so I need it to be quiet up until this portion here. So if I create one here, and I think this is fine. So then we want this to start dropping. I got it to -4 maybe? Let's see.
From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves for the real storm to hit.
Okay, let me pause this music real quick. Listen to it again.
Began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves for the real storm to hit.
Okay, much better, but one more time.
From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves for the real storm to hit.
All right, I like it. almost. Then we are to the final section, chapter 9. Progress. Okay, now I have to remind myself that where do we...
Aftermath, Arctic sad amidst adverse. Subscribe and...
Okay, so this one here.
In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. Roughly 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. Roughly 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh
there's a little popping sound in the original audio, and I want to get rid of it. So I'm going to just drop this down.
Economic hardship throughout.
Okay, I think I got it. Let's see.
Economic hardship.
Almost. Okay.
Perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity, it reminded me why I travel, to see and share the true spirit that defines a place.
Oh yeah, is that right? You don't say.
Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity, it reminded me why I travel, to see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people.
Okay, so now the question is, do I want to spread these two phrases away from each other, or should they be close together? I don't know.
Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity, it reminded me why I travel, to see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people.
Maybe closer together.
Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity, it reminded me why I travel, to see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people.
Okay, I like that. I like it. And then we're not done yet. We still have to do one of these last pieces here, which we'll just grab right there. Save the best for last. Let's see.
Thank you so much for joining me on this intense first chapter of my Mongolian journey. If you enjoyed it, please like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next episode, because trust me, there's much more to come. More adventures, more incredible moments, and even getting drunk with some eagle hunters. So until then, take care.
Okay, and then I think I need to drop the audio. Let's see, let's add the audio here. And then we'll shift it down a bit.
Thank you so much for joining me on this intense first chapter of my Mongolian journey. If you enjoyed it, please like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next episode, because trust me, there's much more to come. More adventures, more incredible moments, and even getting drunk with some eagle hunters. So until then, take care.
And that's it. That is the end of the video. So, I think we are in a happy place right now because now we're in fine-tune mode, I believe. There's just we're in fine-tuning mode. But let's start from the very beginning. What we're gonna do is we're gonna listen to this start to finish. I'm only gonna pause if I recognize something's off, like if we missed an audio thing or there. Don't worry too much about the visuals for now, because that is the next step. We're gonna go clip by clip and start to do the proper color grading. And then we also need to add there's a few other things I need to add in. We want to burn in some subtitles in here. So there's all the effect stuff is what we're going to focus on next. But first, let's go ahead and start from the beginning. Excuse me. I want to be on full volume. And let me make sure I'm not muting anything. Except for those two, that's fine. So yeah, we just want voiceover 1. And yeah, let's see if it works start to finish. Here we go.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
Titles. We gotta fix titles.
Welcome back to my channel, where we share the best of the world with the rest of the world. We've traveled to one of the most remote places on Earth to experience the extraordinary life of eagle hunters, thanks to Beck Travel. If you're curious how I made this video, I have live streamed the entire behind the scenes process, which you can check out on my channel and also linked below. Here we are at Mongolia's capital, Ulaanbaatar. After a quick bit of sightseeing and grabbing my first Mongolian meal, it was time to turn in and rest up because tomorrow's an early flight to Olgi, which is the home of the eagle hunters. Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Ibo, our expert guide, and last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel keeping...
Okay, I noticed something. It could have just been because it's rendering slowly, so it's glitchy. Shoot. Okay, it's an easy fix. Because I took a screen grab, and in the screen grab you see the title pop back up when I had it disappear. Oh, and actually I have it on both of these. Okay, so that should be an easy fix. What do I mean? I believe. Okay, how do I fix this without deleting something accidentally? We got this. First thing I'm going to do is something I haven't done in the past couple days or so. I'm going to duplicate this timeline just in case. Man, my cats are just so wild, you know? Okay. Completed voiceovers. Alright, So what I need to do is okay, I just need a freeze frame here, right? Okay, so this is freeze frame number 1. Grab still. Let's just export each of these as I see them. And I'll call this Bota intro. Let's call it 1.bota intro. And then hey, Nora Camden, thank you very much for following on Kick. Yes, we're getting there. All right, we're slowly building it up. Hello, Nora. How are you? I don't know how much you've been tuning in. I apologize because now I'm doing the boring stuff here because I'm fixing mistakes I've made in my video. But welcome. Thank you for following me on Kick, by the way. Kick. So I am streaming right now to YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Yeah, it's today's what? Day 19. So we are on our 19th day of being a live streamer. We've been streaming every day, around 8 hours every day, and it's been very fun. So you're just watching me work on my next video here. It's my video editing for my next YouTube video, which will be releasing hopefully in a handful of days. So hopefully you're enjoying it. We just finished some of the toughest parts. We needed to record our voiceovers, so the whole video is now complete. I just need to do some of the fine tuning. So I didn't actually mean to pause here because I do want to watch it start to finish, but I did notice I had the wrong freeze frame, so I'm trying to fix it now. So anyways, that is what's happening. Also, I realized I need to make more changes. Nora, you want to ask me something? Ask away. I will do my best. Unless it's a troll question, I will respond. Meantime, let me redo this photo. So I gotta go back here. Let's go grab still. Let's export this one again. And also, yeah, JPEG is fine. We want Bota intro. Oh, let's do it again. 1.bota intro new. Okay. Nora, you said, I'm doing great and amazing. I want to ask you something. To be honest, by the looks of it, the video looks pretty fun, not gonna lie. Are you talking about the video looks fun? You said game. Can you, am I misunderstanding you? If you are saying the video looks fun or looks good, thank you very much. It's a very good video. I'm happy with it. We put a lot of thought. Yes, video? Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Well, if you stick around, I'm going to fix this real quick. Then we're going to start the video from the beginning again and hopefully enjoy it because the beginning has the best part. It's the trailer. It's just cinema, okay? We're very proud of it. It took us 9 days to make it. So, but yeah. What I'm doing now is I just got to do the boring stuff. I have to replace this image. Same with this one. Bota. Let's drag it one frame over so I have the proper frame here. I'm going to grab this still. This is for IBO. Let me export this to 1.ibo intro. Yeah. Can you please drop your Discord in chat? Absolutely, yes. Please do join. I have also learned how to do that. So, and if you would like to see, just do ! commands. You can see all of my ways that you can support me. So you can see, you know, for ! Instagram, ! YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Patreon, my tips. So every way you can support me or check out what I do, you can do that there. If you haven't seen my channel before, feel free to go to my YouTube channel. So on YouTube, you can get a good sense of the types of videos that I'm creating. And yeah, I do hope you join the Discord. We are slowly building a Discord for photographers, videographers, editors, content creators, where we can, you know, share our photos and videos, learn from each other, and just build a good community that way. But yeah, thank you very much. We're doing well on stream today. We got 6 people on YouTube, we got 5 on Twitch right now, and we got 4 on Kick. All right. So we got 15 of you guys watching. How cool is that? Thank you guys. I appreciate it. What was I doing here? Oh yeah, I was doing the freeze frames. Did I grab it? I did. Okay, cool. Nora, do you do any like photography or videography or any art stuff? And then the last one I need to grab here is Dogi. So let's go to this, grab still, export 1.dogi intro. Cool. All right, now let me just go ahead and undo everything I just did. And then let me go to, I like to be organized as possible. I say as possible because I don't always do a good job, but I do know I have the photo section here where we got stills, so I can drag in the new ones we just did. So let me just go to my folders and find it. So it's under photos, video stills, Ibo, Bota, and Dogi. Yes, drag it in. Cool. Okay, so now I can replace these guys, and I hope this should fix the issue. Let's try.
Starting with Bota, our amazing chef. Ibo.
Perfect. Okay, so then we got Ibo. And then we got Dogi. Boom. All right, it does take some time to render this, so we'll
with
see that.
Starting with Bota, our amazing chef. Ibo, our expert guide. And last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel, keeping us on track.
Okay, cool. I swear, I can hear my cats behind me going wild. I have no idea what's happening. All right, we're going to start from the beginning again, and hopefully we'll keep catching any mistakes. That is the goal. All right, let me pause the music. Let's get ready for some drama, and boom.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Welcome back to my channel, where we share the best of the world with the rest of the world. We've traveled to one of the most remote places on Earth.
All right, we can skip this part because we did just watch it and there was no issues that I could catch. Let's just jump to here now.
Speaking of the crew, here's now my camera crew, my trusty Nikon Z9 and another Z9 I'm borrowing for this trip, courtesy of the team at Nikon Middle East and Africa. I'm also borrowing a Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal thanks to Grand Stores, plus my Insta360 X3, the GoPro Hero 12, and the DJI Mini 4 Pro. So basically, I'll never miss a shot. After filming my very first double-humped camel encounter, we continued our drive to reach our host and the real start of our adventure.
Okay, when I said the real start, I felt like the voice sounded a little bit like it blasted on
The real start of our
Yeah, it's like very gravelly, but I guess that could just be my voice. Yikes.
the real start of our real start.
I don't think there's anything I can do to fix that.
Start.
I don't think I want to mute it, but let's see.
Real start of
Or like tone it down.
real start of our adventure.
Okay, we'll keep it that way. Nora, you request on Discord. Okay, thank you very much. I don't know what that means. But welcome, Churro. Oh, I didn't see that before. Thank you very much. And Lexi Miles hopped onto the server. Why did it say it was a likely spammer? That sucks. Well, sorry, Lexi. Your message was hidden. Oh, these are cool. Oh my god, I missed out on so much. Oh man, that's cool. Yo, okay, let me just message Adora real quick. Those are dope. I will check it out check it out after the stream. Okay. Sorry. Let's get back into this real quick. Nora, is that you? Or I don't know. I don't understand. I have sent a friend request. Please accept it. Okay, listen, I'll take care of all that after the stream. Let me just continue this while we're on a roll. But yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it, Nora.
Sure.
Nora or Lexi? I don't know.
Maximum 10.
Like 6-7 years. So after that, they released.
Okay, that's pretty loud, right?
Our adventure.
Compared to what we were before?
Our drive to after filming my very first double
Maximum 10.
Like 6-7 years.
Okay, that's super loud. Okay, so I feel like we can drop it a bit.
Maximum 10.
Like 6-7 years. So after that, they released the
Let's drop it to 3.
eagle.
Okay, let's try this.
Maximum 10.
Like 6-7 years. So after that, they released the eagle to the ground, breeding.
So we finally arrived at our destination and met Arctic, the heart of the trip. Arctic is a Mongolian eagle hunter, and he comes from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan is to go on adventures with Arctic to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and a lot of carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and we prepared for tomorrow's adventure.
Okay, just one quick critique from myself there, but I'm way too tired to make the changes. I think I was speaking way too quickly there, or it feels like the pace of my speech was really fast compared to maybe other spots. But like I said, I think I'm done. We're done. This is good enough, and so I think we'll leave it as is. But yeah, that was my current thought process around that. I hear my boy, Kimbap over here, is clamoring for my attention. Kimbap. Good boy, you want to pop up here? Kimbap. You want to come up? You want to come up? Good boy. Good boy. What's going on? Why are you making noise? You're headbutting the camera over there. All right, where were we though? Let's just let Kimbap do his thing, being a good boy that he is. And I'm gonna make sure we're gonna have the emotes for Kimbap and Nala. I'll work on that off stream either tonight, probably not tonight, maybe tomorrow morning, or we can do this. Look, okay, let's see if we can get through the whole thing, get a good sense of it. That's probably a good stopping point for us for today in terms of editing the video, and then we can maybe spend the rest of the time before I have to call it a night. We can work on our next set of emotes for Twitch. I do need to figure out how to do the stickers on YouTube and Kick. I think I just need to keep growing my channel there until I can do stickers or badges or emotes or whatever. But anyways, let's continue.
Or Kazakh meal,
When you say 5, as in you use our hands, or
5 finger means like fingers. It's 5 fingers.
If you really hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
yeah. What kind of meat is this?
It's
That was also pretty loud. I'm not sure. Maybe, I mean, loud is not necessarily bad. It's a nice little wake up, right? We were doing a lot of kind of calmer, boring things up until then. I say boring, we're setting the scene. So maybe by having such a loud start, if you were getting less at, you know, you were getting distracted by what you were watching, boom, you're back in it. So I think we'll keep it. Hey, yo, Bailey Blaze, thank you for the follow. Ooh, on Kick. Yo, this is the first time where our Kick viewers are actually at the top of the game. We got 6 of you guys on Kick right now, 6 on YouTube, and we got 5 on Twitch. Wow. So thank you very much for saying hi on Kick. I wonder why that's happening. Is it just the time of day? Let me just quickly see. Is there anything that's changed? No, we're still in the art category. But yes, thank you very much, Bailey. So Bailey, if you are new to my channel, which I believe you are, I'm just reviewing my videos. So that's what I do on my streams. This is day 19 of me being a live streamer across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. You can go ahead and put in the exclamation mark Discord or exclamation mark commands. You can see a lot more about the different ways to get to know me. But I appreciate you being here. We're just rewatching our video now that we finished the audio recording. I finished all the voice recordings today, so now we can see if I did a good job. Tell me YouTube channel name, I will sub. Oh, hells yeah, of course. Do not need to ask again. Let me do it for you. So this is my YouTube channel. I started the YouTube channel 1 year ago, and now this is my focus. So I'm focusing on growing my YouTube channel, as well as now being a streamer. We are on 19th day of streaming. So this video that I'm working on is for my YouTube. It is a trip that I went to last year in February to Mongolia. This is episode 1 of that series. Okay, after all that I said, I am going to drop the volume just a little bit. It's like a little bit too loud for me, I think. So let's try it slightly here, and then we'll watch from here maybe.
So it's Ardak.
Yeah, Ardak and
Ayalam.
Ayalam.
Ayalam is the eagle.
Yes.
What about the horse?
No, I think it's not for me.
No.
It's just a crazy horse.
Crazy horse?
Yeah. But we don't name horses.
Alright, so
Yeah.
Crazy Horse,
Yeah.
Ayalam, and Ardak the eagle hunter.
Oh, I don't hear my voiceover. What happened? Did we skip chapter 5? Or did I accidentally delete it maybe? Okay, so we're missing voiceover for chapter 5. But I'm pretty positive we did record it, right? Don't tell me I somehow... Chapter... No shot. Did I really? Chapter 1, 3, 4, 6, 7... No! How did I miss that? My Christ. What do I do here? Okay. Well, thank you, Bailey. Thank you for the kind words. We are slowly building up the YouTube channel. I am committed to growing that channel, and I'm committed to be posting. Right now, we're trying to post a YouTube short every day, but in terms of these videos, I'm trying to post it every 2 weeks or so, somewhere in that ballpark, and we'll be faster and faster and faster. We have so much content to go through, so. Unfortunately, I need to take a step back here because I didn't record one of my lines. After meeting Ardek's crew, we prepared for our first outdoor adventure to get a taste of life as an eagle hunter. Oh wait, I did record this. What the heck? Did I just forget to okay, let me see. Sorry guys, I'm losing my mind here because I definitely remember recording this. Let me see if I can find it in the audio projects. Yes, okay. Good news, I do have it. So I don't have to actually do the annoying thing of recording it. But I do need to drag this in here. Oh wait, no, it's here. What the freak? Oh yeah, I actually have... Okay. In some ways I am losing my mind. And my only explanation for this is I might have accidentally deleted the recording if I didn't actually use it. No, that's not true. I just forgot to edit it because it's not even in my folder here. So, okay, let's take care of this now. As usual, we're just gonna go with the last version first, just in case. And let me pause this music, and let's hope for the best.
After meeting Arctic's crew, we prepared for our first outdoor adventure to get a taste of life as an eagle hunter, observing how they train their magnificent birds.
Okay, we're Gucci. That didn't take too long. All right, let's just jump back into all of this.
After meeting Arctic's crew, we prepared for our first outdoor adventure to get a taste of life as an eagle hunter, observing how they train their magnificent birds.
One thing there is it does jump in volume way too harshly, I think. So, but I do want it to be loud, especially towards the end. So what I'm thinking is I'm just gonna check out how this looks. What is this at? 2.58. Maybe. Let's just drop it a bit here. Okay, let's see. I think it's just maybe that specific portion there just sounds way too loud. Or maybe I gotta pick this one up a little bit and then drop this one down a little bit. Okay, we'll stick with that. It is pretty loud though, for what it's worth.
Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river.
Okay, couple things. I can probably, if it's possible. No, okay, that's the end of it. I wanted the horse sounding thing to. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay. I want to extend the soundtrack or the ambient noise a little bit earlier, if I can. I'm gonna grab this. I can't do it there, but what if I just do that? Will that cause issues? Let's find out. Sounds good. Perfect. And then the other thing is, I do still think the soundtrack is just a tad bit too loud. So let's see where we can tone it down a bit. Just a little bit. Nope. Okay, I don't mind that part being loud though. That is the most epic part. Okay, let me just quickly just make sure I didn't mess anything up. Okay.
Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river, it promised to be a much calmer vibe. Or so we thought. We ended up spending most of the afternoon fishing, but had no luck. I'm sure we would have eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard. So I wasn't exactly expecting a mid-afternoon shower, but that's what we got. And so did our van actually, which was more like a frozen bath. After some shoveling, pushing, and a few prayers, we did eventually dig ourselves out. But little did we know, that storm was just the pregame for what was coming next.
It's like a baby.
Russian band, eagle hunters down there, and our photographer, Yabel. Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy. From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves for the real storm to hit. In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. Roughly 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity, it reminded me why I travel. To see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people. Thank you so much for joining me on this intense first chapter of my Mongolian journey. If you enjoyed it, please like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next episode. Because trust me, there's much more to come. More adventures, more incredible moments, and even getting drunk with some eagle hunters. So until then, take care.
All right. All right. Lucky, epic, you say. Thank you. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling real good. I think this was some background music while I think about what I think about. I think the ending actually ended up much better than I could anticipate, I guess. Oh no, actually, well, I did mention this a few days ago, but there is something about the last 3 chapters where just the music, like the importance of soundtrack, I guess, but thankfully we did find good soundtracks that blended well with each other so that it felt like a nice continuation, to the point where I really do enjoy just watching the last 3 chapters together without really thinking about like pausing it to the next chapter. So that actually is great for me. Another thought I was having, because we haven't like figured out all the chapter titles and stuff like that, I kind of want,
From the sudden
I think chapter 8, I want to call it something like a winter tribute, or something like a tribute to the the first thing that came to mind was like, this is a tribute to the livestock, but then that sounds almost it sounds degrading almost, like, you know, I don't know, something about the word livestock, because yeah, like, you know, we end with the death of the stallion, right, the death of the horse. I have the whole narration where I'm talking about how many livestock died across Mongolia from that winter storm, which was like 8 million. And this whole video, this whole chapter that comes prior to it, it almost does feel like a tribute, because, you know, I'm spending a lot of slow motion. I'm showing a lot of the shots of the different livestock, right? The, you know, like the yaks and the babies, the horses, the dog as well. So in some ways, like, I do feel like it has a nice feel of like, hey, we're doing homage to these dudes, you know, to all these animals, because a lot of them did die, you know, so like 8 million of them. So that's one thought that came to mind here, where it's like, when it comes to the chapters, which we haven't gotten
from
to
the
yet,
sudden
I'm thinking chapter 8, we'll talk to Mr. Echo, our trusty ChatGPT. Maybe he's got some thoughts there. But yeah, I think I would like it to be a winter tribute to the lost lives, or so, I don't know, something nice and poetic to make this have like a feel-good, somber moment. Feel good and somber at the same time. A tribute. But yeah, no, I'm really happy with this. So thank you, Lucky. I hope you feel the same way. But by the way, Lucky, or anyone else, but since you messaged that, if there are parts when you're listening to it and you're like, ooh, you know, this could be done better, by all means, please do let me know. I may not act upon whatever you say, and that could, you know, it's not to say what your opinion is incorrect. It's just that I could just be super tired. Like I'm saying, I've gone as far as I can. Okay, there's a really amazing moment happening right now. It's been happening behind me, I don't know for how long, and this is literally the first time it's ever happened. It's my cats chilling together on this tiny bed. Usually one of them will jump over there first, the gray one. I don't want to say their names because I don't want to disturb them right now. But the gray one likes to chill there. And then the orange one, or whatever you call that, the calico one, will oftentimes jump up there, but then she disturbs him. And I always figured that she was like trying to kick him out of there. And this is the first time I'm actually watching both of them napping together. And I don't want to do anything that can break that. And I do want to take a photo of it because it is such... Okay, if you guys have pets, especially cats, because they're not as loving all the time, when you see a moment like that, you're like, oh my god, I need to capture this. So excuse me for a moment as I also speak a little bit quieter, not to disturb them. And I want to at least take a photo and a video to commemorate this moment. This is precious to me. Look at them. So what a good day. Not only did we finish the video in terms of the narration and everything, we also got to see my cats are just chilling, like they actually love each other. So we'll have to save that video. I'm going to post it to my Instagram later. But yeah, anyways, so going back into grind mode, I couldn't, besides the ones that we fixed in the moment in terms of like audio issues and stuff like that, the only thing that's still lingering is maybe some portions of it might be a little bit louder than other parts, but I can live with that, and I kind of do like that because there's a lot of epic moments in this first episode. Anything I would want to cut from here? I don't think so. Oh yeah, one thought I had is like, so this part it's hard to watch because it's such a heavy file, so it kind of is jittery or it's glitchy. So it is what it is. Once we export it, you won't notice it though, so that's fine. But there was like one moment in the shot, like this one right here, where it is quite blurry, so I think I need to maybe zoom out a bit. We might have gone a little too extreme with the zoom. So maybe this will help. Yeah, okay, we'll try that. Anything else that stood out? Yeah, I noticed a few moments where I can see as we get to the next phase where we're going to start to... Oh, sorry, I'm not showing my screen here. I was talking about this section here. So I just kind of zoomed out a little bit so it wasn't as like blurry. You know, it's still blurry, but it's not as much. Worst case, we can export this section and I can put it through Topaz. I use a program called Topaz Video AI, and it does a really good job of upscaling as well as kind of refining or denoising your shots. So I could always do that, and I may actually do that. So that's one area. When we do our next phase where we're going to do some color grading to everything, actually no, the phase after that. Okay, so here's the game plan. Next phase is we're going to go through each of these clips and color grade them. So we want it to look as good as the trailer, right? So in the trailer we had a very cohesive color grading style based on the LUTs that we used, and we're going to see how much that can carry across to have a very consistent feel across the entire video if possible. So we're going to do that where every clip we're going to look at it, we're going to see how we can update them. The next phase, once we start over, or once that's complete, then I want to go to key areas and see if I can change different effects. So we want to do different types of transitions. We want to burn in the text here of the intro. So I want to actually have the text pop up here as I speak the first few lines. And then we need to add some overlay stuff somewhere in the beginning when I talk about my live streaming, so then we'll be able to show that. Oh. I think one of my cats sneezed. That might be what it was. I just heard a loud noise behind me, but... Yeah. Good girl. Good girl. Good boy. Good boy. Wow, look how loving they are. What a day. What a day. Good girl. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, as a cat dad, today is a very memorable day for me. Outside of the streaming stuff, I was just like, listen, when I first got Nala, yes, Lucky. Oh, wait, which emote is this? I made these emotes, and I don't even remember which one that was. Was it like a hype one, I think? Yes, hype, exactly. Man, I wish I had the emotes for my cats. We're going to work on that. So tomorrow's goal, hopefully, is we're going to have 2 emotes of my cats. That would have been perfect for this. Oh, and I did take a photo of them. I don't know if I can turn that into an emote. Possibly. But like literally, when I got Kimbap, the second one, I got him to socialize my first cat, Nala, because she was like so frightened of everything, stressed out, and especially when I was traveling so much, I wanted her to have company when I'm traveling. And so I got Kimbap, and she hated him for like months, where she would hiss at the slightest interaction between the two. Yeah, so it was a long time before they started to tolerate each other, and then for them to actually love each other. So today's been the next level in that journey. So what a day. Okay, what else? So we got this all done. I'm really happy with this. I honestly, this might be, and I say this every time I make one of these videos, I'm like, this is my best one. Like, I think this is my best one I've done so far. If I say that every single time, it can't really be true, I'm assuming. But at least in this moment, as I look through all of this, I feel like technically speaking, this is the best I've done, in that I feel like I've done a better job than in the past to review every single kind of, you know, like all the key steps in creating this type of video. I feel like I've done it effectively. The only things I can think that I would do differently, well, part of it is I think I will commit to getting a different mic. So I know it's a lot of money. It's a big investment, but it's something that's going to nag at me over time. And if I could have a higher quality microphone, and if it does save me time in terms of all the cleaning up of everything that I have to do, then I can somewhat justify that. But you know, it's $500-600, so yeah. So I think audio stuff, that is something I do want to continue improving, especially like figure out what style of voice, my tone, just being more comfortable when I'm doing these types of narrations. So that does still need a lot more work, but we're slowly gaining there. Soundtrack choice, oh man, this is the first time I think where I had a theme to all the music. So we literally did up until the very end, I believe, but for all the key chapters we actually did choose soundtrack that was Mongolian themed. Like we researched, we found different ones in our sound libraries that had like the throat singing or had very much like a more like, you know, traditional sound to it. So that was a first for me. So that was also, I'm really happy that worked out. My concern now is, can I do that for the next episode or two, right? Depending on how many we got. Because I think we did exhaust all of the Mongolian soundtracks that we could find, at least at the time. So that's a problem for next week, let's say. What other reflections or thoughts as I've been watching this? I don't know. I'm really happy with this, honestly. Well, yeah, like, I mean, the one thing I wish, not much I could do about it, but obviously we spend so much time in the beginning of our episode just kind of doing the whole context thing, right? So we're spending time on flight. We're in a day in Ulaanbaatar. We have to head over there. We meet the crew. We eventually meet the eagle hunter. So it takes a while before we go on our first adventure, which is at like roughly 4.5 minutes. But even this, I don't actually count it. Actually, no, this is not even the adventure. Our first adventure isn't until over 6 minutes into the video. So that's my one kind of like potential concern, is that I feel like the real action doesn't start until 6 minutes in. So that is why we spend so much time trying to trim the fat, making it as much as possible sync to the soundtracks. And that's also why we spend so much time making the trailer as cinematic as possible, because the hope is that the trailer will carry people over to continue watching. Because I hope that they'll watch the trailer and be like, wow, that was epic, blah, 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 good stuff. So then they will tolerate some of the more boring things of like watching me get to the adventure. So, but yeah, there is no other solution to it besides just either cutting this even more, which is a possibility. Maybe in an alternate universe, I could have cut a whole bunch of sections out. Or, yeah, actually, I don't know. It is necessary in some ways. This won't be a problem for episode 2 because we've already laid the groundwork, so we can jump right into the action. Now, the difference in episode 2 is that it'll be a different flavor, right? Oh, sorry. Lucky. You said full screen mode. This is where, you know what, that is the top emote. I'm gonna try to figure out if I have the right wildlife image or something that will actually. Listen, while you're here, Lucky, and since this is so timely, what would be an emote that you think comes to your mind when I make that mistake again, where I'm on the wrong screen and I'm talking either to myself or I'm on the wrong screen? Could this one work? Could it be this gorilla with like a yelling face being like, dude, you know, it's like, because this is like a scolding face, right? It's like, you're doing it again type thing. So could it be something like this gorilla where we're saying, and also what is you say that's perfect, Lucky? Okay. Okay, then let's stick with this one. But should there be a message here? Should the gorilla be saying something like pay attention, or like is there a catchy thing that we can put here? And what would be the actual emote title? It's not pay attention, it's you're doing it again. You're stay focused, or what could it be? What could it be? And I guess it doesn't need text either, because now this becomes like a, not necessarily like an inside joke, but if I see the gorillas, then I'll get a good sense of like, oh shoot. What could be the added graphics? It could just be like exclamation or like a warning. Okay, let me type in warning and let's see what Canva's got. So it could be like exclamation marks. And this will definitely have to be one of the free emotes so that more people can warn me when I make this mistake. Okay, let's try. What if I put this? Send it backwards. What do you think, Lucky? Should I be putting a warning thing somewhere here? Is there a better word I should be using? Really, I just want a word that says, like, you know, idiot, right? Because I am... You gotta call me out on... Pay attention. Attention, please. What does that look like? Where'd it go? This is better. Well, I mean, the text won't really be legible, I guess, on a smaller thing. Or is it, yeah, so is it not text, but we're just putting a bunch of these kind of guys, possibly? Let's see. Oops, I don't want to delete that. Look at me, I'm a self-proclaimed designer over here. I just need big symbols, things to get my attention. Pay attention. Do I give him a loudspeaker? Or what do you call these? Well, now I'm just ruining the gorilla, but... Oh, you know what? I know what I'll call this one. We'll call it the Hey Dummy. Is that too long to write? So it would be something like Yobel P exclamation mark Hey Dummy. Something like that. Alright, let's see if this one is better. Okay, so what if I delete this one? And what if I put this behind? Okay, I think it's coming together. And then maybe I'll put something at the bottom. Because, like, you know, it's not the best job in terms of the background remover. So let's see if there's something we can use that covers it up. Probably not this one, but yeah, this is way too big. Too much letters. Too many letters. And then if I have another wildlife animal, or if I have another wildlife emote that could work for, like, if I'm muted myself, then we can have a second emote for that. And I would love to make this an animated emote at some point, but okay, I think this is good enough for now. Unless someone says otherwise. We can always make it better over time, but we're going to save this one. We're going to save only this one. Page 1, download. Okay. Thank you, Lucky. Thank you for bringing it to my attention once again. My fatal mistakes as a streamer. It's always good to know you have room for improvement. We're going to call this one YP Emotes Hey Dummy Gorilla. Boom. And then let me go to my Twitch. Where do I go? I should know this by now, right? Do I go to community? No, I go to content. Nope. Monetization. Nope. How did I already forget? Viewer rewards. There it is. Okay. Emotes. And then we're going to put this into the free slot. Hey, dummy. It'll be all caps. Hey, dummy. To get my attention. Okay. It is there. It is there. So, Lucky, if you're still in the chat, feel free to give it a test. Give it a little bit of a test drive. I'm going to do the same. Oh, thank you very much, Lucky. You've used a 1-bit cheers to the 1-bits. Is that right? Am I reading that right? Thank you very much. Cool, cool. Nice. I appreciate that. So I still don't really know what a bit is, but it looks like you're able to use a bit and you can put like a message in it. Or am I just stupid? Let's see. I mean, I know that part, but let me see here real quick. So if I go to my channel, creator dashboard, I just want to be able to see your chat real quick. Oh, that's so cool. You have a little, like a 1 million thing coming up. Uh-oh. Am I sharing my screen properly, or are you just... Okay, you're just testing. Hey, it worked. It worked. I actually did test to be like, oh, shoot. And actually, I kind of like this because obviously it's a small emote, like from what I normally see in my chat, but because it's got those really bright exclamation marks on the top corner there, I will be able to recognize it. So, perfect. Look at that. I owe you one, Lucky. Thank you for doing that. Actually, let's go ahead and reward you. How do I do that? I go to my Streamlabs. Now, use these PPs wisely, okay? These PPs are meant to collect and to not gamble away, not too often. You never know when you end up with 1 million PPs. Who knows? Who's ever had 1 million PPs before collected, you know? With that kind of power, definitely great responsibility. Where do I go? Do I go to loyalty? Yes. To users. Okay. Let me find your name here. Lucky. Do I need to type it in or something? Oh, there you are. Okay. Oh, shoot. I almost deleted you. Whoops. That is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to edit. Hey, it's not my fault. They put the trash button right next to the edit button. Okay. Let me reward you with 1,000 PPs. There. Thank you so much. Oh, you're trying to duel me already. Listen, no need to duel. I just gave you freely. Okay, fine. I'll accept it though. Yeah, why not? I'm not afraid of a challenge. Oh shit. Okay, well there you go. Good job. You got 1,220 points PPs from me. The what do we call them? Prize pixels. So. Well, how cool is that? Now we got an extra emote. We need to create a few more for tomorrow with my cats. We're making progress here. Okay, I want to check out... I want to check out the trailer one more time. Okay, here's my thoughts. I want it here. Okay, this is my current thoughts. I want to replicate... yeah, yo, or no, the haha, there we go. It's a good day. It's a good day, Lucky. Every day's been a good day, so. Here's my current thoughts for a trailer, or for the trailer. So during this transition here, I want to repeat something I saw in that Fernway Chronicles video. So if you give me a second here, I want to open up the Fernway Chronicles. So I think it was the India one, I'm pretty sure. Or I don't actually remember.
BMC as a college did its best to try and...
Okay. So there was one effect that I thought I saw where as it transitions, like the whole image kind of shakes or like shimmers a bit and turns into the next one. So let me see if I can show it.
Yeah, it feels like explaining a kaleidoscope to a blind man. It's something...
Or did I miss it already? Let me see.
I struggle.
But yeah, we definitely want to do the same effect. I want to do this kind of burned in text for the intro. But then I can't remember which of his videos I saw this in, but there was a nice like kind of a transition effect where everything kind of, not this one, we will do more of those though, those little, nice little dissolves. But it's almost like a little bit of like a tremor. There's a tremor and then it transitioned to the next shot. Unless I'm going crazy, and maybe it was one of the... Man, this guy is so good at what he does. I don't know if it's him and his wife who make these videos, but this is our aspiration. What? Am I just dreaming it up? Did I just dream of a cool effect? Maybe it was one of the other videos. Fernway. Let's just click on this. Go to... I should employ a bit more of the speed ramps. So he did a few speed ramps in the beginning there. It looked really nice. Well, yeah, I do feel a bit more comfortable with DaVinci now, so I think I could do it. But yeah, it's like this guy, he does everything really well. Like there's so many little things that I'm like, okay, this is what I need to do. So it's almost like a play-by-play where if you look at this, so for instance there, so he did that nice little speed ramp, and I don't really do that as much, but it was a smooth one. Starts off fast, slows down here. And then here, I love these kind of shots, so I try to get these a bit more now in my travels. But having something completely blocked out in the foreground, but then being able to see the subject off on the other section, that's really cool. And then revealing it, doing these, yeah, that kind of stuff I need to do as well, where you kind of focus in on something and then you just kind of move physically. Oh shoot, Lucky, I think you were talking, we were talking about this, right? So let me go and slow this down real quick. So here's a good example, Lucky, of what we were saying. Like so in terms of physical zoom and a digital zoom, so in one universe, this guy kept his camera right here, and then all he was going to do was physically zoom, or sorry, digitally zoom from here all over there. But if you did that, one, the focus point wouldn't have shifted. So it would have always been that the focus is here, and you would have had to just zoom in or move in towards the blur, right? So that's not good. Alternatively, you would have had to shoot the shot in a way where the whole skeleton was focused, which means like a very high aperture. So then that becomes much more challenging to get that shot. And then that way you can kind of show that effect as you zoom over there. And so either way, though, you're also losing resolution and all that. Whereas here, what he ended up doing is just a physical motion, right? So he just physically moved the camera, which shifted the focus point the whole time, kept the resolution, has some cinematic fluidity to it. So, and then here, he's doing the thing where, like, subject's moving, but he's also physically moving his camera forward. So it creates a nice parallax effect. Same thing here, he's moving now, so he's in a separate boat, and this is like a tracking shot. So like having some nice tracking shots. Close-ups, right? That, which I don't always do. He's doing he's like subtly zooming out of the shot, so that is something I do a lot of, so zooming in and zooming out. Getting some nice drone shots. Shaky shots, that's cool. So it's like, you know, you're in the middle of the adventure. Nice moment with the elephant. Those things I can do. Drone shots with the speed ramp, I haven't done. Here he's like slowly dropping the camera, right? So this is another example, Lucky, where it's like you could technically just digitally shift it down, but it's harder to do a three-dimensional kind of a feel. Whereas in this one, as he's shifting the camera down, it's creating that parallax effect because the background isn't shifting, it's not moving as much as the foreground is as you physically move your camera up and down. Nice orbiting shot, so doing a close-up, and then he's like rotating the camera around this subject here. Blur, yeah, focusing on the foreground. I don't know if, yeah, and then he shifts the focus, pulls the focus to the subject in the background. I need to like keep a note of all of these things when I travel, so that I hopefully, well, the more you travel, the more it's just like instinctive for you, so you will try to get those shots. But yeah, I want to just be more mindful of these kind of things that I need to capture. So that's why we're spending some time dissecting his video, but it is kind of a little bit of a learning video for me right now, because all of these things, as I watch it in slow motion, when we hop back into our video, there might be things I want to literally do right away from what I see here before we publish our video. So again, slight motion, that could just be shaky camera, but same thing. I love it when you have like this blurred foreground, but you get enough focus that you can tell that she's obviously taking the photo, but then you're also focusing on the animal. Drone shots, I mean, I just don't use drones often enough to have them. Okay, like a nice little shot, you know, it's just in motion. This is nice, so I'm assuming, yeah, so I believe this is a physical motion, like he is slowly kind of moving backwards while maintaining the focus on his kid. Another orbit shot, close up. Well, this is like just a crazy shot, that's okay. And now here we get into the quick shots, right? So we do the same thing in our trailers, right? Based on the music, all of a sudden we're going to go into like rapid fire mode of showing the different moments. This is such a cool shot that he got that close to these two cheetahs. And then even there, you can see he's doing the same thing that I like to do. How much more can I slow this down? So here he's just subtly zooming in, So you can see pixel by, or I guess frame by frame, he's just zooming in on the shot. So that's a digital zoom. And then he's doing another digital zoom in, just ever so slightly. Another one of these kind of foreground blurred shots. But even like his color grading is, you know, it's, yeah, something to keep in mind. Now he's pulling his camera back as he's moving away from them. So he started zoomed in and then he's like digitally zooming out, I believe. Wait, have I been here? Oh no, okay, okay. Wow, I was gonna say it looks so similar to the place I was in Zimbabwe. Subtle, yeah, subtle zoom in on the lioness. Just some crazy shots. Throw that in. Nice little, yeah. And then he's doing the same, yeah. So then yeah, showing some of the people. That's simple enough. The painted dogs. Oh, what a cool shot. Subtle zoom. Okay, well, you know what? I swear, I thought I saw one of his videos where he had this kind of tremor effect to switch over to the next shot. But it could have just been that I was dreaming it. But either way, whatever I dreamed or saw, I was like, oh, that's a cool effect. And so I think I'm going to try to do it if I can find the way to do it. Okay, I think we've seen enough. Or let me just go back to normal speed and then see if it does actually happen at the end. Nope. Okay, well, very enjoyable to watch regardless. Okay, so now let's go back to our video.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable.
Let's actually, you know what? I'm in the mood to do this. Let's try to do the text stuff. So let's full screen this bad boy. I believe at this point we can officially close out our Adobe Audition. So let me go and quit this. Sure. Okay. Yes. Okay, okay, okay. And I think we can close Lightroom for now. All right.
Moments never forget. There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal.
Let's now figure out how best to do this. I want some text. Let's see if we have some good titles. And I do want it to be similar to how we saw in Fernway's example. I don't want it to be overly massive and like taking up too much space. It should be feeling prominent but subtle. So the thing I'm just looking for is, do I have any good animations or title stuff that I've downloaded that we can use? So the name of the game is subtlety, but prominence. So like a oxymoron or whatever. Not the highlights. There are moments, what do I say? There are moments that stick with you forever. And honestly, I probably don't even need animation to be completely honest. Okay, let's just see what these guys look like, because I can't see it because it's pitch black. Let's just pump them in and see what happens. Font not found. I need
There
some...
are moments.
Dang it, I have to download something called Acrobat Black.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal.
It's...
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal.
Nope.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal.
Yeah, basically all of these are probably way overkill from what I'm thinking, but I do want to kind of see it and see. You never know, right? Something might...
You never forget.
I'm leaning towards I probably
There
just...
are moments you never forget.
It's more important, but I probably should just find a good text font.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something.
Yeah, and have no animations. Okay, fine. How did this one pop up? Let's see.
There are moments you never forget. There are moments you...
I kind of like how it pops up, actually. Let's try this, just for fun. Oh, I don't think it'll work, though. Text quotes. No. There are moments you'll never forget.
There are moments you never forget. There are moments you never forget. There are moments you never forget when you witness...
Yeah, it's too in your face now, so I have to remind myself I did say subtle, so we need subtlety. So I think I know the answer. I'm just taking my time, just exploring what else we got here, but these are all too prominent. Okay, fine. So what does that mean? I just need to take a simple text now, drag it in here.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable.
So probably find it, cut it there. There are moments you never forget. We're gonna shrink it up a bit. Let's figure out a font type. Oh, this is where I wish Cyronius or one of them was on here. Some of those guys who've been grilling me on my font choices. But listen, we're gonna try this on our own. We'll see if our instincts for font has gotten better. So for this one, okay, let me think through this in terms of what would actually work. Again, keep in mind, I am the guy that really enjoyed Papyrus as a font, so if anything, I should probably do the opposite of what I'm saying instinctively. But my assumption is this is a very dramatic, serious moment, so I should avoid all of those these kind of fonts that look more childish. We probably want something... I might go with the light font because I do want subtlety, but we can maybe add some shadow to it so that it stands out a little bit more. I actually don't mind if it's a bit more like this style, where it's what would you call this? Like calligraphy style, maybe? So this Apple Chancery one doesn't look half bad. So if I can remember, Apple Chancery is one of those that we might keep. Doo-doo-doo-doo. I wonder, should I add shadow in first or there? Okay, so this is a little too much, right? So even I can tell it has to be legible. So maybe not so cursive. So something in the middle of not so cursive. Now this one, while I personally like it, not for this one, or like for this moment. So these are all too modern looking is the thought that comes to my mind. That one's too out there. So yeah, I'm sticking to that Apple Chancery one we saw earlier. So far that's the only one that I've actually paused on. I was like, oh, that's actually cool. We could go with one of those styles, but it's a little too much. This is probably too dramatic and too out there, but I kind of like it. Oh yeah, also maybe I'll spend some time on elements and we'll look for fonts. And maybe we'll just download a good one. There are moments you never forget. This one looks decent, but again, same thing. It might be too cursive-y. So it's like hard to read. It's like the text, the words are like, the letters are so close together. Wow, we're gonna laugh when we stumble on Papyrus again, and I'm gonna be like, whoa, this one's so good. I say, oh shoot, it's Papyrus. Okay, this one's too childish, but the size of the font in this, I kind of like the size of the font maybe, and a little bit of the italicness of it. But it is very childish, so. But it is kind of the mood I'm looking for if it wasn't so childish. Like kind of like this one as well, maybe. So this is called Column. So yeah, so far we're still leaning towards the Apple Chancery one we saw. Keep looking, keep looking. I don't know why this Noto one is like always showing up like this. Ooh. I kind of sped by Papyrus, but it did catch my eye, and it turns out it was Papyrus. So it's just a myth. You know, it's like people who what is the food that people get really disgusted by, and you're just like born with the genes to cilantro. That's like people with cilantro, where the moment if there's like even a whiff of it in their food, they can taste rubber, or I forget what they say it tastes like. It tastes like soap, right? Like you're eating soap. And I wonder if maybe I have that, but in the opposite effect with Papyrus, where like when I see Papyrus, even just a whiff of Papyrus font, I'm like, ooh, I like this. What is this? What is that? So while 99% of the world has the opposite reaction, where if there's a whiff of Papyrus, they're like disgusted, I'm just like, ooh, give me more of this one. Damn it. So I can't use that one though. I kind of like it, I'm not gonna lie. This is too much. So still the runner, oh no, okay. This is a little too childish, too illegible, I guess. Same with that one. This one's like okay, but it feels too, I don't know how you describe it. It feels too like 18th century or something like in that realm. I don't know. All right, we're coming up towards the end. So I think most likely we're going to try the Apple Chancery, or I'm going to at least click on it so it's like stuck there. But I do want to spend some time now on Elements and Vato because they, you know, I have a subscription with them and they do have like a whole library of fonts. So it might be fun to kind of see what they got. This one's also not bad. It looks very poetic. Okay, so let's go to Apple Chancery. Let's see if we can add, we need to add shadow. Yeah, this one. Something like this. And then the text, it's a little too white for me, you know? Is there a way to like... Okay, we'll try this for now. Let's see.
There are moments you never forget when you witness
It's not bad, I don't think.
There are moments you never forget when you...
Okay, so we got that in the back burner, but I'm gonna now hop over to where do we want to go? We're gonna go to fonts. All right, let's see. We're just gonna see if there's any good fonts to use. You know what Elements should do? Or any of these like font library sites, they should have a site where I can type in a phrase and then it'll let me see all of the phrases based on that. Okay, so that's too much. Too much, too much. Alright, for those of you who are just tuning in, I'm taking a break from the video editing to try to find a font that could work, that I want to have. I want my opening trailer to actually have the font, or the title, or the, sorry, I want the text. I want the words that I'm saying to actually be as subtitles.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable.
When you witness something ancient, primal, unstoppable.
Yet, when you witness something primal, ancient.
I did it in the wrong order.
When you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow.
Yeah, basically, before I download the font, I'm thinking I should probably just test it with this one first. And for all I know, maybe I don't really like seeing the font there, you know, or the text.
Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past.
The question I have is, do I want all of that in one? Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge. Okay, so imagine if I copy all of that and we make it one sentence.
Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. Warriors past. Warriors past. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to warriors past. Warriors past. Warriors past. Spirit of warriors past. Spirit of warriors past. Spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
And then maybe I won't fade out the end actually.
Mongolia. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
Not bad, right? Okay, this is definitely a personal choice, but I kind of don't mind having the...
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
Okay, so here's my thoughts when I was watching that. I won't do this because it takes way too much time and it's like it could be slightly cheesy and overdone. But when I was reading that, where it says through blinding snow I watched them emerge, so I was thinking, like, imagine if after I say the word I watched them emerge, then for the remaining portion of this I would actually have the text behind the writers, you know? So like it's like they've emerged and they're now in front of the text since they've quote-unquote emerged. So there is a way to do that, right? Like I've done it on a few videos where you just subject track this thing and you mask it, and then if you just do it at a certain point, so let's say after I say the word emerged.
Through blinding snow I watched them emerge.
So then imagine when I start to say eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past, imagine if this section of the text is now in front, or sorry, is behind. Or yeah, I guess all of it then starts to go behind the writers. That's like a thought I have, but I don't think I would do that. Too much work. Lucky said, can you have the first line show and fade out after it's done? Can I have the first line show and fade out after it's done? Here, let me play it one more time. Tell me.
There are moments you never forget when you...
Can you have the first line show and fade out after it's done? Okay, so add a bit more fade, yeah? So maybe it was too abrupt. So maybe we need to like extend this a bit.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something.
How's that?
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable.
Beautiful. All right. Well, I'll do this. I like your suggestion. So yeah, I will make them fade out more obviously. Thank you, Lucky. Let's just. What do you think of the font, by the way? Because I was about to go into Elements and try to maybe like download some different fonts.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal.
Also, I'm thinking I might need to adjust the shading a bit, or what do you call it? Yeah, okay. I think the shadow is a little bit too in your face. I think I need to make it a bit more subtle and maybe less off to whatever side it's on. But I'm not really familiar with how to make changes in DaVinci. So let me go full opacity, or no opacity, and see what happens if I... Okay, there we go. Okay. So I basically don't want it to really be so off-center and off, like, off alignment, maybe. Okay, I don't really know what that does. Lucky said, I'm gonna be honest, I never knew that much work went into finding the right font. There are so many. But you don't understand, Lucky. I've been publicly is that the right word? Excoriated? Give me a second here. Let me go on a tangent. Let me look up that word. Is it excoriated? Coriated. Criticize someone severely. Yes. So I've been publicly excoriated by some of the members in chat for my poor choice of font. So this is my way to redeem myself, okay? So, but you are correct. Probably shouldn't spend that much time. But I do really want this trailer to feel perfect. I want it to feel as close to perfect as possible. With everything I do, for sure. But yeah, I would like to have that feeling of like there wouldn't be anything I would change if I'm just casually watching this, that kind of thing. Okay, so what about this softness? I might be butchering this, to be honest, but I just want very, very subtle opacity. Oh shoot, now how do I copy this over to the other ones? Something like this, maybe. So if I hit copy, can I paste attributes? What do I need to paste? I need to paste this title thing. I don't even know which one to click. All right, we're just gonna click all of them and hope that it does change this one.
Witness.
it did not.
Moments you right, there are moments you never forget.
Okay, how do I copy and paste this to all the others? Kill me now. What do I do here? Because I tried copying it. Paste attributes. Nope. Okay, I'm about to be super... Okay, I'm just gonna click on each one and just copy and paste. Why not? There's not too many, right? Transform, shading. Okay. Last one. Shading. Okay. I can't believe I'm doing this. Lucky, you are watching a man unravel when it comes to the level of OCD-ness, or whatever you want to call this. 3.78. Let me copy that number. Whoops. Okay, what next? Offset, I did 0.41. I hope this is worth it. Okay, I think this is the last one I need to change. This is the y-axis. Okay, okay. Are we good? Let's see.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. There are moments you never forget when something primal, ancient, unstoppable.
Hey, Yamikuma Akuma. My god, 8-hour stream, so crazy. Has it been 8? Oh yeah, we've crossed the midnight marker. Yeah, listen. It's definitely an extension of my personality type, maybe. But when you're in the zone, you're in the zone, you know? I was actually considering turning off the stream like an hour ago because we accomplished a lot. We finished the video. We did all the voice recordings. So I was like, you know, it's a good time to stop. But then I got fixated on this font, or like trying to figure out how to do this title thing. So here we are 1 hour later. Yami, how's it going? It's going really well. So Yami, number 1, you should be able to see now on Twitch. We have created some emotes. Yes, we've created a few emotes. Some for the tier 1 and then some for the free version. And then we're going to create some more off stream, probably tomorrow. We'll create a few more. But feel free to check them out on Twitch. We had a lot of fun with it. We've included one called the Yobel P Hey Dummy. Now the Yobel P Hey Dummy is inspired by Lucky, Lucky in the chat, because there are many times, I think in the definitely in the past 3 to 4 days in a row, I will make the mistake of not switching my camera, right? So let's say I'm in full screen mode like this, and then I'll be talking for like minutes about whatever I'm showing on my screen here. So inspired by Lucky, he said I should have an emote to draw attention when I'm making a mistake. So the gorilla with the exclamation mark is my warning announcement type thing. So if I see that emote, it'll remind me like, oh shoot, I'm doing something wrong. So then my hey dummy, let's get back to doing professional streaming mode. So then we would go here. So we had some fun with that. We also had some really nice moments. I had both of my cats were actually sleeping in the same bed together, and that was a first for me. They never do that. So they were both just chilling right here. I think maybe like an hour and a half ago or so, if you check out in the VOD. It was a very nice moment. It was the first moment for me that they've ever done that, so I had to make sure to record it. So that was a highlight. But then more importantly, I guess with the video, we did finish it. We finished the video in terms of all the voiceovers. So Yami, since you are here, let's actually go ahead, if you don't mind, and feel free to just interrupt or talk. We'll pause as we go. We're going to play not the whole thing, but just the more epic parts, but with the voiceover inclusions. And yeah, let's see what you think of it. Any directional changes you think I should do. If the audio is too loud, that's another thing we need to figure out, if it's too loud. Oh my god, so adorable. Yeah. They were, yeah, it was I took a photo and video of it, so we might turn them into emotes as well. So that was another suggestion. I think by Lucky, we'll turn my cats into emotes. They will be part of the free tier. Okay, let's go ahead and pause this music. And here we go.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
Okay, I need to pause real quick because I have some thoughts and I don't know. Oh, okay, good. No worries. No worries. You said ad break, Yami? No worries. I paused the video anyways. I just had a thought, okay? And a better editor would be able to do this in a heartbeat. Whereas for me, I'm not actually sure how I can do this. But I just had a really cool thought. What's up, Yami? Okay, it was good timing, okay? Because I actually did pause the video on my own accord. Because I had a really good idea. I think it's a good idea. But I don't know how to do it. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of research tomorrow on the video editing. So what I'm thinking here... Let me pause this music.
Never forget.
So this part's
there are
okay.
moments you never forget when you witness something primal.
So then the first thought was here, when I'm saying the words primal, ancient, unstoppable, the first thought I had was, is there a way that I can either bold each word as I say it, so it'll like turn bold when I'm on the word, or glow a bit, and then it disappears, then this one glows or it gets bigger, and then this one. So that was one thought. So then just kind of matching to when I speak, but not being so crazy, like, you know, not like a crazy color and stuff like that, but just slightly highlight these text as I say it. Like karaoke, exactly. Like a karaoke effect, but not so obvious, right? It's just like, can I slightly make it brighter? Can I slightly make it the text a little bit larger, but not too much? Subtlety. So that was one thought. But the cooler thought that I was thinking about was the next section.
Ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors.
Okay, so that line there, through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. I would like to, same kind of thing, maybe as I say the word spirit of warriors past, I would like this to be bolded a bit and a bit brighter and standing out slightly from the rest. And then when the text fades, I would like it so the rest of the text fades out, but then the word spirit of warriors past stays on the screen for longer. So there would be like a delayed effect where the rest of these words disappears, but then this one lingers for just a couple, whatever, just a little bit longer. So
Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past.
So then, yeah, there'll be a delayed effect with this. You would still see the word spirit of warriors past right here, and it'll still fade out, but you can see it prominently, and the rest of the text has already disappeared for quite some time. So then it just gives that wording or that phrase a little bit more oomph, you know, a little bit more prominence. So, Yami, you think that would be amazing? Okay, good. Thank you. I just need one person to say it's good, and I'm doing it. So that's going to be our challenge tomorrow. Then we'll make that a challenge. Can we figure out how to make that work in DaVinci? Because I've never done that before. I have some thoughts of maybe how I can make it work, but yeah. So that's going to be our challenge. So anyways, let's go ahead and play this again and see how it is.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Welcome back to my channel, where we share the best of the world with the rest of the world. We've traveled to one of the most remote places on Earth to experience the extraordinary life of eagle hunters, thanks to Beck Travel. If you're curious how I made this video, I have live streamed the entire behind the scenes process, which you can check out on my channel and also linked below.
Okay, let's skip a bit of this section and let's jump to the more action-packed moments.
Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Aibo, our expert guide, and last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel keeping us on track.
Okay, let's watch it from here.
Maximum 10.
Like 6, 7.
And we do still need to work on all the chapter titles and all of that, but that'll be tomorrow's task as well. We're going to pump it through ChatGPT and see what we come up with.
10 years, so after that, they release the eagle to the round for breeding.
So we finally arrived at our destination and met Arctic, the heart of the trip. Arctic is a Mongolian eagle hunter, and he comes from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan is to go on adventures with Arctic to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and a lot of carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and we prepared for tomorrow's adventure.
5-finger Kazakh meal, you know.
When you say five, as in you use our hands, or
5-finger means like, you know, it's 5 fingers. You know?
If you really hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
yeah. What kind of meat is this?
It's
Yeah, Yami, you said, man, this is so interesting. I know literally nothing about Mongolia. It's so cool to learn new things. I'm glad you said that because I need to figure out a good balance of how much do I just show fun moments versus how much do I show of behind the scenes of like when they're talking or explaining things so that it feels more informational. Sometimes the informational things can be more boring though. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out what is the right balance where I can still kind of share different cultural moments or knowledge without it being too dry because people want to just see the action, right? So that is a challenge. That moment felt right to be able to add just a little phrase where you're hearing them talk about how they're eating this 5-finger feast. But in general, like, yeah, I don't have a good answer, because I do want this to feel more documentary style and not just feel like epic adventure at the same time. It's a good mix. Behind the scenes is so good. Yeah, and like, we'll see. I think the next episode will be a lot more behind the scenes. It will still have really epic moments, but I want it to feel more like we're learning about their culture slightly more so. So it's something to keep in mind. I don't have a good answer yet. Lucky, you said I always go for natural scenes, and Yami said I like action, but like if I don't know why some things are how they are, then the action might be less impactful. Yeah, I like that. It's a good point. I didn't think of it that way. That without the information, the moment loses some color, maybe. So the information is the color that's being applied to the kind of like the outline, let's say. I like that. So then, yeah, let's see. Hopefully, we'll see. I'm gonna keep playing some portions of this. Hopefully, it will feel like there's a lot of information at the same time as action. And then we're going to keep a closer eye at that for episode 2 as well.
After meeting Arctic's crew, we prepared for our first outdoor adventure to get a taste of life as an eagle hunter, observing how they train their magnificent birds. Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river, it promised to be a much calmer vibe. Or so we thought.
Thank you, Yummy. And Lucky. So majestic, so beautiful. It's beautiful, really. I have no words. Thank you. Well, we have more to go, so we'll see.
We ended up spending most of the afternoon fishing, but had no luck. I'm sure we would have eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard.
Yami. Okay, so Yami